2022 Reindeer Regatta hosted by Rowing New South Wales here in beautiful Penrith, New South Wales. The weather today, Saturday the 3rd of December, is looking lovely for rowing. At the moment it's 26 degrees. We're heading for a high of 26 degrees. No rain is forecast for today. Winds are going to stay light. We're looking forward to a fantastic day here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Our annual Reindeer Regatta, we're also greatly looking forward to seeing how boats and rowers are decorated. Here in the commentary tower this morning, myself, Lizzie Chapman, and I'm joined by Peter Waldersee. Good morning, Peter.
Good morning, Lizzie. Thank you very much. And right you are, Lizzie. It's fantastic conditions. Really, really nice today. If we look out onto the course, it's absolutely dead flat. Just in anticipation for our first race, which is going to be the 500-metre para single. And in race one, coming down the course now, we have, as I said earlier, the Paris single with Jack Calderon, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam for Community Rowing Club, which is a new addition onto the program. It's a bit of a brainchild they've been working up for quite a few years, and fantastic to see. I think this might be their first race, so I might be wrong there, but good to see them getting that initiative off the ground. With fantastic people like Jack Calderon we have here.
Yeah, they've moved, so they were Balmain Para Rowing Inc., weren't they, based at the Balmain Rowing Club, and whilst Balmain Rowing Club is having its piles restored, they've had the opportunity to move into their own premises, which I believe are the Macquarie University Boat Shed, and have renamed as Community Rowing Club, so we wish them every success. We've got a para race next as well, and we've got a few more community members there, but they certainly have. It's a rowing club dedicated to para rowing, people who have impairments. There are 3 categories in para rowing: PR1, which is where you can only use one muscle group, the arms; PR2, where you can use arms and the trunk; and PR3, where you can use all 3 muscle groups. You can use the legs as well. And as you can see, Jack here is a PR3 rower. He is doing a race over a distance of 500 metres, so effectively a sprint race.
Yeah, correct. And we'll see more of these sprint racing later on in the weekend as we come into Sprint Champs next week. Tomorrow,
yeah, it should be a lovely day for it. Good to see
Yeah.
those pelicans move for Jack.
Yeah.
So Jack was a school rower, sweep rowing, and sculling is something he's done, I believe, since he's been at community rowing. So great to see him reaching out like that, and you can see he's not feathering, he's just keeping the blades square, so a little bit more tricky. Thank goodness the weather is so lovely. But Jack comes across line there in a time of 2 minutes 30 seconds to take out the 500 metre race in the para single scull. So our next race is going to be over the full Olympic distance of 2,000 metres. I was just listening to the umpires on the radio there, just working out the fingers, because what happens if different types of boats have different lengths of finger coming out from the start pontoon. The start pontoon is adjusted so that the bow ball of every boat lines up, and and the boats are held at the start there, and then when the umpire says go, or the starter says go, off they're starting from a line. Always a bit more difficult when you're racing from a free start, and the poor umpire is trying to line you up.
Yeah, and I remember, I think it was Spring Regatta this year where we had a bit of flooding, and the fingers unfortunately weren't working. Yeah, so it was over 1,900 meters, and I think there was a bit of umpire lining up boats there at the 2,000 meter mark, which is what we're not really used to.
Yeah, that's hard, isn't it?
And you can probably see on the big screen there all the boats lining up, and it's a decent field we have in the parasingle today, Lizzie. Usually we don't have this
so many, but
this numbers,
yes,
which is fantastic to see. Yeah, really good for Paris and beyond.
And we've got a who's who of names as well. We have in lane 2, which is the one furthest away from the grandstand bank, we have Julia Story from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Julia is coached by Kathleen Hextall and Rob Glendenning. I was just going to say, I wonder if she's actually there, 'cause she hasn't been well, and she's also got a sore back, but I think she's there. Julia, of course, is the wonderful person who does the bow numbers. Everybody knows her from bow numbers.
She is,
represented Australia a number of times now, both on water and in the ergos, and she's recently returned from the Virtus Oceania Asia Games, which were held up in Brisbane, where she came home with a swathe of medals. Bronte Marshall in the lane beside her is representing Community Rowing Club, and Bronte Marshall was also at the Virtus Games. Bronte is coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. Julie is coached by Kathleen Hextall and Rob Glendenning. Another Drummoyne rower in lane 4, Stephanie Walker. These are all PR3 rowers, referring to what we described to you before, who can use all 3 major muscle groups. And I believe Stephanie was up at the Virtus Games as well. Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie is in lane 5. She's coached by Jeremy Smith. Lisa is a mother of 2. She came to rowing when she was left with a leg impairment after removal of a cancerous tumour, and she's taken to rowing because she can't do running anymore. I think she saw rowing when she was doing park run and thought, maybe I could try that sport instead. And she's really literally taken to it like a duck to water and is absolutely loving it. She's nominated for our international team, which is a team that internationally you can only do World Cup and World Championship rowing if you have a physical impairment, not if you have an intellectual impairment. So that rules a number of RP3 rowers out. But Lisa nominated last year. For the last 2 years, she's represented New South Wales at both masters level, racing over 1,000 metres, and at open level, racing over 2,000 metres. And this year, she's already been invited to the December time trial, and she's hoping to be invited to the January camp for the national team. So that's her goal, to gradually work into the national team. Lauren Wibber is next to her in lane 6, representing Community Rowing Club, again coached by Anne and Liam and Barbara at Community Rowing. And then we have Hunter Valley Grammar School's Harrison Nichols. I think this might be his first year of racing para.
It's not a name that rings a bell, yeah. So
and I believe he's a student at the school, and I believe he's got a physical impairment that qualifies him for para rowing, so he's having a go in that category. So great to see him, and welcome to the world of para rowing, Harrison. And then Community Rowing Club's Sam Shalhoop is in lane 9, and he completes our field of 8 scullers racing against each other.
Yeah,
actually 7, sorry. 7, yes, lane 2 to 9. Yeah.
And as we said earlier, there's some fantastic sort of depth in this field that we haven't seen previously, which is good. We can also see on the screen some really nice festive decorations there on some of the boats, which is great, and that's what today is all about. So if you are here and you've got some spare tinsel lying around in the back of your car or something, feel free to dump it on your boat and get in the Christmas spirit, because it's fantastic to see the boats coming down dressed up, and there's Santa Claus steering that boat.
That's excellent.
It's a
well
great
done,
little
Lisa.
touch.
It is, isn't it? And she's got tits around her riggers.
Yeah, she's got absolutely everything.
Harrison looks like he's really done his well.
Yeah. We'll see how good of a coxswain Santa Claus is.
Well, this is always such a great regatta, isn't it? That's it's so important to have fun when you're rowing.
Yeah, 100%. It's
Take
fantastic to
yourself
see.
too
It's good. It's one of those things that you really need to enjoy the sport. It's a very tough sport to do. So if you're not enjoying it, it's hard to maintain. So it's good to see, all these people coming out and just having a good time. It's fantastic.
Now, we should point out lane 8 doesn't have a sculler in it. And for those of you who are watching on the live stream or having a look on the big stand, you'll see that Sam in lane 9 has got a radio earpiece, and that is because, I would imagine, because he has a visual impairment as well as a physical impairment, and so the spare lane is left there just in case, but he will have somebody directing him from behind. Directing him so that in terms of steering he can stay in his lane. Ooh, and most of them are off to a really good start, but one person's
4 and 9 there, just having a bit of trouble off the start. But it's funny, the direction calls, I think we saw that with it was Kathleen, I can't remember her last name now. Not Hextall, she was a para rower back in, I think, 2014.
Kate Murdoch.
Kate Murdoch, that's
yes,
the one.
That's right, yes.
And she used to have that where she would come down the course and
she did, but we never quite got to using an earpiece. It used to be her coach Lindsay Callahan following in the umpire's tinny with the megaphone.
Yeah.
Oh, and the technology has made such a difference to vision impaired athletes. Because that was nerve wracking. She'd always get so far ahead, and I distinctly remember sitting here in the commentary tower once seeing her literally row into the bank because she couldn't hear her coach.
That's always good. Well, it's good even in the last 7-8 years to see that technology grow to help the athletes, to help, especially in this field, in the para field, it's a very good thing to see.
You're absolutely right. And technology also in terms of the prosthetics that you can have for limbs, having specially articulated legs for rowing has made a huge difference to the amount of compression you can get, the angle at which your feet can be on the foot stretcher. And Kate used to row in a pair and a double with Jeremy McGrath.
Yes.
They represented Australia in 2014 and won a silver medal, and then moved into the 4 and went to the Paralympics in 2016. And Jeremy became an occupational therapist, and it's an area in which he's really interested and has made a significant contribution working with the universities. I think University of New South Wales especially has a biomedical engineering unit, and the lead tutor there is really interested in biomechanics for those who have impairments.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And his prosthetic did improve quite a lot in the last.
Yes, do you remember the original one was very squeaky?
The original one was very squeaky. I used to row with him, and I remember once or twice in a race his prosthetic fell off, and we had a laugh about it afterwards. But it was very mid race, and I just hear behind me, my leg's fallen off. So the poor thing. But the prosthetic's gotten much better, which is great. Great to see.
It sure is.
As we turn our attention to the para single race, it looks like there was quite a significant leader there. I didn't quite catch who that was, but someone's got a very decent lead out ahead of this race.
I'm feeling it might be Lisa.
For the minor places.
So Lisa was really looking forward to this morning actually having a crack at a couple of 2,000 metre races. So I believe she's racing in the para single and then probably racing in the, Masters would be 1,000, wouldn't it? No, there's another singles race, 1,000 metres, race 13 at 5 to 9, and Lisa's going to be racing again then, but against different people, against Stephen Lawler and James Johnson from Community Rowing Club, and Mika Kelly, who also has a visual impairment, who's at Glebe Rowing Club.
Fantastic.
Coached by our co-commentator, Mark Tejan.
Oh, lovely. I did see Mark around the Regatta Centre today, so he looked full of anticipation for the races, so that's good. It's good to see.
So we do have timing huts up and down the course, and we're always looking for volunteers. So if you're here at the course or listening to the live stream and you think you might like to get involved, one way to get an exceptionally good view of the racing and make a contribution and take part is to sit in the timing huts at the side and press the button as the bow ball goes across a line at the 500 metre mark, the 1,000 metre mark, the 1,500 metre mark, and at the finish where it's 2,000 metres. We're always looking for people to come and spend an hour or two in the shade in one of those timing huts. You don't need any previous experience. We'll train you up. So just contact Rowing New South Wales if you think that's something you might want to have a crack at doing. You'd be most welcome.
Yeah, and it does make a big difference for the athletes as well. I know when I'm racing, it's always good to have the different increments as you come down. It doesn't seem like it would, but it makes a big difference to how you race.
It certainly does. So we can see in lane 9, Sam Shalhoub making steady progress coming down the course there. Then we have our blank lane, and then we have a really good race by the looks of things from Harrison Nichols from Hunter Valley Grammar School. It's back to Lauren Webber, and then across to Lisa Greisel, currently sitting, I think, in 2nd position from Lake Macquarie. Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne. Now, she's the one that had a bit of a false start, didn't she? So it's taking her a while to try and get into her rhythm there and catch up again. And then across to Bronte Marshall, our little pocket rocket, who's always a great competitor. And she looks to me as though she's neck and neck with Julia Story, who's in lane 2. So looks as though the current leader, Harrison Nichols from Hunter Valley Grammar School. So if you're there from the school and you've finished rigging your boat, come on down and give him a cheer. He's coming up to the 1,500 metre mark.
Yeah, good to see the schools entering in these para races as well. It's fantastic that we've got, and this is probably where some of this depth is coming from, and really dominating as well. He's doing a fantastic job here as Harrison from Hunter Valley Grammar, and Hunter Valley Grammar has always been quite a strong rowing school, so it's good to see that over the last 10 years they're still on the same level of strength.
Absolutely, yeah. And he's certainly got the best decorated boat out there in the race so far today. So he's proof that just having lots of Christmas decorations on your boat does not slow you down.
It's the power of Christmas spirit. That must be why he's doing so well. No, it's fantastic to see from Harrison. And hopefully we see him furthering his rowing career with power rowing down the track after he finishes school.
Absolutely. It's a very exciting era to be involved in para rowing. We've had a really solid Paralympic cycle moving from 1,000 metre Paralympic distance to 2,000, and in this PR3 category coming 4th at the Paralympic Games. We've never made the A final before, so that was really exciting. But we've got a new head coach, Chad King, who we welcome on board, and we've got a new development coach, James Loveday, who's coming over from the Great Britain team to join Australia. Chad's enormously experienced. He's been a major coaching influence for Great Britain, for Australia where he started, and for France. And yeah, great era for Harrison to become involved in PR3 rowing.
And coming into this last probably 150 metres, it looks like Harrison will lead this race, and most likely, barring a disaster, he will win. And it will be a bit of a race for the minor placings, but indeed, Harrison looking very, very strong in this race. He's just getting that rate up to a really nice point of about mid-30s there as he comes through this last 100 metres. He will win this race. He's looking like he's rowing very cleanly as well. Really nice entry of the blades into the water. It just makes it look easy, doesn't he? That's the tinsel and the Christmas spirit, must be. And there is a decent 150 metre gap from Harrison as he does cross the line to the minor placings, and it looks like for the next placing it will probably be Stephanie Walker, if not Lisa Greisel. And it looks like it will be, I believe, Lisa, no, not Lisa Greisel, sorry, Stephanie Walker, yep, from Community Rowing Club. Oh no, my apologies. Lisa Greisel, I was right the first time. Yeah, Father Christmas, that's that's the effect of Santa Claus steering your boat, and there's no coincidence there that our two most festive boats are coming in first and second. And I have just heard that we will have a medal for the winning male and winning female. So congratulations to Nicholas and to Lisa, both winning their respective events. And second place here in the males event will be, my apologies, so second in the females event, Julia Story. And then in lane 9, we have Sam Shaloub, who, as we were saying earlier, is getting directions as he comes down the field.
And here she comes, Lauren Webber across the line now. Congratulations, Lauren, completing the first race of her day. And keep going, Stephanie. A few more strokes and you'll be across the line too. Yay, well done, Stephanie. And that completes our first 2,000 metre race of the day in the para-single for both men and women. So we invite Harrison Nichols from Hunter Valley Grammar School and Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie to come across to the medal dais to collect their medals. And just confirming the results, that was a win for Harrison Nichols of Hunter Valley Grammar School in a time of 8:18.32. The margin between him and Lisa Greisel was 43.76 seconds. Third, Julia Story from Drummoyne. Fourth, Sam Shalhoub from Community. Fifth, Bronte Marshall from Community. Sixth, Lauren Webber from Community Rowing. And seventh, Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne Rowing Club.
We now move to race 3, the women's under 17 coxed quad scull. As they're coming through the lines, I'll just be reading out the schools. So in lane 1, we have Redlands 4. In lane 2, Barker College 1. In lane 3, Redlands 3. In lane 4, Newcastle Grammar. In lane 5, Redlands 1. In lane 6, Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 7, Redlands 2. In lane 8, Hunter Valley Grammar. And in lane 9, Askham. And it looks like it will be the crew from, I believe, Sydney there out in front in the Cox Quad event. A very difficult event, the Cox Quad. Usually the quad is quite a quick boat. The coxswain does add an added element where you're weighing the boat down just a touch. So a very physical event, the Cox Quad. Same with the Cox 4. But it will be the crew from Sydney Rowing Club really taking this event out quite convincingly, and it will be a fight for the minor placings. So in the fight for the minor placings, unfortunately, it doesn't look like it will be the two festive crews on either extremity, which we did want to see, but but it will be Redlands 1. Looking fantastic as they're rowing across here. Oh no, I apologise. There's a Christmas hat there in the Redlands crew as well. So we've got the 3 festive crews again coming 2nd, 3rd and 4th. It will at this point be Redlands 1 and a very, very tight finish between Redlands in lane 5 and what looks like Hunter Valley Grammar. And as they're coming across the line, it will just be Redlands, I believe, but we will see. I think that might be a photo finish, Lizzie. It looks like it's
great to see the antlers silhouetted in the sun.
Yeah, yeah, it really is. It's fantastic. And a very, very festive crew there in lane 4, that crew of Newcastle Grammar. Thank you very much, girls. Great work.
Well, unfortunately, we were unable to draw your attention to it because of the finish of the race, but the medals have just been presented for the para single sculls. So confirming that the medal for the men's PR1 was awarded to Harrison Nichols of Hunter Valley Grammar School, and the medal for the PR3 women's sculler was awarded to Lisa Greisel of Lake Macquarie. Lisa is coached by Jeremy Smith. Congratulations to our PR1 single scullers over the 2,000 metre distance. And confirming the results of race 3, which was the women's under 17 coxed quad, a win for Sydney Rowing Club. Georgina Stevenson, Isabel Yardley, Amelia de Villiers and Grace Bennett, coxed by Matilda Marconis and coached of course by Brendan Longman. 2nd, Redlands 2. 3rd, Redlands 1. 4th, Hunter Valley Grammar School. 5th, Askham. 6th, Newcastle Grammar School. 7th, Redlands 3. 8th, Redlands 4. And 9th, Barker College 1. On the course now, we have Division 1 of the men's novice single scull. In lane 1, representing the University of New South Wales, Hay Lock Keith Kong, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 2, Kings 2, represented by Tanner Purden, coached by Steve Luca and James Taree. In lane 3, St George, represented by Robert Olivia, coached by Mark Featherstone. In lane 4, Glebe Rowing Club, James Walker. In lane 5, from Newcastle Grammar School, Daniel Lillyman. In lane 6, Leichhardt Rowing Club's Jasper Richards, coached by Isaac Shepherd. In lane 7, the University of New South Wales, Jack Vanderland, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 8, Newcastle Grammar's Caleb Nicotin, and in lane 9, from Newcastle Grammar, Thomas Mitteff. These are novice scullers are racing over a distance of 1,000 metres.
Yep, and Lizzie, the novice event is a fantastic event to watch because you do get a range of different athletes. Oh, we've had one big big crab there. I don't know if he's recovered that one, just to the right.
I thought that's what you were going to say. The novice race is a great race to watch because you never know what's going to happen.
Because you get people catching crabs and everything.
Falling in, going for a swim, having an amazing row.
Keeps everyone on their toes.
Everything in between.
No, it does have a good range of abilities, and you get those people that really take to the sport very quickly, and they usually will dominate here, and it won't necessarily mean they'll be the best rowers ever, but it does mean that they've got a really good feel for the stroke and how the technique is. And it looks like it will be, it's a bit too close to call here in this race, but
we've got some very young scullers there by the looks of things. Our cameraman just zoomed in on a Father Christmas who's going hell for leather. So that's Uni of New South. So
it does, in a very pointy Christmas hat.
Fantastic. Might be lane 5's Daniel Lillyman from Newcastle Grammar, maybe.
Oh,
Great to see Newcastle Grammar down again.
Yeah, that's a very good addition, Newcastle Grammar. They do come down for these sort of minor regattas every now and then, and it's fantastic to see because it's quite a trek for them.
It is, but they're under the, I think, is this the second year? Brad Smith is their director of rowing, so wonderful to have him down. And I noticed also Isaac Shepherd's name there at Leichhardt. He's running their, or coaching what they call their junior squad, so people who are on the way up in the pathway. And we can just see there another younger sculler from Glebe Rowing Club, James Walker. And then next to him, he's in lane 4, and next to him in lane 3, Robert Olivia from St. George. Mark Featherston doing a fantastic job there. He's recently brought together all the local Catholic schools, and they've had a Learn to Row Day and Come and Try Day, and maybe this is one of the kids that's come through from one of those schools, who knows?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I helped out a little bit with that Learn to Row Day.
You. Yeah, that's so fantastic.
Which is good. Yeah, it's a fantastic initiative there by the Catholic school system. Fortunate enough to work for them, so they've roped me into that, which is great. I love being a part of all that. Also to see the Catholic school system work alongside the GPS system, just to get more depth into the sport, which is what we need realistically. But as we were saying, Lizzie, it looks like it will be Tanner Purdon, who is leading by about 12 seconds by the looks of things. Quite a good lead here, and it looks like he's over there on the far side as we come into the last 300 metres of this race.
He's representing the King's School, coached by Steve Luker and James Taree. He has a lovely lead, doesn't he? So we know at the schools often you have sessions in, well, you learn in sculling, don't you, and then move into the singles. So he's looking like he's having a lovely row out there. It's beautiful water, great conditions, so why would you not take up an opportunity to see how well you can do? He's inside the last 100 metres of the race now, and in the meantime there's a blanket finish almost coming over on the other side of the course with Thomas Mitteff and Caleb Nicotin from Newcastle Grammar School battling it out in lanes 9 and 8. On the improve is Jack Vanderland from the University of New South Wales in lane 7. Jasper Richards from Leichhardt being pulled into that group of those other 3 guys. He's in lane 6. Then it's a little way back to Daniel Lillyman of Newcastle Grammar and James Walker of Glebe and Robert Olivier of St. George. Yeah,
and how good is that to watch? The novice single. And we've had a capsize there, I think.
University of New South Wales, Haylock Keith Kong had been doing such a good job.
Yeah,
well, not to worry, lovely day for a swim. And in the meantime, Tanner Purdon of Kings has just smoked it, taking out the men's novice single scull, Division 1.
And some shaky strokes there from UNSW, and it looks like lane 8 will capitalise on that and just lead out that extra length. And it looks like lane 9 will probably do the same and just get him just on the line. As lane 7 just maybe hit a buoy, but had 1 or 2 shaky strokes and unfortunately lost a position from that.
Great race
very close finish there between lane 3 and lane 4. That's St. George Robert Oliver and Glebe's James Walker. So
Fantastic results. Let's just recap for you the final placings of Division 1 in the men's novice single scull. It was a great win there for Tanner Purden of Kings, taking out the 1,000 metre race in a time of 4 minutes 13.25. He had 19 seconds over the next fastest sculler, who was Caleb Nickerton of Newcastle Grammar School, just pipping his colleague Thomas Mittef from Newcastle Grammar School to the post to take out second place. Fourth, Jack Vanderland from University of New South Wales. Fifth, Jasper Richards of Leichhardt. Sixth, Robert Olivier of St George. Seventh, James Walker of Glebe. And eighth, Daniel Lillyman of Newcastle Grammar School. Now, to receive an actual placing, you need to get back in your boat after a capsize and continue sculling, and or you can swim your boat across the line, but you have to propel it across the line. And it's so impressive that Haylock Keith Kong from University of New South Wales has managed to right his boat and get back in, and here he comes, beautiful sculling, and he's making his way across the finish line now, so kudos to him.
I didn't know about the swimming thing, Lizzie. That might help me in the future. I'll use that. Yeah, fantastic work there from lane 1. That's very good to see. Getting back in the boat and crossing the line here to finalise our placings.
What a field. 10 people racing in the first division of the men's novice single scull. We have 9 racing in Division 2. It's on the course now, again racing over 1,000 metres. In lane 1, from Northern Beaches Secondary College, Harrison Down, coached by Kieran Kabelke. In lane 2, from Newcastle Grammar, Edward Baker. In lane 3, from the University of New South Wales, Harry O'Donnell, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 4, from Drummoyne, Jack Park, coached by Sarah Ellis. In lane 5, from Newcastle Grammar, Louis Lyons. In lane 6, from Glebe, Frank Skukimara, coached by Kenny Major. In lane 7, from Newcastle Grammar, Zane Gusmerini. In lane 8, from Leichhardt, Jeremy Cooper, coached by Isaac Shepherd. And in lane 9, from St George, John Broughton, coached by Mark Featherstone.
Yeah, thanks, Lizzie. And looking at those entries, and especially those coaches, it's really good to see a lot of those coaches are coaches of athletes that have done fantastic things in the sport. And I guess a part of rowing and a part of the structure of rowing means that these novice scullers are able to get some one-on-one coaching with some really fantastic coaches and are able to row with some very experienced athletes. So it is a very difficult sport technically, but there is that benefit of being able to row with people that know what they're talking about and know what they're doing and really learn from them. So fantastic to see that in these novice single races. It looks like this race is very similar to the previous one. It looks like we might have 2 scullers that are a little bit out ahead, and then a bit of a battle for the minor placings from 3rd onwards.
Yeah, at halfway it was University of New South Wales sculler Harry O'Donnell in lane 3 who is out in front. He had a couple of lengths lead over Edward Baker from Newcastle Grammar, who's next to him in lane 2. But then it was across to the side nearest the grandstand, where second lane in, lane 8, is Jeremy Cooper from Leichhardt, coached by Isaac Shepherd, so part of that junior squad that I was talking about. There's another club that has a junior squad, and that's Drummoyne Rowing Club. Sarah Ellis is the coach there, and their representative is Jack Park in lane 4, who's not doing too badly. Certainly staying upright.
Yeah, no, fantastic. It's as we said before, it's a very difficult sport, so it's good to see all these athletes battling against each other, really. But as you said, Lizzie, it will be lane 3's University of New South Wales, Harry O'Donnell, who coached by Chris Burns, and he will cross the line in first place. With a pretty decent lead here, but it looks like it will be a bit of a fight here for lane 2 to lane 8, and lane 8 looking very festive, so fantastic to see there. Hopefully that festive spirit gets him just up, but it will not quite today. It will be lane 2 and then lane 8 from Leichhardt. That's Leichhardt's Jeremy Cooper. And then in lane 4, we have Jack Park, who will cross the line in 4th place.
Oh, and then another good battle going on between lanes 5 and 9. And it's going to happen on the line, whatever it is. Oh, I think lane 5 got that.
Just lane 5 there.
So that was Louis Lyons and John Broughton from St George coming in 6th. And then looks as though we have Zane Gusmeri from Newcastle Grammar in their swanky new zoot suits, their new colours. Or is that Lane's? Yeah, Newcastle Grammar. So Zane Gusmerini will come in 7th position. And it looks as though we didn't have Frank Scucimara. Now that I've figured out how to say his name, it looks as though he wasn't actually in the race.
Oh, well, we'll know for next time. And a good-looking new Zooty, isn't it? From Lane 7, the Newcastle Grammar Zooty.
So just confirming that was a win for Harry O'Donnell of the University of New South Wales, and we invite him to come across to collect his winner's medal from the medal rostrum. So that's Harry O'Donnell from University of New South Wales, if you'd like to come across and get your prize. Not sure what the prizes are today. And then confirming the remainder of the field. So that was Tanner Purden was the last race. Second was Edward Baker from Newcastle Grammar. Third, Jeremy Cooper from Leichhardt. Fourth, Jack Park from Drummoyne. Fifth, Louis Lyons from Newcastle Grammar. Sixth was John Broughton from Drummoyne. And seventh, Zane Gusmerini from Newcastle Grammar School. And we haven't got the winning time. We'll have to bring that to you later.
Yep, and race 6 is now lining up, is underway, my apologies. The men's novice single scull division 3. So in lane 1, we have Leichhardt's William Spudge. In lane 2, we have St Augustine's George West. In lane 3, we have Newcastle Grammar's Thomas Brulister. In lane 4, we have University of New South Wales Scott Purvis. In lane 5, we have UTS Matthew Robertson. In lane 6, we have Leichhardt's Nitesh Shetty. In lane 7, Newcastle Grammar's Darby Rochow. In lane 8, we have King's, Gabriel Nall. And as this race is underway, it's a little bit hard to tell just from the outset, but these novice single scull races have been quite close for the last 2 divisions, so hopefully we get another one here, because it's fantastic to see a close novice race. Usually we have quite a range between first and last place, but these ones have been some real good battles for a novice single race, which is really, really great to see. And great to see 3 divisions in the event as well, meaning we have a lot of new blood coming into the sport, which is fantastic.
So at the halfway mark, it was Scott Purves from the University of New South Wales who had taken quite a lead, about 11 seconds. So what's that, about 3 lengths over Darby Rochow of Newcastle Grammar School. Sitting in third, Gabriel Nall of the King's School. Matthew Robertson sitting in from UTS, sitting in 4th position. The margin's quite big, as we said, and spread out really across the field, with Scott Purves sitting in lane 4 in the middle of the field, and then it's across to or it was across to the lanes closest to the grandstand. So Gabriel Nall of Kings having a battle with Darby Rochow of Newcastle Grammar, and as is often the case, the more you focus on the thing that you want to avoid, the closer you get to it. So I think what's happening is Darby and Gabriel are having a good battle against each other. Darby's just got his bow ball in front, and Gabriel's looking at him and then sort of steering into him a little bit. But as a novice single sculler, I remember it being very hard to stay in a straight line. And you're on a buoyed course, so you have got a point of reference. But the whole thing about sculling is you need to get both of those blades in at the same time and the same depth. Otherwise, the boat fishtails a bit, and you don't realise you're offline until it's a bit too late, and you have to correct it.
Yeah, and
go back the other way.
It's very, very easy to look beside you as well. Even in elite racing, I used to do it all the time. You know, it's a habit that's very hard to break. So. Yeah,
it's a good point. But nevertheless, he's Gabriel Nall doing an excellent job there in terms of consistency and application. A very steady progress there from Matthew Robertson of UTS. He's having, he looks tentative, but he's having a good race. Scott Purves, a long way ahead, takes out Division 3 of the men's novice single scull in a time of 4 minutes 3 seconds.
Yeah, and a good race here for the minor placings. It looks like it will be lane 7 there And that is the Newington Sculler, I believe. No, my apologies. Newcastle Grammar Sculler in the New Zudi that we were talking about, followed by lane 8 and then lane 5 to come in 4th place there, Matthew Robinson, who very tall man, Matthew Robinson, barely fits on the Concept 2 Ergo.
Oh, really?
Very, very tall.
That's exciting. So he's
very good for the sport.
Figuring out how to use that those long levers.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. Not a problem I'll ever have. Now, lane 3, I believe here, Newcastle Grammar in 5th place.
Yep, we had a scratching from George West of St Augustine's, who was supposed to be in lane 2. William Spooge of Leichhardt takes out our 6th position, and 7th will be Nitesh Shetty from Leichhardt Rowing Club. So we'll just run through that again. The winner of Division 3 of the men's novice single scull, who we invite to come and collect his prize, is Scott Purves of the University of New South Wales, coached by Chris Burns. 2nd, Darby Rochow of Newcastle Grammar. 3rd, Gabriel Nall of King's. 4th, Matthew Robertson of UTS. 5th, Tom Brulisauer of Newcastle Grammar School. 6th, William Spooge of Leichhardt. And 7th, Nitesh Shetty from Leichhardt. Winning time 4 minutes 3.2 seconds, and the margin at the end was 21.49. So he's definitely ready to move up to D grade.
Yeah, quite a good time there. That is something you'd see in a D grade race.
So we're moving now from the grade, novice, to the age divisions, starting with the men's under 16 single scull. This is the, again, 1,000 metres, and we have 6 divisions. That is a very healthy entry. 6 divisions of men's under 16 single sculls.
That's very good to see, yeah.
So you would expect the schools to be really prevalent here, and indeed they are. In race 7, which is the 1st division of the men's under 16 single scull, we have Newcastle Grammar School represented by Mitchell Chung in lane 1. Redlands represented by Thomas Hooper in lane 2. Kinross Walleroy represented by Thomas Robson in lane 3. The King's School in lane 4, represented by Oscar Parsons. In lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar School, Hayden Melmeth. In lane 6 from Newington College, Nicholas Trethaway. In lane 7 from Newington College, Lewin Whitaker. And in lane 8 from Glebe Rowing Club, Carter Clifton.
And for Division 1 here of the men's under 16 single, as we said, we have about 6 divisions here, which is fantastic to see so many young athletes in the sport, and it is what keeps the sport going. So the young athletes are what we need. It looks like just in lane 9 here, we've got a couple of steering issues. Lane 9's just had a couple of rough strokes, but he is leading this race, so that's very good to see, and it looks like there's been a sharp turn there from lane 8 as well. But leading the race here, I believe, is Glebe Rowing Club, Carter Clifton. And he did have a couple of shaky strokes. He must have hit a buoy there, but he's recovered absolutely beautifully as he comes into the last 250 metres, so we'll be getting a bit of a better view of him. And then, indeed, in lane 1 and 3, we have a real race going on as these two athletes are just really cranking the rate, trying to get that last little bit out of their stroke. But it looks like at this point here it will be lane 1's Mitchell Chung, followed by lane 3 Kinross Walleroy, Thomas Robson, coming into the last 100 metres now. And will they start to pressure Glebe Rowing Club's Carter Clifton? It doesn't look like it at this stage, but it's definitely something he is watching. You can see Carter just turning his head. He's noticed the danger and he's starting to capitalise on that. But it will be Carter Clifton, barring a disaster, followed by lane 1's Mitchell Chung. And then in third place, it will be Kinross Wallaroy's Thomas Robson. And a great bit of racing there from these three athletes. Really pushing straight to the line, and that's what the sport's all about. And fourth place there in lane 4, you have King's Oscar Parsons. And some good Newcastle, my apologies, Newington scullers here in lane 6. We have Nicholas Trethaway. In lane 2 there from Redlands, Thomas Hooper. Followed there by lane 7, also Newington, Lewin Whittaker. Coached by Finn Tainch. So fantastic to see Finn still in the sport, still doing things for Newington. A Newington boy through and through.
And our final sculler crossing the line now from Hunter Valley Grammar School, and beautifully decorated again, very Christmassy, Hayden Melmoth, confirming the results of the first division of the men's under-16 single scull, a win for Glebe Rowing Club, Carter Clifton, in a time of 4 minutes 3.303 seconds. Very small margin, 1.72 between him and Mitchell Chung, representing Newcastle Grammar School, who was second. Third from Kinross Wallaroy, Thomas Robson. Fourth from King's School, Oscar Parsons. Fifth, Newington College, Nicholas Trethaway. 6th, Redlands, Thomas Hooper. 7th, Newington, Lewin Whittaker. And 8th, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Hayden Melmoth. Division 2 is already on the course, and in fact they've already reached the halfway mark. In lane 1, Leichhardt Rowing Club's Dylan Lee, coached by Isaac Shepherd. In lane 2, King's College, Emils Galvins. In lane 3, Redlands, Milo Wolf Daffy, coached by Alex Coney. In lane 4 from Newington College, Guinness Devlin, coached by Finn Tainch. In lane 5, Newcastle Grammar School's Luca Karihalu. In lane 6 from Hunter Valley Grammar School, Thomas Foster. In lane 7 from Kinross Wallaroy, Dave King. And in lane 8, supposed to be closest to the grandstand, Oscar Walsh, coached by Finn Tainch. But there's something about that lane.
Yeah,
there's something about that lane. Everybody in lane 8 wants to get into lane 7.
Yeah, they're trying to get to the better water. No, it's we have had a lot of the steering issues there from lane 8. And it looks like here we've got the sculler here that is in lane 8. Well, 8 again is having a little bit of trouble just hitting a buoy or two. And lane 7 there will start to capitalise on that and take a lead from lane 8.
He's sprinting away, Dave King from Kinross Wallaroy. And in the meantime, completely uninterrupted over in lane 1 is Dylan Lee from Leichhardt. So Oscar Walsh, leader at the halfway mark, but as is the case with novice sculling, second half's a little bit more tricky. So Dave King from Kinross Wallaroy takes out Division 2. Dylan Lee from Leichhardt comes second, and Oscar will have to settle for third this time round. But a good row in that first half.
Yeah, Lizzie, and there's been some very, very good good racing here in these underage and novice events. And as we said earlier, usually the underage and novice events do have a bit of a bigger range, but there's been some very, very close races, which is great to see. And that probably does come with the multiple divisions and the great depth we have in these events.
So far, the results of Division 2 of the men's under-16 single scull, a win for Dave King of Kinross Wallaroy. And Dave, if you'd like to come over and collect your prize, please do. Second, Leichhardt Rowing Club's Dylan Lee. Third, Newington, Oscar Walsh. Fourth, Newington, Guinness Devlin. Fifth, King's, Emils Delvin. And we have one final sculler still on the course, but I think we must have lost a few others.
Yeah, there may have been some scratchings or.
This is Hunter Valley Grammar School's Thomas Foster looking at the colours. So he will be 6th, and then it looks as though we're missing Milo from Redlands and Luca from Newcastle Grammar. And as our final sculler from Division 2 crosses the line, we move to Division 3, which is now in progress. So race 9, the men's under 16, single scull, Division 3. In lane 1, Newington, Evan Grilakis, coached by Finn Tainch. Lane 2, Glebe Rowing Club, Liam Young. Lane 3, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Jamie Granger. Lane 4, Kinross Walleroy, Harper Shaw. Lane 5, St Augustine's, Jason Cow. Lane 6, Nepean Rowing Club, James Baker. Lane 7, Scots College, Dean Lowe. Lane 8, the King's School, Lockie Rogers.
Yeah, thanks, Lizzie. And it looks like will probably be the... let's have a look here. Jason Chow, I think, is from St Augustine's there in lane 5, will be leading this. The St Augustine's crew's doing some great stuff under Judith Ungermark, who is one of the coaches there. Recently they had the 4 athletes go to juniors and win. And so a program there that does have some great results, and there is no exception here as Jason, coached by Daniel Samus, is leading this race. Again, St Augustine's really doing fantastic stuff out of Mossman Rowing Club. And they will take this race out, and it will be followed there. I believe it will be a pretty decent race here between lane 1 and lane 7 from Scots. Now, when you are racing an athlete on the other side of the field, it can get a little bit difficult, but they will have noticed each other. They will know that each other are there. But it looks like at this point it will be lane 1 taking out second place, barring a disaster. Lane 1 from Newington, coached by Finn Tainch, followed by lane 7 from Scots. Then lane 4, Kinross Walleroy, Harper Shaw, and finally in lane 8, King's Lockie Rogers. And the final 2 athletes coming across the field now, we have lane 6, Nepean James Baker. Very good to see some of the clubs joining in these events that are primarily school-aged students. So good to see that spread within clubs and schools, as well as lane 3's Hunter Valley Grammar, Jamie Granger.
So confirming the results of race number 9, which was the men's under 16 scull Division 3. It was a win for Jason Cow of St Augustine's, coached by Dan Samus. Second, Newington, Evan Grilakis. Third, Scots College, Dean Lowe. Fourth, Kinross Walleroy, Harper Shaw. Fifth, the King's School, Lockie Rogers. Sixth, Nepean Rowing Club, James Baker. Seventh, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Jamie Granger. The winning time, the fastest time of the day so far, 4 minutes, 0.55 seconds, and the margin 6.45. And we hadn't brought to you the final results of the previous race, but Dave King was the winner from Kinross Walleroy, and his was a time of 4 minutes and 7 seconds. Division 4 of the men's under 16 single scull is getting on to the start. In lane 1, Barker College, Caelan Gray. In lane 2, Nepean Rowing Club, Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 3, Newington College, Alexander Christofides, coached by Finn Tainch. In lane 4, Kinross Walleroy, Thomas Tancred. In lane 5, Northern Beaches Secondary College, Noah Zingseem Smith, coached by Kieran Kabelki. In lane 6 from Leichhardt, Petar Simovac, coached by Isaac Shepherd. In lane 7 from the King's School, Lockie Tyndall. And in lane 8 from Redland School, Angus McKinns, coached by Guy Morgan. So it's over 1,000 metres again. It's just looking beautiful out there. A little bit of a crosswind picking up, which is keeping us cool as the temperatures rise, but not enough to disturb racing.
Yeah, and as you said, Lizzie, some fantastic conditions out there. It is that minor crosswind, but it is really, really good. And good to see so many Newington athletes there, mainly coached by Finn Tainch. And when he's not losing outboards, he's doing a great job of coaching those Newington athletes. So very good from Finn to see him doing such great work there.
Here. At the halfway mark, it was Lockie Tyndall from the King's School who was in first place, but it only just over Angus McInnes of Redlands. So Lockie is in lane 7, very close to the grandstand, and the Redlands school scholar Angus McInnes is in the lane next to him. So a really exciting race here for the Redlands scholar Angus McInnes. They then had hardly any lead at all over Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean Rowing Club, who's across on the far side. And he himself being challenged by the Barker College sculler, Caelan Gray. So great to see Barker College in their first season of rowing doing so well. Had a bit of a dodgy start, but they're definitely getting better as the season progresses. I can see pretty good scull coming there from, is that Alexander Christofides from Newington College? He looks like he's doing pretty well as well. Sitting in 5th place at the moment, I think. So, Angus McInnes of Redlands, I can see the Redlands students there come down to give him a bit of a cheer. Looks to me like he's got a very good chance indeed of taking out Division 4 in the men's under-16 scull, which would be fantastic.
Yeah, and some really, really good good cheering on there in the crowd. It is good to see in these younger divisions some of these schools really getting around their mates, something that we don't see as much of in the elite category, which is a shame. But Lizzie, as you said, it looks like it will be their lane 2, I believe.
Which
is
Ezekiel Pratt.
Yep.
Yeah.
Followed there, lane 8, I think, might be leading this, Angus McInnes. He looks like he will just take the lead
Redlands.
there. Lane 8, Redlands, just over Ezekiel Pratt. A fantastic finish. Great race there. And then lane 7, Kings, Lockie Tyndall. And it looks like lane 3 there is just correcting his course as he comes across the line, but it won't change his placing. And same there with lane 1. So in these younger divisions, sometimes it is a bit confusing when you hear the horn. You think you're done, but it's not always the case. And then followed there in lane 5, Northern Beaches Secondary College, Noah Zingschmiel Smith. My apologies. And then lane 6 followed by lane 4. So a great field there.
It was. What a great race as well at the end. So confirming in Division 4 of the men's under-16 scull, it was a win for Redlands School, Angus McInnes. Second, Nepean Rowing Club, Ezekiel Pratt. Third, the King's School, Lockie Tyndall. Fourth, Newington College, Alexander Christofides. 5th, Barker College, Caelan Gray. 6th, Northern Beaches Secondary, Noah Zingsheim Smith. 7th, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Peter Simovac. And 8th, Kinross Walleroy, Thomas Tancred. The winning time for Angus McInnes, 4 minutes, 3.77 seconds, and he won over Nepean Rowing Club by a margin of just 0.93.
Thanks, Lizzie. And we now move through to race 11, which is Division 5, which is fantastic to see. The men's under-16 single scull. In lane 1, we have Jasper Pattinson. In lane 2, Newington's Theo Downing. In lane 3, Lancelot Saker. In lane 4, Toby Buckland. In lane 5, Angus Purdy. In lane 6, King's Nicholas Platus. In lane 7, Barker College, Hudson Donovan. And in lane 8, James Collier. And he is coached by Alex Coney. Again, there we have Finn Tainch coaching the Newington boat, and Jessica Christian and Tim Christian coaching the Newington boat of Jasper Pattinson.
At the halfway mark, it was Nicholas Platis from the King's School who had taken a lead of over a length over Theo Downing of Newington College. So Nicholas Platis he was just 3 lanes in from the grandstand area, and it looks as though he continues to be in the lead. And Theo Downing across on the far side in lane 2.
Yep, and Theo's just had a couple of shaky strokes there. He must have hit a buoy or something like that. But it looks like it won't change his position there in second place. So that's very, very positive to see. Those things can really make an athlete get unstuck, but it looks like he's responded very, very well to that. So should be very happy with himself there, and he's back and away. When that does happen, it is very easy for you to lose places or for your race to be compromised. But in this case, that hasn't happened. It will be lane 6's King's Nicholas Platus. who will cross the line in first place. And then followed there in lane 2, Newington, Theo Downing, followed by, coached by Finn Tanch, is going to cross the line in second place. Then followed by the very festive lane 5, Hunter Valley Grammar's Angus Purdy in a fantastic Christmas hat. And lane 1 there from Newington, Jasper Pattinson. And then again, a very tinseled up boat. It looks like that tinsel's just hitting the water there in lane 7 with that big lean back he's got. Hudson Donovan. Then lane 4 will be next across the line, Toby Buckland. Followed by lane 8, Redlands, James Collier, as he just pops his head down there a little bit, so you can tell he's really exerted a lot of effort into this race. Followed there in lane 3 by Lancelot Saker.
So confirming the results of Division 5 of the men's under-16 single scull, a win for Nicholas Plattis of the King's School. Second, Newington, Theo Downing. Third, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Angus Purdy. Fourth, Newington, Jasper Pattinson. Fifth, Barker College, Hudson Donovan. Sixth, Kinross Walleroy, Toby Buckland. Seventh, Redlands, James Collier. And eighth, Newcastle Grammar School, Lancelot Saker. Winning time 4 minutes 12.07 seconds. Sixth division of the men's under-16 single scull. Here we go. Newington College are in lane 1, Liam Mitchell Zancanaro. In lane 2 from Kinross Walleroy, Benjamin Maslin. In lane 3 from the King's School, Jeremy Blatchford. In lane 4 from Redlands, John Natilli. In lane 5 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Lucas van der Westhuizen. In lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy, Charlie Swift. In lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Cormac Cairns. And in lane 8 from the Newington College, Will Gillespie Penny.
Yeah, thank you, Lizzie. And it looks like it will be Benjamin Maslin, yes. From at the 500 metre mark, we'll have a 0.31 second lead over Jeremy Blatchford. So I don't think we can really call that one just yet, because that is absolutely nothing. And it looks like it will, coming into the final stretch, the last 150 metres, it looks like it will be lane 8 there and lane 3, I believe, that are fighting there for the first place medal for this race.
Yeah, what an excellent finish from Jeremy Blatchford of the King's College. He's really upped his rate of striking, so how many times he puts the blade in and out of the water. And he's managed to get a lead over Benjamin Maslin. It was at halfway, as you said, neck and neck, but Jeremy Blatchford stretching out now, keeping calm and getting his nose not just in front,
and
but
he's fallen in right at the line.
No, but will his bow bubble go across first? Oh,
I think he might have just fallen in through the line and just won that. What a way to finish. What a way to finish.
I think he might as well. Jeremy Blatchford, the dramatic finish there.
He'll be telling his grandkids about that one. That's a fantastic race.
So second looks like Benjamin Maslin from Kinross Walleroy, and third Will Gillespie from Newington, who had an excellent scull. Fourth, Charlie Swift from Kinross Walleroy.
I almost wish that was the photo finish there, Lizzie. That was fantastic.
Fifth, Lucas van der Westhuizen from Leichhardt. Sixth, looks as though it was John Natilli from Redlands. Seventh, Liam Mitchell Zancanaro from Newington. And eighth was, do I mean eighth? Yes, I do. Cormac Cairns from Newcastle Grammar School. So it looks as though the time, as he fell in, was 4 minutes 13.37 seconds. I think the margin would have been a lot closer than 2.59 unless he'd got his bow ball across the front before he fell in.
And that's
Maybe
the thing,
what
so
happened.
that might be the unofficial time. I don't know what the official time would be, and I'd love to see the official time, because I think he was probably crossing the line at a much slower pace than everyone else. He did have momentum going forward, but I wonder whether
the point
it was enough.
The bow ball.
Yeah, did it hit?
The bow ball was across the line.
And just a reminder as well, guys, when you do finish a race in first place, you know, that's a fantastic achievement. So feel free to come around to the pontoon and get your mugs. The mugs there, the Rowing New South Wales mugs, are a fantastic thing to have around the house. A great memento of your fantastic race, especially there for Jeremy. I'm hoping Jeremy gets his because that was a hell of a race here, race 12. So do make sure you come and get your mugs if you win your race. It is no small achievement, and it's a big day, so please feel free to come around to the starting pontoon.
Yeah, and if you have to take your boat back, or you want to take your boat back, then please come on down to the tent in front of the grandstand to collect those mugs. And if you want us to call out your name and have a photograph taken on the grandstand with your coach, then just let us know. Always happy to oblige there. So the grounds are filling up. It's fantastic to see the tents going up on the hill at the side of the grandstand there. The sun is out, the wind is low, but the UV factor is getting higher and higher. So just a reminder to get that sunscreen on and to drink plenty of water, because we have a really long day ahead of us.
We do.
Racing goes on until very late in the afternoon. The racing before lunch will go on until just before 1 o'clock, which is where we're going to have the women's open eights. But plenty of racing to go on in between now and then.
And Lizzie, just quickly, I did see on the screen there just earlier, there was a little photo finish of that previous race we had, and it looked like it might have been that Jeremy's bow ball wasn't quite across the line. And there we go, we can see it there again. It looks like that's unofficial, but it looks like his bow ball might not have been across the line quite in time to win that race.
So judges will be in deep study of that now, trying to determine the official results.
Glad I'm not a judge.
So we have another para race now, Peter. We've got a race over 1,000 metres this time, and slightly different competitors. In lane 3, we have Stephen Lawler from Community Rowing. In lane 4, from Community Rowing, James Johnson. In lane 5, Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie, who raced in the 2,000 metre race earlier. And in lane 9, from Glebe, Mika Kelly. She's coached by Mark Tejan, and she has a visual impairment. So we can see as we look down the course now, she's got a catamaran following her with her guide in there.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job. Her course is quite good, actually. It's really straight. She's dead in the middle of the lane, so that's fantastic. We haven't seen that from lanes 8 and 9 in the previous races, so it's
that's right. Maybe that's what they need, is a guide behind.
Yeah. Maybe we need that guide for lane 9 for every race.
And across on the other side, as we said before, Lisa's taking her rowing pretty seriously. So I know this is a great opportunity for her to race two big guys with James Johnson and Stephen Lawler and just see how she's going. And because it's 1,000 metres, you'd expect the rate to be a bit higher. So I'll do a bit of a check and just see what she's rating. She doesn't look to me as though she's sprinting it, though. She's rating about 28 at the moment.
Yeah, that's not too strenuous. It's still racing, but not hell for leather. But it is good again to see this para event. A lot of PR3 athletes there. There seems to be quite a flooding of PR3 athletes, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and Lisa's set up a Facebook group recently for the PR3 athletes. I think it's really wonderful, that sense of community that's starting to form.
Yeah, 100%.
And coming across the line now is Lisa Grice, also steered by Father Christmas. She's managed to take out the 1,000-metre race in the Paris single scull.
Father Christmas doing a very good job of coxing that boat. She's done 2 very good events, winning both her divisions, both female PR3 races. And then in the Resolute, which is a boat we don't see often here in Australia, in lane 3, we have Stephen Lawler. So the Resolute there, an American boat brand, very distinctive with the black colour, a bit of a different rigger as well. And then lane 4, we have Community Rowing Club's James Johnson.
So a great race there for the two of them, Stephen Lawler and James Johnson, to have a good old bash out against each other on a buoyed course rather than on the Lane Cove River, trying to avoid the dolphins. And excellent race here from Mika Kelly. I think this is the best I've seen her row. She's been rowing for a few years now. She came from triathlon, but she's rowing long, and she's managing to get much more even catches. As you said earlier, she was rowing in a beautifully straight line. So a really fantastic step up for her personally. And pretty good time as well. So well done, Mika. And as the racing progresses, just a reminder, please, to coaches and coxes to return those bow numbers as quickly as possible. It's a really busy regatta today, and we don't want to lose any of them because we recycle them through the races.
We do,
so
yeah.
Please keep on heading regularly back. Just scoop up as many as you can and get them back to Julia, and I think it's Anne Mitchell in the bow numbers shed, please. Right, what have we got on the course now? It all looks a little frantic out there. It's the women's novice double scull, where we have 2 divisions. And in Division 1, Glebe are in lane 2. That's Ivy Reynolds and Vanessa Saliba, and they're coached by Tate Van Heemst. Shell Harbour City in lane 3, represented by Magda Peters and Georgina Graham. Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 4, represented by Lisa Mullineaux and Chanel Stokes, coached by Kerry Thorne. St George Rowing Club in lane 5, Amelia Featherston and Beth Jacobs, coached by Mark Featherston. The University of New South Wales in lane 6, Annabelle Singh and Adelaide Webster, coached by Chris Burns. And in lane 7 from Abbotsford Rowing, Adriana Guthrie and Catherine Nato, coached by Charles Lloyd-Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Lizzie. And as we were saying earlier, it's very good to see some very, very good coaches there coaching these novice events. Again, as the sport is structured, it's fantastic to see. We get some good experience trickling down into the novice athletes, with the likes there of Tate Van Heemst, elite athlete there, Kerry Thorne, Mark Featherston, Chris Byrne and Charles Lloyd-Jones, all great coaches. And these athletes here doing a very, very good job in the last 100 metres, marked there by those red boys. And it looks like it will be University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh and Adelaide Webster. They will lead this race, and barring a disaster like we saw in that previous race, and we do have to see what the official results were there. But it looks like lane 6 there from University of New South Wales will take this race out, and they're rating quite highly, and it must be the tinsel they've got on their boat that's propelling them that little bit further to take out the lead. And another very festive boat here in lane 3, that's Shell Harbour City. 1, Magda Peters and Georgina Graham, and they will cross the line in 2nd place. And finalising our podium finishes in lane 7 here, we have Abbotsford, Adriana, Guthrie and Catherine Nato, and they will cross the line in 3rd place, followed by 5th. Followed by 4th place in lane 5, St George, Amelia Featherston and Beth Jacobs. No doubt a relative there of Mark Featherstone. And finalising our field in lane 4, my apologies, almost finalising our field, but in lane 4 here we have Leichhardt's Lisa Mulnew and Chanel Stokes, coached by Kerry Thorne. And we just have one more crew crossing the line that's having just a little bit of steering issues here, maybe a boat issue. And I believe that would be Glebe, I think.
Yeah, so novice double sculls, so it's a bit of a challenge as a novice to be out there. And especially if you've really not done much rowing and are not quite sure how to get out of trouble. So good job it's a nice calm day, but they are continuing. And I must say their timing's really good, this little double scull from Glebe Rowing Club. So they'll find their way. In the meantime, the results of Division 1 of the women's novice double scull was a win for the University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh and Adelaide Webster. Second was Shell Harbour City. Third was Abbotsford. Fourth, St George Rowing Club. Fifth, Leichhardt Rowing Club. And provided they finish the race course, sixth will be Glebe Rowing Club. The winning time for the University of New South Wales, 4 minutes, 15.36 seconds. Division 2 has just started in the women's novice double scull. And in lane 2, we have another Shell Harbour City crew. This one, Sophie Hunter and Lily Fellows, coached by Sandra Brigden, Courtney Williams and Kevin Wall. And it's great to see Kevin down there. I think he's helping with the prize giving today. Great to see Kevin back. He's the captain of Shell Harbour City, but one of our very dear para-rowers who really blazed a trail for others a few years ago when he was living here in Sydney. Great to see also the clubs coming in from outside of the metropolitan area. So welcome to Shell Harbour City, and good morning to those of you in Shell Harbour who are joining us on the live stream. In lane 3, University of New South Wales, Paris Aronson and Phoebe McAuliffe, who are coached by Chris Burns. In lane 4, representing St George Rowing Club, Leilani Turpin and Ava Green, coached by Mark Featherstone. In lane 5, from Newcastle Grammar School, Meghna Lakundi and Florence Saker. In lane 6, from Glebe Rowing Club, Neve Somerville and Giselle Dueza, coached by Tate Van Heemst. And in lane 7, from Leichhardt, Phuong Athar and Carolyn Lonergan, coached by Kerry Thorne.
Yeah, thanks, Lizzie. And as you were saying there, Kevin Wall doing a great job for the sport, and the Wall family in Ireland, a very big boat building family. And that there is that final boat Glebe across the line for the previous race. Kevin Wall, yes, as we said, has done a great job for the sport. And I know when we had the O'Donovans out here 2-3 years ago, they knew of the Wall family back in Ireland. So it's a very international sport. But I have also looked up here, Lizzie, the official results for that previous race where we had the Division 6 with the King's Sculler that fell in right on the line, and he did cross the line in first place. So congratulations to Mr. Blatchford, the King's Sculler.
What a great case study in how you should approach racing.
Exactly.
Give it your all right for the very last stroke you're able to take. And
exactly, because anything
that bit of momentum carried him across the line.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, great to see that race. Really very entertaining racing.
Now, talking of great races, we seem to have a really good battle on here, and it looks as though, your eye gets drawn to that bit. In fact, stealthily making their way up the inside is the crew from Shell Harbour of Magda Peters, and nope, not Magda Peters, that was the previous race, of Sophie Hunter and Lily Fellows. They're quietly making their way across on the far side while the battle royal is going on in the middle of the race between Glebe and Leichhardt.
Yeah, that's a fantastic race to watch as well there, Lizzie. It looks like they've used that outside lane well just to make a very sneaky attack up there. And as these other two are now in our near side are battling away for what is now, I guess, the minor placings, this crew in lane 1 or 2 has just rocketed away, which is a very good use of that outside lane. So that would be, I believe they're lane 2 Nepean, unless I'm mistaken. But they're doing a fantastic job. No, my apologies, I am mistaken. My apologies. That would be lane 2 Shell Harbour City. And And it looks like they've still got that lead. Whether Glebe is able to push back on them, I think it might be a little bit too late, and they won't quite make that distance up in this final stage of this race. But a very, very good battle there between these crews.
Oh, now that they've come closer, I can see their colours. So we have got Glebe Rowing Club racing against Leichhardt. That's what it is, lane 7. So you're right. Shell Harbour City take out the win in Division 2 of the women's novice double scull. Cries of delight from their captain, Kevin Wall, on the pontoon. Glebe Rowing Club, well done. They've taken out second place. Leichhardt Rowing Club, lane 7, managing to get into lane 9 to finish the race, I think. So steering a bit of an issue, but as we said before, it's novice double scull, so it's not the easiest thing in the world to keep the boat straight when you're a novice.
And it does give you an appreciation of the day's racing to see just the challenges that arise that the athletes that have been doing the sport for a number of years are able to overcome.
I agree. The amount you learn, it's really interesting, isn't it, in rowing, and life skills.
Yeah, 100%.
Keep going. Tenacity really pays off.
Yeah, 100%.
Stay consistent and persistent.
Yeah, the Stephen Bradbury effect. You never know what's going to happen.
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's true as well. We've got Leilani Turpin and Ava Green here from St George Rowing Club. Their lovely coach Mark Featherstone doing such a great job there with the girls' squad. And they seem to be finding their confidence the further they get down the course here. So coming across the line now to take out 4th place in Division 2 of the women's novice double scull.
Yeah, good racing there by those girls, and looks like in the final placing it will be lane 5, and that will be Newcastle Grammar's Megan Lakundi and Florence Saker. Most probably related to the Saker we saw in an earlier race there. So good to see the Saker family coming in and really getting into the sport of rowing.
Yeah, certainly Lancelot, her brother, is a cox as well as a rower, so he had a pretty successful regatta at the Independent Schools Championships.
Fantastic.
So well done there. So I think that completes our field because University of New South Wales appear not to have raced. So just confirming then, Division 2 was a win for Shell Harbour City, Sophie Hunter and Lily Fellows. 2nd, Glebe Rowing Club. 3rd, Leichhardt 1. 4th, St George. 5th, Newcastle Grammar. Winning time for Shell Harbour City, 4 minutes 52.16 seconds. So we're back to the single scull.
The best race of the day. The single scull, this next single scull race, I believe I'm just having a look here on my program. Race 16, yes. Women's under 16, single scull or double scull? Oh, we're still in the double scull, but it is the under 16 double scull there for race 16. So that's Division 1. So we've gone from the novice to the under 16. Yep, that had me confused as well. That's okay. That makes 2 of us. We'll have lane 1 here from Redlands, Josie Cable and Ellie Yates. Lane 2 from Nepean, Jessica Harris and Vita Young. Lane 3 from MLC, we have Charlotte Penny and Sophia Grave. Lane 4, Newcastle Grammar, we have Adisha Kendura and Emma Brown. Lane 5 from Sydney, Isabella Yardley and Amelia de Villas. Lane 6 from Northern Beaches, Anna McLean and Selena Panetta. Lane 7 from Glebe, Poppy Hartley and Kelly Clifton. And lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, we have Phoebe Rideway and Roxana Brown.
At the halfway mark, which is 500 metres in this race, it was Sydney Rowing Club who were in the lead, Isabel Yardley and Amelia de Villiers. In 2nd position, it was Glebe Rowing Club, Poppy Hartley and Kelly Clifton. And in 3rd, it was Nepean Rowing Club's Jessica Harris and Vita Young. So 3 clubs in the lead, and the 4th was the first school at that halfway point was the MLC school. They are now inside the last 100 metres, and Sydney Rowing Club continue to lead.
Yeah, great race here from Sydney Rowing Club. And in these younger years, you do see a lot of the times the clubs will be the athletes from schools that really enjoy their rowing, really take it quite seriously, so they'll join a club. And so a lot of the time you will see these clubs dominating because you do end up getting some very enthusiastic young athletes that do decide to join these clubs.
Now, these two girls in the double scull representing Sydney Rowing Club were half of the quad that raced in race 3 and took out the win in the under-17 coxed quad scull. So great to see them back again in a double, taking out first position. Second across the line was the Glebe Rowing Club combination of Hartley and Clifton. Third was Nepean Rowing Club's Harris and Young. And fourth, the MLC School Baker and Grave.
And we have crossing the lines here in lane 8, Newcastle Grammar, Phoebe Rideway and Roxana Brown. And then followed here in lane 6, Northern Beaches Secondary, Anna McLean and Selena Panetta. We will then have what looks like lane 4 followed by lane 1. So some really, really good racing here as well. Congratulations to Sydney Rowing Club. Again, very, very good to see these clubs and schools racing against each other, something that we historically haven't seen as much of. So it's a really good thing to have everyone in one race. You know, it adds some depth to the sport and really adds that extra level of competition. So a great race to watch.
Indeed. Confirming the results of Division 1 of the women's under-16 double scull. A win for Sydney Rowing Club, Isabel Yardley and Amelia de Villiers in a time of 4 minutes, 0.49. Second, Glebe Rowing Club. Third, Nepean Rowing Club. Fourth, MLC School. Fifth, Newcastle Grammar, the crew of Rideway and Brown. Sixth, Northern Beaches Secondary. Seventh, the Newcastle Grammar crew of Kendurkar and Brown. And eighth, Redlands. On the course now, Division 2 of the women's under-16 double scull. In lane 1, MLC School, Julia Zarlenga and Isabel Ng. In lane 2, from North Sydney girls, Ningguan Ma and Audrey Thomas, coached by Philip Brown. In lane 3, from Ascombe Schools, Sabrina Koskar and Kitty Elias, coached by Alexandra Butt, Mitchell Camponis and Marielle Camponis. In lane 4, from Northern Beaches Secondary, Lola Balmain and Elizabeth Kerr, coached by Kieran Kabelki. In lane 5, from Hunter Valley Grammar, Matilda Percival and Samantha Chadwick. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Sienna Latham and Charlotte Nauer. And in lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Zali Gins and Annabelle Alexander Lacey. And in lane 8 from Redlands, Ruby Warner and Mila Osborne, coached by Kate Tidbury.
Yeah, and it looks like at this point it will be lane 8, that Redlands crew that seem to be having a lead here in this race. But as we've said previously today, it's fantastic to see some good coaching staff here. Trickling down their knowledge to younger athletes. Definitely Mitchell Caponis doing some very good things at the moment. Philip Brown also doing some good stuff there at North Sydney Girls. MLC as well, having some good results today. But here in this race, it looks like it will be the Redlands crew leading, and no surprise there, they also look to be the most festive, maybe bar that crew in lane 1 from MLC. So great to see a good festive crew in the lead here. Lane 8 from Redlands seem to have a decent, maybe 3 lengths lead on their main competition there in lane 2 from North Sydney Girls. And they're not dropping the rate. Their steering is just a touch into the middle of the boys, and they have lost their number there. So someone will come and pick that up. But it looks like they will cross the line there. The very brave effort there. So very good from Redlands, the Redlands double. And it will be lane 2 at this point in second place. But for the bronze medal, it will be quite a race here between lane 7 and lane 5, Lizzie. And it looks like at this stage it's going to be lane 5, but lane 7 might just need to raise their rate. And there's been 1 or 2 little rough strokes there from lane 5, but they will just maintain that lead. So that will be lane 5 taking out the bronze medal.
Yeah, we've had a couple of crews not start, so this crew now coming across the line of the Northern Beaches Secondary College will complete our field. Confirming the results of Division 2 of the women's under-16 double scull, it was a win for the Redlands crew of Ruby Warner and Mila Osborne. Second, the Northern Sydney Girls crew of Ningun Ma and Audrey Thomas. And third, Hunter Valley Grammar School's Matilda Percival and Samantha Chadwick. Fourth, Newcastle Grammar School, Gins and Lacey. Fifth, MLC School, Zarlenga and Ng. And sixth, Northern Beaches Secondary, Balmain and Kerr. Winning time for Redlands, 4 minutes, 14.92 seconds. They had a commanding margin of 16.31 seconds over the next placed crew, so congratulations to them. Look forward to seeing them on the dais to come down and collect their mug, their winner's mug.
Yes, please do remember to come down and collect those mugs because they're a fantastic addition and a good achievement for your racing.
Absolutely.
Now, just in between races, I would like to give a quick shout out to our Rowing New South Wales major sponsors. So we have Bentley's, Chartered Accountant and Business Advisors of Australia, and they have been a continuing support for Rowing New South Wales. So we'd like to thank them along with our live stream partner, Bont Rowing, and they are the 2022-23 partner, Bont. So please go see Istvan for any of your Bont shoes or equipment needs. Definitely their shoes are their main thing, but I know they also are selling zoot suits and all sorts of merchandise. So please go past the Bont tent.
Look good as well.
Yep, they definitely do. They're a bit different, but they're fantastic, very functional. I've got a set for myself, and they're very nice to wear. So our live stream partner there, Bont Rowing, as well as our accommodation partner, Quest Apartments. And we will now move through, Lizzie, to race 18, I believe.
Race 18. So it's Division 3 of the Women's Under-16 Double Scull, where we have Nepean Rowing Club on the far side in Lane 1, represented by Sophia Whitelaw and Emily Boys. They are coached by Daniel Waddell. Leichhardt Rowing Club in Lane 2, Emma O'Brien and Sinead Hickey, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Lane 3, MLC School with Eliza Kershaw MacDonald and Clementine Hendricks, coached by Andrew Patterson. In Lane 4, North Sydney Girls, Isabella Ewan-Pan and Julia Wang, coached by Philip Brown. From Corowa in Lane 5, Anastasia McFarlane and Summers Hogan, coached by Wesley Canny. In Lane 6, Newcastle Grammar School's Georgia Bramble and Heidi Mackenzie. In Lane 7, the Northern Beaches Secondary College crew of Amelia Murray and Tanya Hornby, coached by Kieran Kabelki. And Ascombe School in Lane 8, the crew of Chloe Hitchens and Anna Radziminski, coached by Marielle Caponis, with Alexandra Butt and Mitchell Caponis helping. I'm just having a look to make sure they're there. Yep, looks as though everybody has started, which is fantastic. Now, Corowa are from Victoria, and they had taken the lead at the halfway line in a time of 1 minute 58.23, so they are smoking.
Yeah, stakes are high there, coming all the way from Victoria for the race, and really good to see, though, we have athletes
unusual to see them, I would have thought, but
it
maybe they just couldn't resist the attraction of all of the dressing up with reindeers and tinsel and Father Christmases.
Exactly, it would get me into state, I'll tell you what. But it's very, very good to see them here at this regatta, and we send our warm welcome, and it's great to have interstate rowers here to race against, because it really gives us a good representation of how we're going overall. And they're really doing a great job in this race here. It wasn't a trip for nothing. They've done well. They're really having a brave row. And they're sitting there probably with a rating of about 30 strokes per minute, boat tinseled up, and they're having a really great race here as they have quite a commanding lead on the rest of the field there.
Yeah, Ascombe School is sitting in second position. They're close to the grandstand here in Lane 2, also in red. So Corowa red with hoops across their chest, and then Ascombe in red, usually with that sort of green slash down them. Ascombe also having a brave race. Chloe Hitchens and Anna Radziminski.
Yeah, and it will be the interstate crew there finishing in the lead. But as you said there, Lizzie, a really brave race from this Ascombe crew. It looks like they're really keeping that rating high, a very hard thing to do here, especially in the final 100 metres of the race. And they will come in second place. And then it
this
looks
is a
like
nicely decorated boat. This is North Sydney Girls, Isabella Ewan-Pan and Julia Wang. Lots of tinsel, and they'll take out third place in the Division 3 of the Women's Under-16 Double Scull. Very tight for the rest of it. Looks like it might have been Northern Beaches Secondary College in Lane 7 who managed to squeeze out fourth place over Nepean Rowing Club across in Lane 1, and Newcastle Grammar School having to settle for sixth.
Yeah, great racing here in these younger divisions, especially there for some of the minor placings. So very, very positive to see, and good fun racing when you have things like that. It's very painful at the time, but you remember it. You remember it. So very, very good to see that fantastic bit of racing there from all these athletes. And then I believe lane 3 finalising our field there.
I think so. I don't think MLC
School
School must have started. So just confirming the results of Division 3 of the women's under-16 double scull, a win for Corowa, Anastasia McFarlane and Summers Hogan, coached by Wesley Cannon, in a time of 4 minutes 6.94 seconds. Second, Ascombe School. Third, North Sydney Girls. Fourth, Northern Beaches Secondary. Fifth, Nepean. Sixth, Newcastle Grammar. And seventh, Leichhardt.
And a very festive boat there on the big screen, we can see. Some nice tinsel, nice Christmas hats. So if you're out here, you've got your festivities, please put them on your boat as you come down the course.
I'm presuming there's a prize, is there not?
I think there is, yeah. There usually is at this regatta, so we'll see. I'm not sure what the prize is for today, but we'll soon find out.
Yep, here we go. They will be awarding, Rowing New South Wales will be awarding prizes to the best dressed crew and the best dressed boat, a separate category. So for the winning crews, the prizes will be presented on Saturday afternoon. So we're looking for the best Christmas costumes, and the prizes come from the partners that we were talking about before. So one of the prizes is from Bont Rowing, a competition zootie and socks and a water bottle and a cap.
That's not too bad.
Now hold on, we've got a crew. We've got a race here. Now, we've had a few withdrawals. So I know in this one, Ascombe School are not racing, but I believe we have Hunter Valley Grammar School across on the far side, lane 1. North Sydney Girls in lane 2. MLC School in lane 3. As I say, I think Ascombe, oh no, it looks as though they're there actually in lane 4. Leichhardt should be lane 5. MLC School lane 6. Northern Beaches Secondary in 7 and Newcastle Grammar in 8. The lead looks as though it's Isabel Bugg and Ariel Nobleman from Ascombe School, who started in lane 4. They were leading at halfway and they continue to lead now as we come into the last 100 metres of the race. Grace Conry and Lily Bennett, so Grace, the niece of Angela Conry, who we know from Masters Rowing. They're representing Leichhardt. They're in their first season of rowing. Really loving it, I know, and they're currently sitting in second position. Yeah,
great to see the relatives there of Angela Connery, a fantastic teacher, fantastic rower, and I'm sure her niece, very similar, as she seems to be quite keen on the sport here, and she's doing a fantastic job here in the double scull, and it looks like it will be lane 4 there, leading from Ascombe, and then Grace Connery and Lily Bennett coming in second place there in lane 5. And it will be the crew lane 2 to 7. They're going to have a bit of a battle there for the line, but it looks like lane 2, that very festive boat there from North Sydney Girls, will take third place. And very nice sculling, yeah, very nice timing. Some very efficient catches. Just makes that race that little bit easier when you're rowing quite well.
A gutsy row from the Northern Beaches secondary crew. So Northern Sydney Girls, was Eva Dye and Sabrina Zhang, coached by Philip Brown. And then fourth, Northern Beaches secondary was Sophia G and Frida Kirkham, coached by Kieran Kabelki. We've got lane 3 coming into sight now. That's the MLC School crew of Ella Hu and Sophie Winnell, coached by Andrew Patterson. And they will place 5th. Sixth will be lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar School, Emily Simpson and Kirtana Kumar. And that looks to have completed our field. So we were missing Steffi Liang from MLC and the Hunter Valley crew. Confirming the results of Division 4 of the women's under-16 double scull, a win for Ascombe, Isabel Bugg and Ariel Nobleman. Second, Leichhardt Rowing Club. Third, North Sydney Girls. Fourth, Northern Beaches Secondary. 5th, MLC School, and 6th, Newcastle Grammar. Winning time for Ascombe has disappeared off the screen, so we'll bring that back to you because we have Division 5 underway. Oh, sorry, no, we're moving to the men's under-17 coxed quad scull next.
Yep, just aligning now, so we have a little bit of time. My apologies, a little bit of time before they come down. So feel free to go to our fantastic cafeteria there at the kiosk down at the grandstand. Grab yourself a drink and some food. They will be down probably in about 5 to 7 minutes. But as they're coming down, I'll quickly read out the names. Men's under 17 Cox Quad Scull Division 1 in lane 1. We have Northern Beaches Secondary. Blake Bartram, Jack Paul, Floris Ellis, Daniel Patega, and coxed by Isaac Holt. Lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, Noah Gidley, Daniel Lillyman, Thomas Clarkson, Connor Elvey, and coxed by Lancelot Saker, who we have seen rowing before, so great to see him rowing and coxing. Lane 3, Kinross Wallet-Roy. We have Harry Dimmick, Nicholas Tancred, Oscar Cleary, Oliver Smith, and coxed by Angus Peterson. And in lane 4, Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy, Lachlan Foster, Harrison Nichols, Hayden Williamson, and coxed by Moira Garardi. In lane 5, Northern Beaches Secondary, Fraser Tom, Levi Williams, Ripley Nelson Lowe, Harrison Burke, and Lucian Cranny is the cox. In lane 6, my apologies, from Redlands, we have Lachlan Collier, Thomas Jackson, Ethan Begg, William Natalie, and coxed by Fletcher Logan. In lane 7 from Kings, we have William Hurst, Charles Whalen, Oscar Petrus, Lachlan Jones, and Aidan Tran is the cox. And in lane 8 from St. Augustine's, we have Jay Taylor, Jason Chow, William Pender. I believe that's a relative there of Nick Pender. Max Tancred and Ryder Taylor is the cox, coached by Bjarni Ungermark.
Some lovely pictures there from our cameraman. Our cameraman, John Meekings there. Some lovely pictures on the live stream and the big screen of the crews all lined up there on the start. And you can see the fingers we were talking about earlier that roll in and out according to the length of the boat to enable the bow ball to be lined up, or aligned, we should say. And now they're off and running. So men's under 17 coxed quad Division 1 is now underway, and that is the first of 2 divisions. Nicely decorated.
Very nicely decorated, yeah. As they were coming away, you just saw, I think it would have been lane 5 or 6, the boat holder there just giving a little directional call. So I'm not sure whether they've got a little bit of steering issues. Yeah, very, very kind. Hopefully they relayed that to the coxswain. It looks like...
So this is our first coxed race. So for those of you who are really new to rowing, and we're very aware that we're only a few regattas into a new season, and certainly in the under 16 and under 17 events, there'll be lots of rowers who are new to the sport, but more particularly parents, grandparents, uncles and aunties, and interested neighbours, family members who will not know what's going on. So we're looking now from the start tower down the course. You can see the line of buoys, which is always a fantastic sight. And the cox is the person who has the steering wires in the 4s and the 8s and the quads. And you can see when a bit later on, we'll get to the boats, you'll be able to see that some coxes are sitting in the stern of the boat and looking down the crew and are able to give some instructions. And in other boats, usually at the more elite end of things, the cox is lying down in the bows and steering from the bow seat. So we've got a lovely side view there from John showing the cox in the bows. There you go, in lane 1, and that's the crew from Barker College of Thomas Wunderlich, Luke Kibble, Zachary Neal, and Isaac Sheriff, coxed by you, Leon Chia. Now, when we talk about who's in the boat, we always go from the person sitting in the seat that's going to go across the bow line first, known as the bow seat. So that's Thomas Wunderlich with this Barker College crew. Then we go 2, 3, and work our way up to the stroke person. So hopefully that gives you a bit of an idea of what's going on when we start talking about these coxed quads.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, and well said, Lizzie, because it can be a confusing concept.
Especially if you're looking for someone and you can't figure out where they are.
Yeah, exactly. And you see half the boats with someone sitting at the front, and then half the boats with a little head sitting at the back, and you wonder what's going on a little bit. And there's there's a couple of benefits to a bow loader, as we call them, or a stern loader coxed boat. But realistically, it's much of a muchness. There's a bit more visibility for a bow loader. As a stern loader, the coxswain can see what the rowers are doing. So there's a couple of different things. Usually the boats are made so that weight distribution-wise, it doesn't make a huge difference. The rowers will be positioned a little bit further towards the bow for a stern loader boat to make sure that the weight distribution is pretty even, and vice versa there for a bow loader boat, where the rowers will be positioned a little bit to the stern to counteract the weight of the coxswain.
So it looks as though the crew from the Northern Beaches Secondary College of Blake Bartram, have I got that right here? Yep. Sorry, I called the wrong crew earlier. It's Northern Beaches Secondary. We're only at Division 1, aren't we? Blake Bartram is in the bow seat, so on the right of the screen. Jack Paul is in 2. Floris Elias is in 3. Daniel Patega is the stroke man. Isaac Holt is their cox, and their coach, Kieran Kabelki. And they have a lead at the 500-metre mark of this 2,000-metre race.
Yeah, and some good rowing there from them. It looks like that time across the 1,000-metre mark there is 3 minutes 19, only 2.43 seconds ahead of Hunter Valley Grammar. Now, that's not a lot really at the 1,000-metre mark of a 2K race, especially in these younger divisions. What you find a lot of the time is that with these younger athletes, because the 2,000-metre race isn't a sprint, it's a bit more of a longer distance one. It's around 7 minutes. So you'll find that a lot of the time athletes will really go hell for leather and might get a lot of fatigue towards the second half. So 2 seconds at the halfway mark isn't a lot. So really anything could happen, especially in a cox quad. It's a boat that does draw the fatigue out of you if you're not rowing it well enough, or if you're not physical enough.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Or if you're too physical at the start of the race, it can really create a hell of a lot of fatigue. So a very interesting race here, and a good one to watch as they come through. It looks like they've just retained that 2-second lead here, Lizzie, from the looks of things, but it does look close. It looks like it might almost even just be 1 second. It looks like they're coming back.
So here they are. 1,500 metres has elapsed, and Kinross Walleroy are in the lead over Hunter Valley Grammar School. The Kinross Walleroy crew of Harry Dimmock, Nicholas Tancred, Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith, coxed by Angus Peterson, and the Hunter Valley Grammar School crew of Luke Purdy, Lachlan Foster, Harrison Nichols and Hayden Williamson, coxed by Maura Geraghty. And
that 2 second lead, I believe it was Kinross ahead at the 1,000.
It was, yes. Sorry, I called Northern Beaches Secondary because I was going off the camera and not the people in the timing huts who are giving us this information, which is wonderful.
Yeah, fantastic job from them.
It's a good battle between those two crews,
It's a
isn't it?
great battle, and it's gone from 2 seconds at the 1,000-metre mark to 1 second at the 1,500. So if we're going off that measure, they should be a dead heat here to the finish. So it will be a good race.
Then in third, we've got the crew from Kings of William Hurst, Charles Whalen, Oscar Petrus and Lachlan Jones, coxed by Aidan Tran, and they're having their own private battle with the St Augustine's crew of Jay Taylor, Jason Cower, who just won in the single, William Pender and Max Tancred, coxed by Ryder Taylor. Ryder, of course, who won the Junior World Championships.
Yes, yeah,
Cox
that's true.
in the winter.
Yeah, and it must be said how well that crew there in lane 3, I believe, is rowing, the Kinross Walleroy crew. But it looks like, it will be a close one, Lizzie. It will be a close one. It looks like lane 4
it will. That 1 second is down to, oh my goodness.
I think Hunter Valley Grammar has just
they have overtaken. Kinross Walleroy throwing everything at it, remaining very controlled though. And Hunter Valley Grammar School just sneaking through to take out the win in Division 1 of the men's under-17 coxed quad scull.
And they're stoked with that. They're slapping the water. They're very happy with that race, and so they should be. That was a very, very brave race from them, only taking it out in the last 250 metres. And I believe here in lane 7 it will be the King's School. coming across the line in third place with a bit of a distance there from first and second. And they've made a bit of a lead here on the St. Augustine's crew, coached there by Bjarni Ungermark. And great there from all four of those crews, let alone these crews coming across the line now. It looks like we'll even have a race here between lane 1 and lane 5, I think. But it looks like lane 1 there from Northern Beaches Secondary will have just a nice length lead, just commanding enough to lead here against lane 5. That's the crew also from Northern Beaches Secondary. So beating their crewmates. And then finalising our field in lane 6, we'll have the Redlands crew.
We might have a Newcastle Grammar School crew there. They're quite a long way back. Looks to me like they might have had a few equipment problems. But just recapping the results of those who finished so far in Division 1 of the men's under-17 coxed quad scull, and confirming it is a win for the Hunter Valley Grammar School crew, Luke Purdy, Lachlan Foster, Harrison Nichols, Hayden Williamson and their Cox Moira Geraghty in a time of 6 minutes 43.41. Second, Kinross Walleroy. Third, Kings 1. Fourth, St. Augustine's. Fifth, Northern Beaches Secondary. Sixth, Northern Beaches Secondary. So the Northern Beaches Secondary in 5th place were stroked by Daniel Patega, and the ones in 6th by Harrison Burke. In 7th, Redlands, and we believe that's Newcastle Grammar School now who will complete the field in Division 1.
Yeah, thanks, Lizzie.
Oh, they look great, though.
They're rowing very well, and they've got very festive. It's a fantastic. It's actually quite a good bit of rowing here for this under-17 quad. So they should be very happy with that. Maybe some equipment failures happened or something like that. But very, very good rowing and nice matching Christmas hats. So
exactly.
As they cross
good for them.
Cross the line there, lane 2, Newcastle Grammar should be very happy with that effort.
In the running for the.
Yeah,
in the running for the winners of the best dressed crew.
Yeah, our Bont sponsor will hopefully be giving them a fair bit of equipment.
Right, now we have Division 2 of the men's under-17 coxed quad scull with Barker College in lane 1, Thomas Wunderlich, Luke Kibble, Zachary Neal and Isaac Sheriff, coxed by Yu Leon Chia. In lane 2, Redlands School with Connor Morrison, Toby Anderson, Henry Dobson and Archer Kerr, coxed by Daniel Healy. Northern Beaches Secondary College in lane 3, Oliver Davis, Toby Bustos, Ruben Cooper and Jel Spiker, coxed by McCormack Cooper. The King's School in lane 4, their second crew of Jet Thomas, Tulloch Salmon, Cameron Schultz and Daniel Payne, coxed by Otto Gerber. Kinross Walleroy in lane 5, Lachlan de Vries, Dominic Seger, Archie Condon and Tommy Poulton, coxed by Henry Baker. Northern Beaches Secondary College in lane 6, they had a bit of damage to their boat before the race, so they won't be judged, but they're going to give it their all. They're actually racing in a coxless quad, and the crew is Matthew Hussey, Julian Lemaitre, Joel Kemmers and Ted Thompson. In lane 7 from Redlands School, Oscar Pierce, Ryan Beggs, Finn O'Sullivan and Lachlan Price, Pontifex, coxed by Jake Knockar. In lane 8 from Kinross Walleroy, James Ashton, Jack Dunworth, Mitchell Coleman and Henry Hunt, coxed by Liam Deadman. And in lane 9 from Redlands, Nicholas Tebbett, Hyro Phillips, Oliver Cook, Thomas Whitney and their cox, Jack Meek.
Yeah, thanks, Lizzie. And as we were saying before, for the maybe the parents or relatives watching at home that might not know a huge amount about the sport, the difference between these coxed and coxless boats, the reason that we have this crew not being judged here in lane 6 is due to their boat damage. They're taking a coxless boat, which means that they don't have that person steering there in the boat. There's positives and negatives of that. The negatives is they don't have a person steering. They'll have to do all of that themselves. The stroke man will be doing that with his right foot. He has a little steering tiller, although it should theoretically be going quicker because they don't have that extra weight in the boat of the 5th person. So as a result, they won't be judged here in this race. They will still be allowed to race it, but they just, if they're to win, they won't be judged.
And sadly, the second Northern Beaches crew hasn't started.
Oh, okay.
So that's a bit of a shame. At the halfway mark, 1,000 metres, it was that crew without a cox that was in the lead, as we would expect. And then Kinross Walleroy 2 are in are in second position. So being judged, they're in first position. Kings 2 are sitting in third, Kinross Walleroy in fourth, Redlands in fifth. That's the crew with Whitney in the stroke seat, and then the Redlands crew with Kerr in the stroke seat is currently sitting in fifth position, and Barker College in sixth.
Yeah. So it looks, as we said before, Lizzie, it looks like that coxless boat is in the lead here, not being judged. So they might very well might win this one, but it will not count, unfortunately. So it will go to the next crew, which it looks to me will be the Northern Beaches, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. No, it looks like a Cox crew there. Cox crew there in lane 5. So in lane 5, Kinross Walleroy, my apologies, look like they're in the lead. It's a confusing one, this one. Yep, Kinross Walleroy. It does have to be said, lane 4 there from Kings. We have Santa Claus leading his reindeers across the line. A fantastic get up there, and surely that's got to be in the running for the best dress. But there, lane 5, Kinross Walleroy will take this one out, followed by lane 4 with a very festive coxswain. I think he's got a beard and everything. Let's hope he might have grown that himself.
Good on him.
Then lane 8 there will come across in third place.
Good showing from Kinross Walleroy there, taking out first and third in Division 2 of the men's under-17 Cox Quad Scull, and a really fast finisher of Redlands here, also all dolled up. Are they going to take it?
Are they going to take that one? That is a close one. That's got to be a photo finish there. I can't quite call that. I think it might have been lane 2, but I have been wrong before, and I think I'm going to leave that one to the photo finish. It is a photo, so make sure we watch the board. The unofficial result there is that there was a 0.2 of a second disparity there between the two Redlands crews, but they will go to the photo, and that will probably be shown up on the main screen there. So
should we say what we think it was? We think it was so Division 2 of the men's under-17 Cox Quad Scull, a win for Kinross Walleroy 2. That was Lachlan de Vries, Dominic Seger, Archie Condon and Tommy Poulton, Cox by Henry Baker. Second, Kings 2. Third, Kinross Walleroy 3. We think fourth was Redlands 4. Fifth was Redlands 2. And sixth was Redlands 3.
Great from Redlands.
And the winning time certainly was, Kinross Walleroy 2 was 7 minutes 10.61. And yes, those results that we read out to you were correct. And eighth, the Northern Beaches Secondary, who of course were not judged. Now we have Division 1 of the women's under-19 double scull on the course now. In lane 1, Kinross Walleroy 1 with Millie Lane and Lucy Searle. In lane 2, from Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Tierney and Liesl Page, coached by Brendan Longman. In lane 3, Kinross Walleroy 2, Ayla Ryan and Lucy Scammell. In lane 4, from Redlands, Georgina Verschoor and Katarina Kroll, coached by Lucy Mason. In lane 5, from Ascombe School, Portia Koskar and Audrey Abe-Wickramer, coached by Mitchell Caponis, Marielle Caponis and Alexandra Butt. In lane 6, representing MLC School, Francesca Morrison and Tessa Tompkins, coached by Ash Brooking and Bianca Riley. In lane 7, from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Ciara Ortolani and Josephine Egan, coached by Isaac Shepherd. And in lane 8, from Redlands, Neve Carter and Briar Carter, coached by Lucy Mason and Mitchell Simpson. Now, our favourites to win the race are Neve Tierney and Liesl Page of Sydney Rowing Club, who won the Junior Women's Double Scull at the Women's Henley Regatta in the Great Britain in July. They've got a commanding lead over the remainder of the field at the 1500 metre mark, and continue to scull beautifully as they come down the course in these wonderful conditions. No wind at all, just a breeze, but definitely not wind, and nothing that's going to affect the racing. We've got a change in commentator here, so we thank Peter Waldersee for being with us for the first part of the regatta, and now welcome Coach Mark Tejan. We were saying Mika Kelly, what a great race she had today. Well done, Coach. Best I've seen her row. Lovely one.
I still haven't quite got to terms with being called coach. No, she did very well, and she actually had a bit of an asthma attack at the 300 metres mark.
Oh my goodness.
And pulled through it, but it stressed her. So
yes, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, well, kudos to her for continuing. She looked really good, though.
She's really coming along really well. Yeah.
That's awesome. Very exciting. Well, we've got a really good example here on the screen of sculling. One of the beautiful things about this crew from Sydney Rowing Club of Niamh Tierney and Liesl Page. Actually, I must apologise. It wasn't Niamh Tierney in that crew that won the Henley Women's. It was Laura Cypher. But Niamh Tierney, she's been making great strides this season. She's an under-19 sculler who's really working her way up through the ranks and looking very promising indeed. And I know she's very keen on representing Australia, as is Liesl. So it's a fairly new combination in this double. But as you can see, the timing very good indeed between the 4 blades, always trying to get them all in the water at the same time. And their coach, Brendan Longman, very experienced and a wonderful development sculler for those on the high performance pathway at Sydney Rowing Club, which is one of our 3 high performance clubs here in New South Wales. So that'd be Niamh in the bow seat. Well, it looks to me like Lisa in the bow seat, actually, and Niamh in the stroke seat. A good win there for Sydney Rowing Club.
And Kinross Wallaroi are going to have a very nice finish. Quite a way behind, but, up against pedigrees there. So a great effort by Kinross Wallaroi coming across second. And then it's the other Kinross Wallaroi of Ayla Ryle and Lucy Scammell coming third. About to cross Ciara Ortoloni and Josephine Egan from Leichhardt in 4th position. Then from Redlands, Georgia Vashur and Katarina Kroll. And a couple of Askham girls, Portia Koskar, who also happens to row at Glebe, and, well, both of these girls do, and Audrey Abbey Wickrema. And then bringing up the rear of the field from MLC, Francesca Morrison and Tessa Tompkins, coached by Ashley Brooking and Bianca Riley. So the winning time there was 7 minutes 40.14 by Niamh Tierney and Liesl Page.
So confirming the results as our final crew crosses the line. Division 1 of the women's under-19 double scull, a win for Sydney Rowing Club, Niamh Tierney and Liesl Page, coached by Brendan Longman, in a time of 7 minutes 40.14. Second, Kinross Wallaroi 1. Third, Kinross Wallaroi 2. 4th, Leichhardt Rowing Club. 5th, Redlands 1. 6th, Askham. 7th, MLC School. And 8th, Redlands 2.
And hurtling down the course, we have the 2nd division of the women's under-19, under-21 doubled scull. I suspect, Lizzie, they've split them into the under-19s and then the under-21s because there are only 2 in this race. One, the UTS crew was scratched, and you can see clearly in the lead in lane 6 from Sydney University, Stephanie Preller and Zoe Bond, coached by Alfie Young and David Gelly. And then across in lane 4 from the University of New South Wales, Ashley Potter and Isabella Niven, coached by Chris Burns. And Ashley Potter is also a former glebe rower. We're blitzing the field today.
It's such a shame the UTS crew are not here, actually. That would have been Sarah Fard and Sophia Aguirre, coached by Elliot Shackloff, Bertonetti and Katie Healy. Elliot, I think, is over in Namibia with Marcus Delamato, who's representing Australia in the coastal rowing. But Sarah Fard and Sophia Aguirre, I think, would be quite an exciting combination in this under-21 age group. Now, this is a international age group for high-performance rowers, and certainly Steph Preller, formerly of the Queenwood School, and Zoe Bond, wanting to represent Australia and one of our other high-performance rowing clubs, Sydney University Boat Club.
They clearly know they've won the race. They're doing about 20 strokes a minute.
Yeah, so what's always the case, if you get ahead, is you don't reduce the power, you just reduce the rate of striking so that if you need to, you can take the rate up at any point in time. But yes, Sydney University in the under-21 double scull taking out the win, and University of New South Wales coming second with a time for Sydney University of 8 minutes 9.14 seconds. So they definitely weren't racing.
And coming up, they're about to. They look like they're coming up to the 1,000-metre mark shortly. Is the first division of the men's under 19 and under 21 single scull.
And again,
there
I think it's all under 19s. Yeah.
6 divisions. So very popular event. Obviously, all the schools that are here have got their scullers out there. So across in lane 1, representing Shaw, is Ben Muffett, coached by Peter Costa. In lane 2, from Kings, Tom Watts, coached by Harrison Randall and Stephen Edwards. In lane 3, from Hunter Valley Grammar, Max Blatchley. In lane 4, from Mossman, Zane McGregor, and coached by Kieran Kabelki. In lane 5, from Kinross Walleroy, Finley Shepherd. In lane 6, from Shaw, Harry Marshall, coached by Peter Costa. Lane 7 from St Augustine's, Oscar St Pierre, coached by Judith Ungermark. In lane 8 from King's, Charles Baker, coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley. And in lane 9 from Shaw, James Collier, coached by Peter Costa. And I see some names there, Lizzie, that it's probably going to be some pretty good racing with this one as well.
I think so, yes, you're quite right. So we've got some top schoolboys there, and we've also got Oscar's. Now, I was talking to the St Augustine's parents yesterday about how you pronounce Oscar's surname. So there's Oscar and there's Oliver. This is Oscar. I think Oliver, his brother, was in the junior coxed four that won the World Championships, but evidently it is Saint Pierre, not Saint Pierre. So I've been using the French pronunciation, as did Sarah Cook
well,
last
he
night.
came through the 1,000-metre mark with a 3.5-second lead.
So
it
he's
looks
obviously
like
got the pedigree.
He's got it. He was followed through by Zane McGregor, then James Collier, a fair way back to James, and then Charles Baker, Max Blatchley, Ben Muffett, Finley Shepherd, Harry Marshall, and Tom Watts. And there's a few close ones in amongst it, so it's going to be interesting once they get to the end here, who's fighting for 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th. We'll wait and see.
Yeah. The St Augustine sculler Oscar St Pierre, coached by Judith Ungermark, who last night took out the award for the Pathways Coach of the Year in Australia for her performances in the underage category of coaching. So Judith, who is fantastic coach, but is particularly talented with the young men at St Augustine's College, where she is head coach. So congratulations, Judith Ungermark. Absolutely wonderful to see you take that out, along with Annabelle Eaton, who coached the under-23 women's coxed four at the World Championships that won gold, which included Bella Scammell, formerly of the Kinross Walleroy School and now of Sydney Rowing Club, the only New South Wales representative in that crew. But yeah, it was a wonderful night last night, full of awards, but it was really lovely to see the crew of the year, Pathways Crews of the Year, with the St Augustine's Coxed Four and Bella Scammell's women's Coxed Four from around Australia, and the Coach of the Year, Judith Ungermark and Annabelle Eaton. And then the Para Coach of the Year was Jason Baker, who is the head coach at the Scots College. So congratulations to those coaches.
So as they came through the 1,500 metre mark, Oscar St Pierre extended his lead to nearly 6 seconds, and it's a further nearly 10 seconds back to James Collier, who's fighting it out with Charles Baker. Then a further gap back to Max Blatchley, and the field's fairly spread out from there. So some great sculling there from Oscar St Pierre. It looks wonderful. He's just come into the last 250 metres. Looks like he's taken his rating up to have a final push to cross the line. I think the fun race is going to be here in lanes 8 and 9, which is between Charles Baker and Max Blatchley. Unfortunately, not a place, but nothing like getting out there and having somebody right beside you, pushing you along, trying to get in front of them. So in the last 100 metres here, Oscar St Pierre's really taken it up. I'd say he's in the mid-30s there. in terms of stroke rate. Looking very tidy. He's looking for the line. Yes, you're there. He's followed across by Zane McGregor. Oh, you take over.
Zane McGregor of Mossman Rowing Club, yeah, has had a good scull as well. And then it's back to the highly decorated Charles Baker of Kings to take out third position, just ahead of James Collier from the Shore School, coached by Pete Acosta. Looks exhausted. But sit up, mate, if you're okay. Otherwise, those safety people are going to be across to you straight away. Hunter Valley Grammar School's Max Blatchley will take fifth over Ben Muffet, also of the Shore School. Seventh will be Kinross Walleroy's Finley Shepherd, just ahead of Harry Marshall from the Shore School. And then completing our field will be Tom Watts from the King's School. So 9 scullers across the line safely in Division 1 of the men's under-19 single scull. And just confirming the results, it was a win for Oscar St. Pierre of St. Augustine's. Second, Zane McGregor, Mossman. Third, Charles Baker, Kings. Fourth, James Collier, Shore. Fifth, Max Blatchley, Hunter Valley Grammar School. Sixth, Ben Muffet, Shore. Seventh, Finley Shepherd, Kinross Walleroy. 8th, Harry Marshall, Shore. 9th, Tom Watts of Kings. And the winning time for Oscar St. Pierre was 7:41.33.
And they've come through the 1,000 metre mark, heading for the 1,500 metres, Division 2 of the men's under-19, under-21 single scull. Race 25. Over in lane 1, we have from Mac Mason from Kings. In lane 2, Lawson Banks from Shore. In lane 3, Corey Sloan from Shore. In lane 4, Cameron Webster from Kings. In lane 5, Fletcher Smith from Kinross Walleroy. In lane 6, Owen Belharry from Mossman. In lane 7, Thomas Waite from Shore. And in lane 8, Matthew Fry from Redmonds. Jack Stone from Glebe has scratched. And as they came through the 1,000 metre mark, the Cameron Webster was in the lead only by 0.37 of a second over Lawson Banks, so that's going to be a bit of a battle. He was followed by Fletcher Smith, who with only a couple less 0.21 of a second back to Fletcher Smith. Sorry, got that wrong. They've just come through the 1,500 metre mark. Lawson Banks has extended his lead over Cameron Webster, followed by Corey Sloan, then Fletcher Smith, Thomas Waite and Mac Mason. So the leaders just look like they're about to come into the 200. They're about 300 or 400 metres out.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? It was. It looks as though the positions are changing really as they come into the last 500 metres. So, but certainly it looks as though the lead continues to be Cameron Webster of the King's School. Oh, I'm not so sure about that. You know, that Shore sculler Lawson Banks across there in lane 2. Looks as though he's doing pretty well. I think he's having a very good second half, and he may well have just got a lead over Cameron Webster of Kings and Kinross Walleroy sculler Fletcher Smith, and the Shore sculler Corey Sloan, who looks like he's also having a good second half.
Yeah, Lawson Banks over in lane 2 is really winding it up in this last 250 metres.
So in the middle of the race, it really looked as though Thomas Waite from the Shore School was having a really strong middle of the half, but he's dropped back just a little, and as he does, Lawson Banks extends his lead over the remainder of the field. Sitting in second now is Corey Sloan of the Shore School. Third is Cameron Webster of Kings. I would say fourth is now Thomas Waite of Shore, who seems to have upped his rate of striking and is really pushing in hard now to the finish and has overtaken Fletcher Smith of Kinross Walleroy. Oh, great win there for Lawson Banks. Good scull. Good scull.
What a great finish. He obviously had a bit more in the tank to be able to give.
Paced himself beautifully. He takes out the win over his colleague Corey Sloan from the Shore, and a great last 250 metres for Thomas Waite. He's taken out third position in the men's under-19 single scull. So 1, 2 and 3 for the Shore School. Lawson Banks, Corey Sloan, Thomas Waite.
saying.
Cameron Webster from Kings will have to settle for fourth. Fifth would be Fletcher Smith of Kinross Walleroy. Sixth would be Mac Mason of the King's School. Seventh would be Matthew Fry from Redlands. And eighth will be Owen Bal Harry of Mossman Rowing Club. Now, we don't have the time up yet for Lawson Banks. He was so far ahead, I think the timers might have missed him. Yeah, those are the unofficial results on the screen at the moment. But confirming the actual results, a win for Lawson Banks of Shaw. Second, Corrie Sloane of Shaw. Third, Thomas Waite of Shaw. Fourth, Cameron Webster of Kings. Fifth, Fletcher Smith of Kinross Walleroy. Sixth, Mac Mason of Kings. Seventh, Matthew Fry of Redlands. Division 3 of the men's under-19 single scull lining up now with Tom Hebblewhite of Shaw in lane 1, Dion Hanson of Mossman in lane 2, Tom Whalen of Kings in lane 3, Campbell Wickham of Kings in lane 4, Zach McPherson of UTS in lane 5, Daniel Close of Redlands in lane 6, Remy Cameron of Shaw in lane 7, Oscar Mulbauer of Shaw in lane 8, and Lachlan Larson of Glebe Rowing Club in lane 9.
And as they came through the 1,000-metre mark there, Dion Hanson from Mossman, coached by Kieran Kabolki, had a good couple of lengths lead, followed by Oscar Mulbauer, then Tom Whalen, Tom Hebblewhite, followed by Campbell Wickham, then Daniel Close, Remy Cameron, Zach McPherson and Lachlan Larson. And most of the field, there's a length or two between each of them. So they could, like the previous race, change their positions coming up to the finish.
Yeah, I think 2,000 metres gives you the opportunity to do that, really, doesn't it? So I suppose we should explain to those who are joining us. So we've been sort of providing a bit of information for those who are new to the sport of rowing. We're looking at the under-19 age category now. So when they are younger, the athletes race over 1,000 metres, sometimes 1,500 metres, and now we're racing the full Olympic distance of 2,000 metres, so quite a long way. And it does give you the opportunity to, first of all, if you choose to go off nice and steady and then really ramp your effort up as you go through the 2,000 metre course, because it's a long way and it's a very aerobic as opposed to anaerobic event. It's not a sprint at all. But it also gives you the chance that if you make a mistake to actually correct it and still, if you do a bit of a push, get back on terms again. But you're right, it's really spread out. So we've got on the near side, it looks like Oscar Mulbauer of Shaw is still battling it out with the sculler from lane 2 representing Mossman Rowing Club, Dion Hanson. And those two look like they're still the contenders for first and second place as they come into the last 500 metres of the race.
I think looking at it, it does look like Oscar Mulbauer might have caught up to Dion, but we wait until they get a little bit closer so we can see it a bit more clearly.
Does look like Tom Whalen from the King's School is sitting in third still, just ahead of Tom Hebblewhite of the Shaw School. So the positions haven't changed at all so far.
And a big call out to Glebe Rowing Club, who have supplied all the volunteers holding the boats up at the start line for this regatta.
Excellent. And your plucky single sculler Lachlan Larson there, so presumably quite new to sculling. Lachlan Larson from Glebe Rowing Club, who's in lane 9.
Look, we have so many new juniors coming through.
That's fantastic. Congratulations, Glebe. Good.
Being a bit old and foggy in the brain, I forget all the names.
Well, a great row here for Dion Hanson. He's extended his lead now over the remainder of the field. Oscar Mulbauer still a really great row there, and Tom, he's representing Shaw School, and Tom Whalen from the King's School. They're still first, second and third, and still pretty close, apart from Dion Hanson, who's really pulled away. And very clearly in the lead there, winning Division 3 of the men's under-19 single scull. Second will be Oscar Mulbauer of Shaw. Third, Tom Whalen of Kings. Fourth will be Tom Hebblewhite of the Shaw School. Fifth, a great race here from the Redland sculler Daniel Close against the King sculler Campbell Wickham, and it will be Daniel Close of Redlands who'll take out 5th place. The King's Campbell Wickham will be 6th. 7th will be Remy Cameron of the Shaw School. Then it's back to the UTS sculler Zach McPherson, who'll take out 8th, and Lachlan Larson of Glebe Rowing Club, who will be 9th. The winning time for Dion Hansen of Mossman Rowing Club, unofficially 7 minutes 45.02.
And beautiful to watch. It was faultless sculling as he came through the finish line there.
That 7:45 compares with 7:43.40 for Lawson Banks in the previous under-19 division. Lawson won by 8.27 and Dion has won by 5.62 of a second.
And so coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, we have Division 4 of the men's under-19, under-21 single scull. Crossing lane 1 from Shaw, we have Ben Rope, coached by Peter Costa. In lane 2 from Shaw, Will Clubb, coached by David Jennings. In lane 3 from St Augustine's, Tane Potts, coached by Judith Ungermark. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Marcus Lumley. In lane 5 from Kings, Lachlan Wong, coached by Harrison Randall and Stephen Edwards. In lane 6 from Redlands, Finn Woodward, coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Hudson Walker. In lane 8 from Kings, Louis Todd, coached by Harrison Randall and Stephen Edwards. And in lane 9, Tom Callaghan, coached by David Jennings. And again, we have a full field.
We do, and at the halfway mark it was Tane Potts of St Augustine's, coached by Judith Ungermark, who was in the lead. In second was Redlands 2, Finn Woodward. At the halfway mark in third was Will Clubb from Shaw, coached by Dave Jennings. Fourth was Shaw 5, Tom Galligan. Fifth was Shaw 12, Ben Rowe. Sixth was the King sculler Lachlan Wong, and sitting in 7th Louis Todd, followed by Hudson Walker of the Hunter Grammar School. So that's at the halfway mark.
And
but as we said before, a lot can change in 1,000 metres.
Well, look at the margins though, Lizzie. There was only 0.88 of a second back from Tane Potts to Finn Woodward, and then at 0.94 of a second back to Will Clubb. So if they hold those positions, it's going to be very exciting as they hit the line.
It is indeed. So just a note that Marcus Lumley from Newcastle Grammar School has not started. So that's why we've only called out 8 names so far. Storming down towards the 1,500 metre mark, and it still remains Tane Potts from St Augustine's in the lead. Or some people say Augustine's. I'm not quite sure what's what. Certainly pretty close to him is Will Clubb of the Shaw School, because they're in lanes next to each other. St Augustine's sculler is in lane 3, Will Clubb from Shaw is in lane 2. But then across on this side of the course, we've got the Redland sculler Finn Woodward in lane 6, and then closest to us in the grandstand, Tom Galligan from Shaw. And a great race going on between those 4 scullers.
So they did spread out by the time they'd hit the 1,500 metre mark. Tane Potts had a 3-second lead over Will Clubb, and he had a 3.6 second lead over Finn Woodward. Then it was nearly 5 seconds back to Tom Callaghan. So I think if those positions will most likely hold as they cross the finish line. They're just coming up to the last 250 metres or so.
And Tane Potts looking very relaxed. Pretty low rate of striking, really. Still managing to sit on top of the fast finishing Will Clubb from the Shaw School. So he's moved from 3rd to 2nd. And the challenge is, he's got 100 metres left, 150 maybe. Can he overtake Tane Potts? But the answer, I'm pretty sure, is going to be a no. Finn Woodward from Redlands still sitting in 3rd at the moment, but being really challenged now by Tom Galligan of the Shaw School. So can Tom Galligan from Shaw get through Finn Woodward from Redlands? Can Will Clubb of Shaw get through Tame Potts of St Augustine's in the final and closing stages of Division 4 of the men's under-19 single scull?
Tane decided to take it up to a couple of points. He's probably only doing about 26, 28 strokes a minute, though. He was doing nice long strokes, getting maximum boat run. So that was Tane Potts crossing the line first, followed by Ben. Was it Bill and Ben Rowe or Will Clubb?
Will Clubb of Shaw, yeah.
Then followed by Finn Woodward from Redlands.
Yep, fourth Tom Galligan of Shaw, fifth Ben Rowe of Shaw, sixth will be Lachlan Wong of Kings, seventh will be Louis Todd of Kings, and eighth, once he finishes, will be Hudson Walker of the Hunter Valley Grammar School. And the winning time for Tame Potts, unofficially 7 minutes 44.6, so very close indeed to the previous sculler.
And coming down the course, we have race 28, which is Division 5 of the men's under-19, under-21 single scull. Across in lane 1 from Shaw, we have Peter Bennett, coached by Peter Costa. In lane 2 from Mossman, Sam Mary, coached by Kieran Kabalki. In lane 3 from Kings, Fraser Waite, coached by Julian and Simon Huxley. In lane 4 from Kings, Samuel Hines, coached by Julian and Simon Huxley. In lane 5 from Redlands, Patrick Walker, coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy, Ethan Shaw. In lane 7 from Glebe, Jasper Dawson Damer. In lane 8 from Lake Macquarie, Patrick Stanley, coached by Amos Noon. And in lane 9 from Shaw, Hugo Patrick, coached by David Jennings.
Now at the halfway mark, it was Patrick Stanley from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, coached by Amos Noon, who was in the lead, over Patrick Walker from Redlands, who is coached by Guy Morgan. Sitting in third was Hugo Patrick of Shaw. Fourth was Ethan Shaw of Kinross Rolleroy. Fifth was Jasper Dawson Damer of Glebe, and Samuel Hines from Kings was in sixth. So they're spread across the course, but the eyes are on lane 8's Lake Macquarie Patrick Stanley. He's been coming up to do the high performance time trials and getting lots of experience from that. And I know Amos has been bringing him and the other, there's a group of 3 or 4 of them at Lake Macquarie there. They go to Newcastle Grammar School, but they race for the club, and they're having a great season. I know they've got their sights set on trying to enter some of the high performance events to represent New South Wales and hopefully Australia. So we wish them luck in that quest, and certainly Patrick Stanley looking very confident indeed, despite the challenge from Hugo Patrick of Shaw on his left and Jasper Dawson Damer of Glebe on his right. Jasper Dawson Damer of Glebe doing a good job there in his race against Ethan Shaw of Kinross Walleroy. They look like they're having their own private battle there, don't they?
Well, I think they were pretty close together as they came through the 1,000 metres, but they've spread out a little bit, I think.
They have, haven't they?
Yeah.
So Hines of Kings, he's doing very well indeed. He was a bit slow off the start, having a good middle 1,000 though, and has worked his way up to, he was 6th at 1,000, he's now 3rd at the 1,500 metre mark, and he's looking like a very strong finisher indeed. Of course, he's coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley, so got some great coaches. I'm sure he's got a good race plan as well.
With no bias, of course. Go Jasper!
Of course. So we don't look as though we have some of those scullers from the lanes 1, 2 and 3.
No, there's way back, there's one.
Yeah.
That's lane 3 by the look
Oh,
of it,
look
or
at this.
lane
So
2.
Patrick Stanley of Lake Macquarie continues to lead, but Patrick Walker of Redlands has really thrown down the challenge in the last 100 metres. Patrick sits up, takes the rate up, uses his legs, stays tall and strong, and takes out the win in Division 5 of the men's under-19 single scull. Patrick Walker, a great row all the way down the course, very calm and confident, despite the pressure from the fast-finishing Samuel Hines of the King's School, who will be 3rd. 4th, Hugo Patrick of the Shaw School across the line in 5th. From lane 6, Ethan Shaw of Kinross Rolleroy, and 6th would be Glebe Rowing Club's Jasper Dawson Damer. What an excellent race in that under-19 division. Patrick Stanley wins in a time of 7:44.85. So despite how close it all was, the time's very similar to the previous race, which was Tame Potts of St Augustine's in 7:44.6. And the race before that, Dion Hansen of Mossman in 7:45. So the fastest so far was Lawson Banks, I think, of Shaw, 7:43.
But they're all pretty close. Be interesting to have them all those in a race together.
Exactly. Yes. Oh, sorry, I'm wrong there. St Augustine's Oscar St Pierre was the fastest in 7:41 in Division 1. So excellent racing.
They've just gone through the 1,000-metre mark. The race 6. So this is the final division of the men's under-19 and under-21 single scull. Across in lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, we have Flynn Wilkinson. In lane 2 from Penrith, Liam Taylor. In lane 3 from Shaw, Max McAlpine. In lane 4 from Kings, Peter Zegas. In lane 5 from Kinross Wallaroi, Magnus Cleary. In lane 6 from Shaw, Liam McFarlane. In lane 7 from Mossman, Oscar Shield Gamborg. In lane 8 from Kings, Joel Bradford, and in lane 9 from St George, Callum Dunn. And as they came through the 1,000-metre mark, Oscar Shield Gamborg had a lead only by 0.54 of a second over Liam Taylor. Then there was quite a gap back to Max McAlpine. They're followed by Liam McFarlane, then who was neck and neck basically with Flynn Wilkinson. Then further back to Magnus Cleary, Joel Bradford, Callum Dunn and Peter Zegas. So we wait to see what happens as they come across the 1,500-metre mark. But
we've got two age groups in the one race here. So the leader in the under-9 age group category is Oscar Shield Gamborg of Mossman, as you said, was in lane 7 and leading the entire field at the moment. And leading the under-21 field, but in second position, is Liam Taylor of Penrith Rowing Club, coached by Lindsay Callahan.
And from up here in our area in the finish tower, it does look like Oscar Shield Gamborg is extending his lead even more. You can see he's clearly out there in front in lane 7. Across the other side in lane 2 is Liam Taylor from Glebe. From getting tongue-tied here, from Penrith. But it's a bit hard to tell at the moment. They've just come through the 1,500-metre mark. So, yes, it's Oscar Shield Gamborg is still only just under 3 seconds ahead of Liam Taylor. Then quite a distance back to Max McAlpine, who's still going neck and neck with Liam McFarlane. Then Flynn Wilkinson, Magnus Cleary, Callum Dunn, Joel Bradford and Peter Zegas coming up the rear. So they're just about to come in. They're going to last about 300 metres out now. Oscar Shield Gamborg is holding his lead, but watch over the far side there. We have Liam Taylor is now starting to really wind it up. He knows he's it's either make or break time, and these boys from Penrith always seem to find that little bit extra to push at the end, and I know the Masters do too, which is when I'm racing against them, makes it pretty hard.
Yeah, Liam's had a good few seasons, and I think just as you get older, well, the guys mature a little later, don't they? And Liam certainly.
I think he's just run out of puff there. He was really flying along, getting beautiful length, and he just dropped off a bit there. So Oscar
going to sneak through, isn't he?
Yeah,
he's going to take the win.
Oscar's got a clear lead by a couple of lengths there.
Yeah, but you were right. Some great sculling there from Oscar Shield Gamborg to take out Division 6 in the under-19, under-21 men's single scull. Second will be Liam Taylor, most of which he had a wonderful race. Good on you, Liam. And third, a lovely scull there for our sculler from the Shaw School, Liam McFarlane, to take out third place.
Oh, and great little fight here for the finish, but
Kinross Wallaroi, Magnus Cleary.
Took it by half a length over Peter Zegas. Oh, no, sorry, that's over Max McAlpine.
And 6th, the University of New South Wales, a Flynn Wilkinson. Callum Dunn from St George will be 7th. 8th is Joel Bradford from the King's School, and that means 9th is the King's sculler Peter Zagas.
I think we have Santa's just crossed the line down there.
Oh, well done.
Yes, in lane 8. Bit exhausted, he's having a little lie down.
So the fastest sculler in the under-19 division was Oscar Shield Gamborg from Mossman Rowing Club, and his time was 7:38.63. The fastest sculler in the under-21 category was Liam Taylor, and his time was 7:40. I'm trying to work it out. 7:44.91, I think. So we invite both of those scullers to come across to collect their winners' mugs, either by sculling across to the pontoon or coming around and collecting their mug from the tent in front of the grandstand when they feel able to do that. Right, we're moving back to double sculls now from the single sculls, and we've got 2 events combined into the one here. The predominance is the women's under-17 double scull, and we also have a para double scull in the race. The para double scull is a mixed double scull. It's across in lane 1, and it's Mika Kelly from Glebe Rowing Club, who we were talking about earlier, the visually impaired athlete, together with Robert Fendel. They are in the PR3 category, and I'm presuming they're going to go. It's a 2,000 metre race, so quite a long way. Then in lane 2, we have the beginnings of the 6 women's under-17 double sculls. From MLC School, Sasha Kovaric and Amelia Glastonbury, coached by Bianca Riley. In lane 3, from Hunter Valley Grammar School, Mia Zablotsky and Matilda Percival. In lane 4, from Penrith Rowing Club, Arabella Logan and Alyssa Hotz, coached by Daryl Young. In lane 5, from Redlands, Alana Mansfield and Charlotte Scamps, coached by Ghislaine Herzog, Lucy Mason and Uz Beaton. In lane 6, from the Hunter Valley Grammar School, Samantha Chadwick and Zoe Armstrong. And in lane 7, from Newcastle Grammar School, Anjali Kana and Sadie Smart.
And it's the Redlands crew in the lead, a very healthy lead as they came over Lana Mansfield and Charlotte Scamps as they came through the 1,000 metre mark. 13 seconds back to Annabella Thornton and Matilda Percival from Hunter Valley Grammar. Then another quite large gap back to Anjali Kana and Sadie Smart. They're battling it out with Sasha Kovaric and Amelia Glastonbury. Then just a couple of boat lengths back to Samantha Chadwick and Zoe Armstrong, who are neck and neck with Robert Fendel and Mika Kelly. So they're holding their own against the Penrith under 17 crew, which will make Mika very happy, I know. But now as they're coming into view, you can see the winning crew with what was their 13-second lead at the 1,000 metre mark. They've got a very clear lead, but they look like they're still putting everything into it, which is what we like to see. There's nearly 25 seconds, so they've extended their lead by nearly 25 seconds back to the Hunter Valley Grammar crew of Mia Zabolski and Matilda Percival. Then Robert Fendel and Mika Kelly have come right up. They are coming in 3rd place, according to this. I'm not sure that that's correct because it's not what I can see visually. So very nice row here from the girls from Redlands, Alana Mansfield and Charlotte Scamps. Way out in the lead. Then across there in lane 3 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Mia Zablotsky and Matilda Percival.
Now, I've just been checking that. I think there's been a change, and I think it's actually Annabella Thornton who's with Matilda Percival in that Hunter Valley Grammar School crew. So doing a great job there, but there's no doubt about Alana Mansfield and Charlotte Scamps, clear leaders in the women's under-17 double scull.
Perfect timing. Good boat run. And they're giving it a final push in the last 50 metres, just to really seal their win. So that's first place to
the Redlands crew, I think. Alana
it wasn't the Redlands crew that had changed.
Yeah.
Alana Mansfield and Charlotte Scamps. They're coached by Jelaine Herzog, Lucy Mason and Uze Beaton.
No, it's this crew that's changed. The Hunter Valley Grammar School crew. They're going to take out second in the women's under-17 double scull, representing Hunter Valley Grammar School. Annabella Thornton in the bow seat, rowing with Matilda Percival in their Christmas hats in the women's under-17 double scull. Well done to them.
Oh, and our Glebe para crew over the far side is crossing the line, and
excellent.
They've won their race no matter what, but they've come third in the and a photo.
Just as well they did, because there was a real race going on there. It's a photo finish between Samantha Chadwick and Zoe Armstrong, representing the Hunter Valley Grammar School, and Sasha Kovarich and Amelia Glastonbury, representing MLC School. They've been judged to have a photo finish. Newcastle Grammar School crew of Anjali Khanna and Sadie Smart will definitely be, what's that, third, fourth, fifth. And then sixth will be the Penrith crew of Arabella Logan and Alyssa Holtz. So we'll just wait to see how that photo finish gets judged. But winners in the para crew, Robert Fendel and Mika Kelly. Winners of the women's under-17 double scull, Redlands School. Redlands School, Alana Mansfield and Charlotte Scamps.
So I expect to see Mika doing cartwheels after that event, but Robert is very strong, so she picked a good doubles partner there. And coming down the course now, we have Division 2 of the women's under-17 double scull. There are only two divisions. Across in lane 1 from UTS, we have Avery Bramble and Julia Ungermark. In lane 2 from Barker College, Rosie Fairbairn and Georgia Spicer. In lane 3 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Sienna Mackenzie and Amelia Dennis. In lane 4 from Ascombe, Felicity Errington and Adelaide Babbage Hockey. In lane 5 from MLC, Pascal Symington and Jodie Feng. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Molly Boyle and Annabelle Mackenzie. And in lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Mafina Bland and Alice McCready. So they have come through the 1,000 metre mark, and Miffy Bland and Alice McCready are in the lead. We have the Bland family also associated with Glebe, so we quite like that. They're followed by Pascal Symington and Jodie Feng from MLC. Then quite a gap back to Sienna Mackenzie and Amelia Dennis from Hunter Valley Grammar. Another big gap back to Pascal Symington and Jodie Feng from MLC, and then another big gap back to Georgia Spicer and Rosie Fairbairn from Barker College. So the field is fairly well spread out. It'd be unlikely that their positions will change as they come down to the finish mark. They've just come through the 1,500 metre mark, and either Miffy Bland and Alice McCready have either dropped back, or Molly Boyle and Annabelle Mackenzie have pushed hard and closed the gap. There's only 0.8 of a second between them, and you can now see them as they've come into view over there in lane 6 and 7, really battling it out side by side. So this is going to be a great finish, I hope. It does look to me like the closest girls to us, Molly Boyle and Annabelle Mackenzie, are gradually taking the lead, but very hard to tell. Again, nothing like being in a race when you have the other boat right beside you, pushing you along. It's pretty hard to stay in control, because all you want to do is go and get ahead of them, but you need to really focus on keeping your technique and keeping that boat run happening. I think the girls in lane 7 have now done a bit of a comeback as they come into the last 250 metres. That's Miffy Bland and Alice McCready.
What a race. So exciting. And bodes very well indeed for under 17 quad sculls if they've got 2 doubles battling it out like this.
Yes.
Go Newcastle Grammar.
I think Newcastle Grammar are going to take this. They've just found a little bit of extra as they come into the last 100 metres here. Will they hold it or will they overcook themselves? Looking round to see where the finish line is. Still got 50 or 60 metres to go, girls. Don't look. Focus on pushing hard. Oh. So the, who's that? That
That's
would be Alice McCready, I think, in stroke seat. Just
half a length. Half a length. So Molly Boyle and Annabelle Mackenzie of Newcastle Grammar taking out the win in the under 17 double scull over Miffy Bland and Alice McCready of Newcastle Grammar. A great finish there, and as we say, bodes very well indeed for under 17 quads. Hopefully they're in a quad later on. Then it's back to the highly decorated, probably will win an award for their decorations crew from, is that MLC school there? Yeah, lane 5, MLC school, Pascal Symington and Jodie Feng. Oh, sorry, I do apologise. I completely missed the crew there in lane 3 from Hunter Valley Grammar School of Sienna Mackenzie and Amelia Dennis. They are 3rd. MLC school, 4th. Barker College will be 5th. Lots of tinsel on this one.
Well, I think I'm assisting to judge for some of the prizes, so I can be bribed, but unofficially. But some great efforts out there. Lots of glitter, glamour, Santa hats, and as I said earlier on, we saw Santa row past.
Yes, which is very good. Look at Barker College here. This is Rosie Fairburn and Georgia Spicer, and I must say, compared with just a few weeks ago when they had their first ever regatta, how they've improved. So well done to you, Barker College. That's great, coming across the line there to complete our field. Confirming the results of Division 2 of the Women's Under 17 Double Scull. A win for Newcastle Grammar, Molly Boyle, Annabelle Mackenzie. Second, Newcastle Grammar, Miffina Bland and Alice McCready. Third, Hunter Valley Grammar School. Fourth, MLC School. Fifth, Barker College. The winning time, 8 minutes 25.22, and the winning margin, 1.31. Half a length.
So, and just started from the 1,000 metre mark is the para, para double scull. We have 3 crews. They're all PR3. Representing Drummoyne, we have Julia Story and Stephanie Walker, coached by Kathleen Hextall. In lane 5, representing the Community Rowing Club, which is the new para rowing club. Fiona Jackson and Paul Grayson, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam. And in lane 6, closest to the grandstand, again from the Community Rowing Club, James Johnson and Stephen Lawler, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam. So there's quite a bit of splashing going on out there, but it does look like the James Johnson and Stephen Lawler have got themselves out in lead. A little bit hard to tell because Julia's Story and Stephanie Walker across on the far side are also putting in a great effort. It's absolutely perfect conditions out here. The sun's glinting off the water, the occasional light gusts, but really nothing of any consequence. And they're just coming up to the 500 metre mark.
So this is the first season for Fiona Jackson to race in the para category. She was classified earlier this year at the New South Wales State Championships, which is the main classification event for para rowers. You don't need to be classified to race at local regattas. or even our New South Wales State Championships, but you do need to be classified before you can race at the National Championships or put yourself up for selection in any high performance events like representing interstate or representing Australia. So for Fiona, this is wonderful for her. She's moved from the Nepean Rowing Club, who at the moment don't have any para rowers, although they have a fine history of them with Kate Murdoch. And she's moved to Community Rowing Club, where she's coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan, and she's teamed up with Paul Grayson in the double scull. So for Fiona, the reason that she qualifies for para rowing is sadly she had she was a very keen cyclist, and she had a really horrible accident which has left her with a leg impairment and a visual impairment. But it's opened up this whole new world of rowing to her. So there she is in the middle of the race there with working away with Paul Grayson there and racing against James Johnson and Stephen Lawler, who had just had a great race against each other actually.
And it does look like Julia Story and Stephanie Walker have a healthy lead over the boys. They do.
So very experienced rowers. Julia, who's raced internationally as well, and the two of them who've represented Australia at the Virtus Global Games, which is for intellectual impairment. But yeah, Julia, so great to see her back on the water. Every now and then she struggles with a back injury. But they are coached, of course, by Kath Hextall, president of Des Moines Rowing Club, and very involved in the para rowing scene.
And as they come down to the finish, we now are going to have 6 divisions of the men's under 16 coxed quad, and they
coming thundering down.
Exactly enough. They're going to be thundering down the field in rapid succession. So excuse us if we're unable to call out all of them.
Yeah, but I think we can confirm the results already, because unless somebody capsizes, it will finish in this order. Des Moines Rowing Club taking out first position in the para double scull. That's Julia Story and Stephanie Walker, coached by Kath Hextall. Second will be Fiona Jackson and Paul Grayson from Community Rowing Club, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. And third will be James Johnson and Stephen Lawler of Community Rowing Club, with the same coaches. And the winning time there for Julia and Stephanie, 4 minutes 23.39.
I think you got that round the wrong way. It's Stephen and
James
Stephen in second place.
Right.
Okay, thundering down the field, Division 1 in the men's under 16 quad scull is the Newington College crew, one crew on the far side of Downing, Walsh, Trethaway and Christophides. In lane 2 from Hunter Valley Grammar, the crew of Melmoth, Granger, Kimarang Singh and Foster. In lane 3 from Northern Beaches Secondary, the crew of Anthony, Yates, Crofton and Delmeda. In lane 4 from Redlands, the crew of Phillips, Sorensen, Cook and Whitney. In lane 5 from Kings, Parsons, Blatchford, Tyndall, Plattis. In lane 6 from Scots, Milleen, Merriman, Crawford and Lowe. In lane 7 from St Augustine's, Allens, Wise, Dawson and Arundel. Arundel and Taylor. In lanes 8 from Kinross, Walleroy, Shaw, Buckland, Robson and Swift. And in lane 9 from Shaw, Robinson, McCutchinson, Armstrong and Frape.
At halfway, it was the crew from Shaw that was in the lead. That's the crew in the lane closest to the grandstand. And as we come into the last 250 metres, they continue to lead. In second position at halfway and in the last 250 metres, the crew from Kings that is in lane 5 in the middle of the field. And across on the far side, the third place crew, but finishing rapidly, the Newington first crew. And as they come into the last 100 metres, the Shaw School in the under-16 Cox Quad Scull raise their rate of striking, looking very determined indeed. Luke Robinson in the bow seat, Ben McCutchinson in 2, Lawson Armstrong in 3, Harrison Frape in the stroke seat, coxed by Toby Cochran and coached by Warwick Payne. They take out the win in the under-16 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. Second will be Kings and third will be Newington 1. Fourth will be the crew from Redlands. Fifth, St Augustine's, who've had a good steady row all the way through down the course, but haven't been able to make any inroads at all to those top 4 crews. 6th will be Kinross Walleroy. 7th will be the Scots College.
With only 3 rowers.
Yeah, so unfortunately,
something's
never
happened.
mind, they keep going, that's the main thing.
I think the
Lose
bow,
the race, but don't lose the
riggers
lesson.
come right off.
Oh my goodness, that's so, one of those quick release riggers. Then we've got Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 2, who will place 8th, and our 9th crew will be the squad from Northern Beaches.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And the winning time for our crew from Shore School was 3 minutes, 23.22 seconds. The margin 4.06.
And lining up for the start, so we can take a little bit of time here to explain the all. The Division 2 of the men's under-16 Cox Quad Scull, race 34. From Shore, Hamish Gilligan, over in lane 1, Hamish Gilligan, Jeremy McKinley, Tom Green, Billy Blaze. In lane 2, from Kinross Walleroy, Thomas Tancred, Finn Price, Fergus Attenborough, and Lockie Soster. In lane 3, from Redlands, Oscar Pearce, Ryan Beggs, Finn O'Sullivan, Lachlan Price Pontifex. In lane 4, from Shore, Henry Wheeler, Rupert Forrester, Will Powell, and George Scammell. And in lane 5, from Leichhardt, William Spooey, Jasper Richards, Peter Simovac, and Lucas van der Westhuizen. In lane 8, from St Augustine's, Zane Ballasty, Rory Parker, Oliver Newton, Zach von Arnhem. In lane 7, from Barker College, Yue Leon Chia, Hudson Donovan, Caelan Gray, and William Streeter. In lane 8, from Kings, Sam McLean, Harry Robinson, Lockie Rogers, Emil Gavin. And in lane 9, from Newington, Will Gillespie Penny, Evan Grilakis, Lewin Whittaker, and Guinness Devlin. And that's not to be overlooking all the coxes, whose names are here, but I haven't actually read out. And also the coaches. The race is well underway now. It looks like it's already spread out to some extent. It does seem to me to be the crews over the side. It looks like the crew in lane 6 may have a lead, but I'm only relying on my failing eyesight. But as they come closer, we'll be able to get a bit clearer picture. They're about 600 metres out at the moment, coming up to the 500 metre mark. So for those of you who are able to see the screen, you can see they're coming up to the 500 metre mark now. And it does look to me like the crew from St Augustine's has a lead. Oh no, sorry, that's a Shore crew. So very close together. Wow, this is going to be a great finish. There's the margins are mostly less than a second, and the only margin of a couple of seconds is between second and third place. So I think we're going to see quite a few photo finishes here as they come in. So as they cross the 500 metre mark, it was the Shore 2 crew of Wheeler, Forrester, Powell and Scammell, coxed by Oscar Miller. And they were closely followed by the Newington 2 crew of Will Gillespie Penny, Evan Grilakis, Lewin Whittaker, Guinness Devlin, coxed by Noah Clayton. And look at it, as they come into the last 250 metres, it's going to be very close. So all the action is over on this side and out there in the middle. So here in lane 8, the Newington crew, Newington 2 crew look like they've really moved up on the Shore crew out there in the middle, and not forgetting this crew, the St Augustine's crew, over there in lane 6. But it's going to be very exciting finish here. So whether Newington can actually catch Shaw as they come through to the finish line, and Shaw really pushing it hard. They're both pushing it hard. And it's going to be, whoa! I think the Newington crew just got them on the finish. I think that's going to be a photo finish. So I'm calling the Newington crew over the Shaw crew. They were very closely followed by the Redlands crew. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think the lane 3, the Redlands crew. So the unofficial note, we've got... so on our screen here, we can see photos for all placings except for 3rd place. So very exciting race there, very exciting finish. We'll just wait for the official results to come through because it really was too close to call. So that's race 34. The official finish has come through. So the Newington College just managed to pip the Shaw crew right on the line by 0.29 of a second. In 3rd place was Redlands. In 4th place, again by only 0.95 of a second, St Augustine's. In only 0.22 of a second back to Shaw. 1.3 seconds back to Kings. In 6th place. 7th place, Kinross Wallaroi, only by 0.43 of a second. So the winning time was 3 minutes 30.39. That's pretty fast racing for men's under 16 coxed quad. And the next race is roaring down the line. So it's Division 3 of the men's under 16 coxed quad. Over in lane 1, we have from Scots 3. Clovis by Berkelau and Jones. In lane 2 from Kinross Wallaroi, Davis, Popper, Newham and Gordon. In lane 3 from Newington, Trepezanovsky, Hannah, Mitchell, Zancanaro and Pattinson. In lane 4 from Scots, Tremlett, Marion, Wiseman and White. In lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar, Golding, Toth, Nissiton and Cairns. In lane 6 from Redlands, Morrison, Anderson, Dobson and Kerr. In lane 7 from Kings, Walsh, Camilleri, Davis and Irving. And in lane 8, closest to the grandstand, Schmidt, Jedini, Johansson and Green. And they've come through the 500 metre mark, and it's the Kings 3 crew closest to us in lane 7 of Irving, Davis, Camilleri and Walsh. They're coxed by Louis Hodgson, coached by Archie Stacey. They've extended their lead over the Scots crew of Oscar Tremlett, Henry Marion, Hamish Wiseman and Charles White, coxed by William Porter. Then it was, as they crossed the 500 metre mark, the 3rd crew was Torsten Schmidt, Philip Jedini, Eric Johansson and Edward Green, coxed by Tom Halligan. And they're coming up to the last 250 metre mark, and it looks like it's going to be another close race to the finish line. The Redlands crew are really pushing the Kings crew over here in lane 7. So the Redlands are the orange and, the yellow and black stripe out there in the middle. Over on the far side, the Scots crew are really pushing hard. Sorry, that's not Redlands, that's Scots College. And yeah, the Shaw crew over here in lane 7. The Kings crew here in lane 7. In their Santa hats, they've just eased off, and the Scots crew over there is going to maybe, no, the Shaw crew, the Kings crew has just held them off. But that was very close. It's come up on the screen as a photo finish. Way over in the far side, they're followed by Scots College. In 3rd place, So that was the battle there was between the King's crew of Nicholas Walsh, Charlie Camilleri, Joel Davis and Harry Irving. They were followed across by, well, we're waiting on photo finish between the Scots crew of Oscar Tremlett, Henry Marion, Hamish Wiseman, Charles White. But then the third place has been is pretty solid from the Scots crew over on the far side of Aston Van Clovis, David Bye, Max Berkelow and Xavier Jones. So the photo has come through, and indeed the King's crew won the race in 3 minutes 32.68 and with a margin of 0.32 of a second. In second place, the Scots crew of Oscar Tremlett, Henry Marion, Hamish Wiseman and Charles White. And then in third place, the other Scots crew, sorry, I got that incorrect. It was the lane 4 Scots crew of Tremlett, Marion, Wiseman and White. And in the far side, the Scots crew of Aston Van Clovis, David Bye, Max Berkelow and Xavier Jones in third place. And roaring down the course is the 4th division of the men's under-16 Cox Quad, race 36. Over on the far side from Kings, we have Lusted, Little, Collins and Ritchie. Lusted, Ralph, Little and Collins. In lane 2 from Shaw, Yun, Riley, McIntosh and Roxburgh. In lane 3 from Scots, Groves, Lamb, Duplessis and Carabalios. In lane 4 from Shaw, Paris, Faulkner, Hamilton, Rogan. In lane 5 from Kinross Rolleroy, Goodsir, Baldwin, McMichael and Carish. In lane 6 from Kings, Hazlitt, Guo, Sivangangabalan, apologies for any incorrect pronunciation, and Bradford. In lane 7 from Newington, McDonald, Old, Toscus and Gray. And in lane 8 from Redlands, Hooper, Wolf Daffy, Collier and Natili. And just come through the 500 metre mark. And the Shaw crew in lane 4 of Paris, Faulkner, Hamilton and Rogan were battling it out, and very close behind them was the second Shaw crew over in lane 2 of Yun, Riley, McIntosh and Roxburgh. Then there's a bit of a margin back to the King's crew in lane 1 on the far side of Lusted, Little, Collins and Ritchie. Then the other King's crew came through in 4th place, and then the field is fairly well spread out, but it could be a real battle between 2 Shaw crews in lane 4 and lane 2 over on the far side. So now they're coming into the last 250 metres. You can clearly see that they have a healthy lead, and the Shaw crew over there in lane 4 is really putting on the power, as is the other Shaw crew in lane 2. But I think the crew in lane 4 there of Paris, Faulkner, Hamilton, Rogan, coxed by William George, coaxed by Warwick Payne, probably going to be able to hold their lead, but one never knows. The last 50 metres, they've got a canvas over the other Shaw crew over there in lane 2, and yes, they're going to be able to hold that lead and cross the line by half a boat length. So very nice finish there by the Shaw 4 crew of Paris, Faulkner, Hamilton and Rogan. And they were followed across the line by the second Shaw crew. Third across the line was the King's 5 crew in lane 1. Fourth, the King's 4 crew in lane 6. Fifth, Kinross Walleroy. 6th, the Scots 5 crew in lane 3. 7th, Newington College in lane 7, and 8th, Redlands. So the winning time there was 3 minutes 33.85 with a margin of 1.67 back to second place and a margin of 6.79 back to third. So just about to start, we can see on the screen the starters trying to get a line. Is Division 5 of the men's under-16 Cox Quad Scull. Across in lane 1 we have from Kings, Ben Robinson, Callum Kane, Jack Horn, Patrick Irwin, coxed by Harry Lawson. In lane 2 from Scots, Hugo Duplessis, William Porter, Nick Panos, Bunika Idiriwera, coxed by Gulliver Yang. In lane 3 from Newington, Gil Gracie, Andrew Cominos, Hunter Gibson, Jed Robertson, coxed by James Morris. In lane 4 from Redlands, Lachlan Mackay, Matthew McClellan, Oliver Smith, Cooper Beaton, coxed by James Foley. In lane 5 from Shaw, William Wickham Fiends, Charles Yates, Joel Hamilford, Tim Leahy, coxed by Sam Jeddy. In lane 6 from Kings, Fergus Kerrin, Charles McLean, William Stewart, Mac Hamilton, coxed by Massimo Fitzsimon. In lane 7 from Newington, Aidan Fong, Angus Edwards, William Chanter, Jake Perrin, coxed by Aston Rose. In lane 8 from St George, Byron Matheson, Krish Chowdhury, James Rudzis, Robert Olivier, Lily Featherstone, coxed by Lily Featherstone. And in lane 9 from Shaw, Keir Robb, Crowther Charlie, Matt Goddard, Braden McDonald, coxed by Sam Advani. And the race is off and underway. And it looks like there's already starting to spread out. So hard to say what's going on until they get a bit closer. There's a bit of a breeze has started to come up on the field. A nice little tailwind, which nobody really minds too much. So they do look fairly close together as they're probably about 400 metres into the race. It does look to be the crew of lane 5 from Shaw, of Wickham Fiends, Yates, Hamilford and Leahy, battling it out with the crew over here in lane 7 from Shaw of Rob, Charlie, Goddard and McDonald. But over there in lane 5 also, the crew from Shaw of Wickham Fiends, Yates, Hamilford and Leahy, yes. And they're right next to them from Redlands, Mackay, McClellan, Oliver Smith and Cooper Beaton. But they've come through the 1500 metre mark, and yes, it is the Shaw crew over here in lane 9 of Rob, Charlie, Goddard and McDonald. They had a fairly clear lead over their compatriots of Wickham Fiends, Yates, Hamilford and Leahy. And they were then followed by the King's crew of Kerrin, McLean, Stewart and Hamilton. So the rest of the field there's fairly good healthy margins between all the crews, so it would be fairly likely that those positions will remain as they come into the last 250 metres, getting ready to do a good push. And you can see the last 250 metres there, the Shaw crew out there in lane 6 has upped their rating. The boys here in lane 9 are just holding their position, just coming into the last 100 metres. They've just taken it up probably a point or two. So these boys over in lane 5 there, from shore of Wickham Fiends and Yates, Hamilford and Leahy are really giving it everything they've got. Their timing is actually just a little bit out, but they're seeming to hold their own behind a slightly better looking crew over here closest to us from Kings. But the winners there, clear win from Rob, Charlie, Goddard and McDonald. They're followed across the line by Mackay, McClellan, Smith and Beaton from Redlands. They were followed across by the King's 7 crew of Kieran, McLean, Stewart and Hamilton. The time there was 3 minutes 38.94. So just to reiterate the placings there, the shore crew closest to us in lane 9, a win. Margin of 8.69 seconds back to the shore 7 crew over in lane 5. Then further margin of 3.53 back to the King's 7 crew in lane 6. In 4th place was St George. 5th, Scott's 6 crew. 7th, the Newington crew. 8th, the King's 6 crew. 8th place, the Redlands crew. And coming up the rear was the King's crew. Now, well underway is the next race of the men's under 16 Cox Quad. So this is the final division. And they've just come through the 1500 metre mark. In lane 3, Newington had a healthy lead over, so the Newington 8 crew in lane 3 of Lee, Stelmarker, Van der Westhuizen and Pardea had a healthy lead over their compatriots from Jones, Ross, Cooper and Matheson here in lane 7. They were followed across by Northern Beaches Secondary, the Newcastle Grammar crews, the 2 of them, Hunter Valley Grammar. So they're just coming into the last 250 metres. We'll wait to see what's happening, but as you can see here in lane 7, the Newington College crew of Hugh Jones, Lucas Ross, Jeremy Cooper and Alexander Matheson, coxed by Hugo Lonergan, look to have taken the lead, but oh no, it's very hard to tell. The other Newington crew over there of Arnold Lee, Ollie Stelmarker, Lucas van der Westhuizen, Henry Pardea, coxed by Dylan Henry, giving them a really good run for their money. So anything could happen in this last 100 metres. Just a bit further back over there is the Northern Beaches Secondary crew of Alex Messendorf, Pulley, Jack Hilliard, Philip Hronopoulos and Oscar Patiga. But we may have another photo finish as these 2 Newington College crews battle it out. But I think the crew over there in lane 3 have just managed to hold off their compatriots here in lane 7. They're going to be followed across by the Northern Beaches Secondary crew over there in lane 2. They will then be followed by a little more relaxed looking Newcastle Grammar crew. Then here in lane 4 in their jolly Santa hats, the Newcastle Grammar 2 crew of Jesse Walter, Thomas Miteff, Tom Michael Thomas and Martin McCready. Oops. We had the crew here in lane 8 from Hunter Valley Grammar have just had a bit of a mishap. They've nearly got themselves back into shape. They're managing to hold off the other crew over there in lane 5 from Northern Beaches Secondary. And beautifully dressed up, this crew here from, we can't even see their zooties, so just while I check on my list here, from Hunter Valley Grammar, we have Santa's Elves, I think, giving it their best shot to come across the line. So that was, the placings were the Newington College crew of Arnold Lee, Ollie Stelmarker, Lucas van der Westhuizen and Henry Pardea, coxed by Dylan Henry, in an official time of 3 minutes 38.94. And they, excuse me, I'm just confusing my races here. they were beaten by, they beat the their compatriots of Jones, Lucas Ross, Jeremy Cooper, Alexander Matheson by 0.68 of a second. Then third place was Northern Beaches Secondary. Now race 39 is underway. This is Division 1 of the Women's Novice Single Scull. So there are two divisions in this this event. Over on the far side from Abbotsford, we have Catherine Naito. In lane 2 from Mossman, we have Jem Lambert. In lane 3 from UTS, Charlotte Olgers. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, Maya Isbister. Kate Shepherd has withdrawn. So in lane 6 from University of New South Wales, we have Phoebe McAuliffe. In lane 7 from UTS, Julia Ungemark. In lane 8 from the University of New South Wales, Paris Aronson. And in lane 9 from Glebe, Mandisa Considine. So great to see these novices get out here. This is potentially their first race. I'm not sure if the rules have changed just yet, but it used to be that you were a novice until you'd effectively faced the starter and raced. But now once you're a novice, you remain a novice for the whole season. And you can see a little bit of inexperience here is somebody in lane 9 seems to be actually deciding to come down in lane 10. Steering can often be an issue. Just staying upright is often the desire of the rowers. The main thing they're trying to do, simply stay upright and manage to keep some technique together to get down the course. So it does appear to be a battle out there. They're just about to come up to the 500 metre mark. But it looks like Mary Isbister and Phoebe McAuliffe. So lanes 4 and 6, there's a gap in between them where the scratching was. They could be being pushed along by Charlotte Olgiers as well. So there we have our glebe rower, Mandisa Considine in lane 9. She's managed to start steering straight now. But looks like she's just been blown off course again. So the Marshall boat is following very closely to help her keep in a straight line. Because in lane 9, obviously, if you come out of your lane, you're going to either hit the bank or potentially hit somebody going up the transit lane. There's no one out there at the moment, thank goodness. So it does look to be pretty close as they came through the 500 metre mark. Maya Isbister was in the lead by nearly a couple of seconds over Phoebe McAuliffe, but the real battle between her and Charlotte Olgers, only 0.13 of a second. Quite a gap back to Jem Lambert, then Catherine Naito and Mandisa Considine. So the battle is happening out there in the middle. They're just coming into the last 250 metres. And I think it's going to be Phoebe McAuliffe over here. Does look to have the lead over to me, but it's very hard to tell. Across on the far side there, Charlotte Olgers from UTS. Pushing it hard, but yes, here in lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, Phoebe McAuliffe has managed to find that little bit extra to come across to the finish line. Oh, and Charlotte Olgers has just had a slight mishap, but she's recovered well, and she's just managing to hold off Maya Isbister. So that was Phoebe McAuliffe from the University of New South Wales in first place, Charlotte Olgers from UTS in second, and Maya Isbister from Leichhardt in third. Now there's quite a margin back to the two rowers over on the far side. From Abbotsford, Catherine Naito is just going to hold off Jem Lambert from Mossman. The winning time there, 4 minutes 28, which for novices, women, is a pretty good time. Now we have a very interesting situation down there on the field, where we've got the second division roaring down the field, and our glebe rower here in lane 9 just struggling to stay straight and probably get to the finish line. We don't want to see her lapped, but there's probably a margin of about 300 metres between her and the oncoming race. So the Division 2 over on the far side from Abbotsford, we have Adriana Guthrie. In lane 2, Kensington Steele from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 3, Yvonne Konchek from Abbotsford. In lane 4, Annabelle Singh from the University of New South Wales. In lane 5 from UTS, Avery Bramble. In lane 6 from Leichhardt, Phuong Athar. In lane 7 from University of New South Wales, Adelaide Webster. In lane 8 from UTS, Ali Waddington. And in lane 9 from Drummoyne, Rebecca Giles. And as they came through the 500 metre mark, it was Ali Waddington closest to us in lane 8, which you can clearly see if you can see the field. She has a healthy lead over her compatriot Avery Bramble, both from UTS. Then a bit further back to Adelaide Webster from the University of New South Wales. She's also a comfortable lead ahead of her compatriot Annabelle Singh. So we just, as they're coming into the last 100 metres here, Ali Waddington from UTS looking very comfortable, particularly for a novice. Obviously some great coaching going on there at UTS. Long, powerful strokes. She knows she's won. Very nice bit of sculling there, considering it's a novice race. Her compatriot over there in lane 2 is going to cross the line in second. That's Avery Bramble. Then fairly near to us here, Adelaide Webster from the University of New South Wales, also looking very nice for a novice rower. Over in lane 4 from the University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh is crossing in 4th place. Here in 5th place from Drummoyne, Rebecca Giles in lane 9. Then Kensington Steele from Newcastle Grammar, only half a length ahead of Yvonne Konchek from Abbotsford. And over in the far side, we'll have Adriana Guthrie finishing ahead of Phuong Athar from Leichhardt. So great effort from those novice rowers. The finish time for that race, Phoebe McAuliffe did it in 4 minutes 28.11. She was followed, there's a margin of 5.35 seconds back to Charlotte Olgers, and sorry, I'm calling the wrong race there. We're just waiting for the for it to come back up on the screen. So Ali Waddington, a time of 4 minutes 14.94, a big margin of 10.808 seconds back to Avery Bramble. In 3rd place, Adelaide Webster. In 4th place, Annabelle Singh. 5th, Rebecca Giles. 6th, Kensington Steele. 7th, Yvonne Konchek. 8th, Adriana Guthrie. And 9th, Phuong Athar. And we have a change of pace now to the women's under 16 sculls, where there are 4 divisions. And interesting, we have some Corowa rowers performing here. So the they have just started over in lane 1, Sienna McFarlane from Corowa. In lane 2, Catherine Budden from Redlands. In lane 3, Millie Codrington from Redlands. In lane 4, Kelly Clifton from Glebe. In lane 5, Ella Baker from MLC. In lane 6, Sabrina Koskar from Askham. In lane 7, Emma O'Brien from Leichhardt. In lane 8, Emily Boyes from Nepean. And in lane 9, Zoe Wiesner from Penrith. And although this is an under-16 scull, I'm expecting to see our Kelly Clifton from Glebe do very well, and I think she's only about 13. Yes, and during the lockdowns, her older brother was doing online erg competitions and taking out all these world records. So he's doing it internationally. Yeah. And Kelly, the younger, the young sister, thought, I'm going to have a go at that, and she started smashing all these records on the erg. Wow! How exciting. As a 12 or 13-year-old, I can't remember, but very young, and she has real grit. I think we're going to see a future Olympian in this one. How amazing, and you'll see it here today, folks, at the Reindeer Regatta. Yes. And their father... Oh, my goodness, who's that? Look at that. Oh, there's a Christmas tree on their boat. Lane 3, Millie Codrington from Redlands. Lane 2, I think. Oh, lane 2, sorry. Also Redlands, yes. But Catherine Budden. Awesome. There we go, Judge. That has to be one of the best decorated boats. Twist my arm. Do you think it could be slowing them down aerodynamically, though? Oh, I think it possibly could. Bit of a challenge. It depends what you're trying to win here, though, isn't it? Are you trying to win the race, or are you trying to win the competition? Oh, both. We all like to win. So it does look to me like the lead here is, I think, is it? Koskar from Askham. Yeah, she's well ahead. Yes. 1:59. So she's inside 2 minutes at the 500-metre mark. She's got almost 10 seconds over Emily Boyes from Nepean Rowing Club in lane 8. So Sabrina there in the middle of the course. Then Kelly is Clifton, who I was talking about, is just in 3rd place, but there's only 0.17 seconds over the 500-metre mark ahead of Emma O'Brien. So that's going to potentially be a real battle on the finish line. It certainly looks like it, yeah. And our Christmas tree is going pretty well there. Catherine Budden of Redlands, she's across in lane 2. So well, you could almost say that with the slight tailwind, she's got a slight sail up. What is it? Aerodynamic advantage, yes. As opposed to, that's really awesome. I've not seen a Christmas tree like that in a single scull before. And then our Corowa sculler visiting from Victoria, Sienna McFarlane, coached by Wes Kenny. She's in the red boat across on the far side. And obviously an unfamiliar course to her, but what a great opportunity for these schoolgirls to come and have this visit here and participate in our Reindeer Regatta. So the leading sculler, Sabrina Koskar, into the last 100 metres just about now, and still continuing to lead in our first division of the women's under-16 single scull. And looking great. She's just taken it up to give a nice, good, solid finish. Talking of solid finishes, look at Kelly Clifton. She's length now. What I really love here, she's got power, she's got length, and now she's adding rate. So that's the sequence in which you should do it. Power first, then length, then rate. Doing that beautifully, and she's come through. She's staying ahead of Emily O'Brien, and the two of them have worked their way through Emily Boyes of Nepean. So it looks like Kelly Clifton will follow Sabrina Koskar across the line and be second. And a length back to Emma O'Brien. And then Emily Boyes from Nepean, 4th. 5th, Ella Baker from MLC School. 6th, the Christmas Tree, lane 2, Catherine Budden from Redlands. 7th will be Zoe Wiesner from Penrith Rowing Club. And then it will be Corowa Rowing Club, Corowa School, Sienna McFarlane, who will take out 8th place. And the Christmas tree, because it's a sort of glittery thing, almost looks like it has flashing lights on it. I could almost do a little jump for joy there. That's a fantastic result from Kelly. Yes, it really is. Well done, Kelly. Considering that she's a potentially a couple of years younger than all the other kids. Or the
So
other girls.
time for Sabrina Kozkar was a very respectable 4 minutes 10.97 seconds. She won by 11.28 over Kelly, who had 2.3 of a second over Emma O'Brien. Great racing there.
Roaring down the course, we have Division 2 of the women's under-16 single scull, race 42, over in lane 1 from Nepean. Sophia Whitelaw in lane 2 from Shoal Harbour City. Sophie Hunter in lane 3 from North Sydney Girls. Cara Wong in lane 4 from Askham. Kitty Elias in lane 5 from Corowa. Summers Hogan in lane 6 from Redlands. Michaela Sanger-Larson in lane 7 from Leichhardt. Sinead Hickey. In lane 8 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Genevieve Smith, and in lane 9 from Redlands, Daisy Thomas. And they've come through the 500 metre mark, and Genevieve Smith has a lead over Summers Hogan, back to Kitty Elias, then Daisy Thomas, Michaela Sanger-Larson, Cara Wong, and Sophia Whitelaw. So we'll see how they hold their positions, but it does look to be Genevieve Smith over here in lane 8, close to the grandstand. As they come into they're probably about 300 metres out at the moment.
It's very tricky for the launch drivers, isn't it? So they, at the end of the course, they're sort of going back up one side and then having to cross over. Especially when it's novices and youngsters.
Yes,
Never
well,
quite
these
sure
are
where
under
they're going to
16,
go.
so they should hopefully had a bit of practice. Some of the sculling, given the age of these girls, is looking fantastic.
So good, isn't it? And sorry, not you. Peter Costa before was mentioning the quality of the coaching now, which is really good. I think there's been a great momentum in the coaching fraternity with lots of sharing of information, and it's very healthy people coming from their own sculling career into coaching and bringing that wealth of knowledge from our high performance coaches through. Oh, it's a good battle going on. There is Summers Hogan from Corowa School has had a really good second half of the race, and she's challenging Genevieve Smith from Hunter Valley Grammar School. In fact, I'd even say she's just about got her nose in front. What do you think?
Oh, it's close. It's close.
Oh,
Yes.
Hunter Valley Grammar
Just
School.
held it.
Genevieve Smith, she's managed to hold off Summers Hogan from Corowa in an excellent finish race. Third across the line will be Michaela Sanger-Larson from Redlands, by the looks of things. A very fast finish there from her. She's overtaken Kitty Elias from Askham School and pushed her down to fourth. And Daisy Thomas will come across the line, has come across the line in fifth.
And where is Corowa?
In Victoria.
That's
I
what I
don't know
thought.
exactly
yeah.
where.
But
Yeah.
that's nice of them to come up and
Yeah,
join us.
especially, I mean, I was down in Melbourne last weekend for the Melbourne Head, and they were racing there as well. So a full calendar of racing for them.
That's what we like to see.
Now, North Sydney girls sculler Cara Wong has crossed the line in 6th position, and 7th Sophia Whitelaw from Nepean Rowing Club. I can't see Shoal Harbour City, so maybe...
I think, is that...
Oh, no, she's there somewhere.
yes,
there she
she's
is.
just coming.
There
She's
she
coming
is.
through
Good.
now.
Excellent, so she'll be 8th.
So we can actually breathe before the next division of the women's under-16 single scull starts. Across in lane 1, we have Rosie Fairbairn from Barker College. In lane 2, Lily Bennett, coached by Isaac Shepherd from Leichhardt. In lane 3, Jessica Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell from Nepean. In lane 4, Annabelle McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar. In lane 5, Ariel Nobleman, coached by Marielle Caponis, Mitchell Caponis and Alexandra Butt from Askham. In lane 6, Poppy Hartley from Glebe. In lane 7, Hannah Young, coached by Philip Brown from North Sydney Girls. In lane 8, Lara Doyle, coached by Mitchell Simpson from Redlands. And in lane 9 from Sydney, Georgina Stevenson, coached by Brendan Longman. So they're just lining up on the start. The starters attempting to get them in a straight line.
Lovely shot there just now of Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club. She's coached by Brendan Longman. Sydney Rowing Club, one of our 3 high-performance clubs. So Georgina probably foregoing the school programme in order to row in Brendan Longman's squad. I think she was in she was in race 3 this morning, where she took out the under-17 coxed quad scull with Isabel Yardley, Amelia de Villiers and Grace Bennett.
And they're off, and the camera was zoomed in on Poppy Hartley from Glebe just as they took off, and she had a great start, and she looks like she's out in the lead to start with, and the Glebe approach is get in front and stay in front. So let's hope that she does that. Another very determined young lady. I'm not sure of Poppy's age. I think she's probably only about 14 or 15. But again, another one of these girls with real grit.
So good to see, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Something that does develop over time, but some people just come to the sport with it, which is great. Just take a reminder, it's getting sunnier, hotter, and the wind is up and down. So just a reminder, everybody, to keep your sunscreen on, hats on, long sleeve t-shirts, and more than anything else, it's a long day. So remember to stay hydrated. There's plenty of bubblers and fountains around the place, and in the breezeway, there's a big bubbler with nice cold water. So please remember to fill your water bottles and use them. As you know, Rowing New South Wales will be awarding prizes to the best dressed crew and the best dressed boat, and the prizes will be presented throughout the afternoon. So make sure you're keeping your boats decorated and yourself decorated. There's lots of prizes, a couple of gift vouchers for the Regatta shop to buy your uniforms, your lovely kit. One of them is a night's stay at the Quest in Penrith, which is perfect for anybody that comes out here regularly for regattas. A set of Burnham trestles, donated by Perfect Balance. And then our wonderful sponsors, Bont, who sponsor our live stream. One of them is a competition kit package of a zooty, socks, water bottle and cap. And another is to win some Bont rowing shoes with the inner soles. So some wonderful and generous gifts there from our sponsors. So everything to try and win.
And in this race, as they came through the 500 metre mark, it was Georgina Stevenson from Sydney, followed by Annabelle Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar, and then Poppy Hartley going strong from Glebe. She only 0.55 of a second margin there, so she could still take second place. Followed across by Lily Bennett, then Jessica Harris, Rosie Fairbairn and Hannah Yang. So it could be an exciting finish for second and third place.
It could indeed. Georgina Stevenson looking very strong indeed here in lane 9. So that's the lane closest to the grandstand, and I can see that her colleagues from the victorious under-17 quad earlier today, and Coach Brendan Longman down there ready to cheer her on. Go Georgina, looking again long and strong. Power and length before rate is always a winning formula. And really has quite a commanding lead, I think, now, coming into the last 250 metres. And a good race going on between Newcastle Grammar's Annabelle Mackenzie and Glebe Rowing Club's Poppy Hartley.
And still perfect conditions. That breeze has dropped off. So pretty still out there. I think Poppy has managed to...
yes, I think
push
she's got
through,
her nose in front of Annabelle. Very
so
good
in the last
finish.
100 metres here, Poppy's gaining.
Yeah, let's give them a cheer, everybody. It's 1,000 metres is a long way in an under-16 single scull. Great performance there from Georgina Stevenson of Sydney Rowing Club to take out Division 3 in the women's under-16 single scull.
And Poppy's managed to extend her lead over...
Annabelle Mackenzie, yes.
Annabelle Mackenzie,
she'll
yes,
be second.
by a length and a half. So very nice finish there.
Great race between the two of them, though. And then there's that Nepean Rowing Club's Jessica Harris looking really good in the second half of the race. Gutsy little row against Lily Bennett of Leichhardt Rowing Club. So Jessica Harris of Nepean Rowing Club will be 4th. Lily Bennett of Leichhardt Rowing Club will be 5th. Looks as though Rosie Fairburn of Barker College will be 6th. And then North Sydney girls sculler Hannah Yang, 7th.
And roaring down the field, we have the 4th division of the women's under-16 scull. Over in lane 1, Isabel Campbell. In lane 2, Roxana Brown. In lane 3, Vitty Young. In lane 4, from Askham, Chloe Hitchens. In lane 5, Grace Conry. In lane 6, Isabel Bug. In lane 7, Deja Singha. And in lane 8, from Corowa, Anastasia McFarlane. And as they came through the 500 metre mark, Anastasia McFarlane had a good lead over Chloe Hitchens in a similar, so about 3 seconds back to Grace Conry. She's battling it out with Vitty Young and Isabel Campbell and Isabel Bug, sorry, all the Isabels here, but there's only less than a second margin between all those girls, and a further margin of 10 seconds back to Roxana Brown and Deja Singha quite a bit back. So they're in the last 250 metres now, and the battle is on here between Anastasia McFarlane from Corowa here in lane 8 and across in lane 4, Chloe Hitchens from Askham. And I think Chloe may be actually pulling through. She's looking a little bit cleaner to me than Anastasia, but we wait and see as they come up to the finish line, and I do think that Chloe is actually going to take this by a length. Yes, a great great gain there. So that is Chloe Hitchens with a 2-second lead over Anastasia McFarlane from Corowa, followed by Isabel Campbell from Redlands, Vitty Young from Nepean in 4th place. Then 5th across the line is Isabel Bug. 6th, Grace Conry from Leichhardt. And coming up from 7th across on the far side there is Roxana Brown from Newcastle Grammar. The winning time there, 4 minutes 21.33. And it looks like we must be back to the 2,000 metres. Yes, so the course is clear at the moment. The next lot of racing will be the men's under-17 double scull, and there are 3 divisions. So if you can see on the screen, the boys are just backing into the to the start line where the boats are being held by the volunteers from Glebe Rowing Club. So at various regattas, different clubs take on rounding up volunteers from their club to do various tasks, and one of the big ones is boat holding. Very important job to be done. Rowing New South Wales and these regattas rely on volunteers to keep the regattas running. So if any of you have time, if you're coming out to watch your children, got a spare hour or two, I'm sure Rowing New South Wales will be able to find a job for you. There's useful tasks like job keeping, timekeeping, boat holding, handing out numbers, keeping the crowds running in the correct direction, whatever. We rely on all skills.
We certainly do. Yeah, lots to look at today as well around the grounds. We've got stalls here. So between boat sheds 3 and 4 in the trailer park, there's a stall for Bont Rowing, who of course are major sponsors of Rowing New South Wales, and in particular sponsor the live stream and the official point scores. Bont Rowing specialise in cycling shoes and rowing shoes. Bont rowing shoes are designed by rowers for rowers. They've got a good selection. You can see them online at bontrowing.com. Or you can go to the stall today, as I say, between boat sheds 3 and 4 in the trailer park and have a look at them. Pontoon Sports are here, located outside of Lakeside Restaurant, and they've been fantastic partners in Rowing New South Wales for a number of years here, so you can get your kit there. Back in the near the boat sheds, next to boat shed number 1 is Perfect Balance Rowing, who have sponsored, as we said, a set of Burnham trestles as one of the prizes for the best dressed boats. And they're a great organisation to go and talk to about your equipment needs in terms of boats. In terms of blades, go and talk to Croker Oars, who are located between boat shed 3 and 4 in the trailer park, so near the Bont Rowing stall. And then Strike Recovery are located outside the Lakeside Restaurant near Pontoon Sports. Rowing New South Wales would like to recognise all of their major sponsors, in particular Bentley's Chartered Accountants and Business Advisors. They've continued to support Rowing New South Wales over a number of years, and we thank them for their continued support. For V Insurance, the V Insurance Group is the insurance broker for Rowing New South Wales, and if you have a need for marine hull insurance, a fantastic group to get in contact with. And of course our other sponsors, as we just mentioned, the Regatta Shop, Pontoon Sports, Croker Oars, Bont Rowing, and the Mobius brand communications. So we've done the this fantastic new logo work. I love the New South Wales Reindeer Regatta one, with the little red blade and the reindeer. Fantastic.
And down on the pontoon we had Chloe Hitchens pop in to pick up her, I think it was Chloe from Ascot.
Yes, that's right. She
to
won
pick up
Division 4.
her winning her cup to signify her win and have a photo taken. And the presentation was from Kevin Wall, a notable para rower. Kevin represented New South Wales at the Interstate Masters competition last year, and has quite a string of achievements under his belt. Thank you, Kevin. Okay, so the race is now underway for the men's under-17 double scull, Division 1, 2,000 metre race, race 45. Representing Newcastle Grammar in lane 1 is Kobe Young and Gabriel Leishman. In lane 2 from Newcastle Grammar, Flynn Chaston and Felix Lamoureux. In lane 3 from Redlands, Nicholas Tebbett and Lachlan Collier, coached by Ben Whitewolf. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, Luke Fleet and Riley Lee Coxell, coached by Isaac Shepherd. In lane 5 from Barker College, Luke Kibble and William Streeter. In lane 6 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy and Hayden Williamson. And in lane 8 from Kinross Wallaroi, Campbell Miller and George Wakeham. So they're pretty much running on time. It looked like they were perhaps delayed as they lined up into the holding pontoons there, but they it looks like they've got off on time, and it'll be a little while before we can see how this race is stretching out. But as you can see the screen, there's already some margins developing, and it does look to be the boys in lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy and Hayden Williamson, with a lead. A little bit hard to tell. We'll wait for them to come through to the 1,000 metre mark, when we get a much better picture of who's sitting where. So actually it might have been the Leichhardt boys, Luke Fleet and Riley Lee Coxall, who have taken a margin over the boys in lane 6 from Barker College, Luke Kibble and William Streeter. No, I think it's actually the boys from Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy and Hayden Williamson, who have put themselves out in front and given themselves quite a good margin by the look of it. Huge thanks to our cameraman. We have excellent coverage, or camera woman, excellent coverage of the races. And you can always go back and watch your race online and on the live feed. It sits there probably forever on YouTube. Very handy to go and see how you were actually doing, how you managed to hold your technique. So they've just come through the 1,000 metre mark, and it is indeed Luke Purdy and Hayden Williamson from Hunter Valley Grammar. They were followed across by George Wakeham and Campbell Miller from Kinross Wallaroi. So over here in lane 7 and 8 is where the racing is happening, and from up here in the tower we can actually see that now. They were then followed across by quite a margin, near 14, nearly 15 seconds, by Kobe Young and Gabriel Leishman from Newcastle Grammar. Behind them, Luke Fleet and Riley Lee Coxall from Leichhardt. And obviously there's quite a margin back to the rest of the field. So quite spread out this field, but the racing's going to be here on between the boys from Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy, Hayden Williamson, and Kinross Wallaroi, Campbell Miller and George Wakeham in lane 7 and 8, closest to the grandstand, so you'll get a great view of what's happening. They're about 600 metres out, just heading towards the 500 metre mark, or sorry, in this race the 1500 metre mark. It's a 2000 metre race. And it does look to be the lane 7 boys, so that's the Luke Purdy and Hayden Williamson holding and possibly extending their lead over Campbell Miller and George Wakeham. Yes, so as they went through the 500 metre mark there, was Luke Purdy and Hayden Williamson with a 5.45 second margin back to Campbell Miller and George Wakeham, and then there's going to be a little bit of a wait before the rest of the field crosses over that 1500 metre mark. So very nice rowing by Luke Purdy and Hayden Williamson, and they're looking good as they come up probably to the last 350 metres. So that's representing Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy and Hayden Williamson. Just coming into the last 250 metres now. It looks like they've taken their rating up. They're about to hit some glassy water for the last 250 metres. Kinross Wallaroi boys look like they've just had a bit of a steering issue. They're nearly on the boys on the bow side. They've actually got the boys between their blades and the boat, so they'll be praying they won't hit them. Meanwhile, Luke Purdy and Hayden Williamson looking very nice as they just come for their last 100 metres up to the finish line.
The usual fast finish from Kinross Wallaroi, Campbell Miller and George Wakeham.
Well, it's Luke Purdy and Hayden Williamson.
No, coming here
yeah.
second, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's really good Hunter Valley Grammar, isn't it?
So they didn't clip the boys, so that was a lucky move. Wow, that's a fast time too. So Luke Purdy and Hayden Williamson have come across in 7 minutes and 5 seconds, 0.53. 10.9 seconds back to Campbell Miller and George Wakeham from Kinross Wallaroi. And then in third place over the far side will be
Newcastle Grammar? Second crew, yeah.
Yeah. So Flynn Chaston and Felix Lamoureux from Newcastle Grammar. Then they're going to be followed across by Luke Fleet and Riley Lee Coxell from Leichhardt in fourth place. And there's quite a margin back to the other two crews. And just while they're starting to come up, we've got the next division coming through of the men's under 17 double scull. Across in lane 2, we have Zachary Neal and Isaac Shearer from Barker College. In lane 3, Tobias Elias and William Robinson from Northern Beaches Secondary. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, Michael Hui and Dylan Lee. In lane 5 from Kinross Wallaroi, Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Henry Chaston and Logan Harmon. In lane 7 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Lachlan Foster and Harrison Nichols. And in lane 8 from Kings, Angus Masters and Jet Thomas. So we've just had the boys from the previous race cross the line. So they've lost their number, but it's the boys from Redlands, Nicholas Tebbett and Lachlan Collier. And then just next to them is Flynn Chaston and Felix Lamoureux. And as they came through the 1,000-metre mark, Nicholas Tebbett and Lachlan Collier have extended their lead significantly over Flynn Chaston and... Oh, sorry, I'm calling the wrong race there. So race 46, the second division, is just coming through the 1,500-metre mark. So it does look like the Kinross Wallaroi crew out there in lane 5 of Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith have a lead. They look to be ahead of Hunter Valley Grammar here, Lachlan Foster and Harrison Nichols. Do you think I've called that correctly, Michael, who's just coming to join us? He doesn't have a microphone as yet. I'm just relying on his expertise. Yeah, so it is the Kinross Wallaroi crew of Oscar Cleary coming into the last 250 metres. Looks like they've just taken it up a bit. They realise they need to hold their lead.
Yeah.
So the boys over here from Newcastle Grammar, Henry Chaston, Logan Harmon, really pushing them hard. They've upped their rating. Oh, Hunter Valley Grammar, sorry. Lachlan Foster and Harrison Nicholl. Really pushing the boys from Kinross Wallaroi, but they're holding their lead. They're going to, the Hunter Valley Grammar boys have just gained about half a length on the Kinross Wallaroi boys, Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith, followed across by Lachlan Foster and Harrison Nichols in an unofficial time of 7 minutes 14.26.
Northern Beaches Secondary College, Tobias Elias and William Robertson crossing third. Kieran Kabelki is their coach. And Leichhardt Rowing Club's Michael Hugh and Dylan Lee placing fourth. Fifth, the King's School, Angus Masters and Jet Thomas, coached by Nicholas Jones and Jamie MacDonald. And then highly decorated boats here, Mr. Judge. We have Father Christmas coxing, coxing. Yeah, coxing. Is that Father Christmas coxing, or is that just red tinsel?
No.
Maybe it's just red tinsel.
Just red tinsel.
But it's Newcastle Grammar School's Henry Chaston and Logan Harmon taking out 6th, and ahead of the Reindeers over there in lane 2 from Barker College, Zachary Neal and Isaac Sheriff. Winning time for Kinross Wallaroy's Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith is 7 minutes 14.26 seconds, just 1.35 over the crew from Hunter Valley Grammar School. Sorry, 7:13 was the eventual official time.
And roaring down the course, we have Division 3 of the men's under-17 double scull. This is the last division. Across in lane 2 from Northern Beaches Secondary, we have Jack Groves and Adam Yates. In lane 3 from Kinross Wallaroy, Nicholas Tancred and Harry Dimmick. In lane 4 from Redlands, Thomas Jackson and Ethan Beggs. In lane 5 from Glebe, James Mills and Lachlan Larson. In lane 6 from Glebe, Christopher Vlahos and Philippe Markel. And in lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Nicholas Burton and Ronan Brown. And they've come through the 1,000 metre mark, and Nicholas Tancred and Harry Dimmick have a good lead over the Glebe crew of Christopher Vlahos and Philippe Markel. You can see out in the field there the across in lane 3 from Kinross Wallaroy, Nicholas Tancred and Harry Dimmick. And here in lanes 6 and 7, Christopher Vlahos and Philippe Markel racing hard against Nicholas Burton and Ronan Brown from Newcastle Grammar. A bit further back then to James Mills and Lachlan Larson, and then further back again and to Thomas Jackson, Nathan Beggs and Nicholas Tancred and Harry Dimmick. And from up here it looks like it could be any of those to take those 5th and 6th places. Okay, and coming up to the last 250 metres, and it is the Kinross Wallaroy crew of Nicholas Tancred and Harry Dimmick across there in lane 3. And then the battle's going to be on between the Glebe crew of Christopher Vlahos and James Mill. Oh, sorry, Christopher Vlahos and Lucas Burton. Sorry, Christopher Vlahos and Philippe Markel fighting it out against Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown from Newcastle Grammar, but it looks like the Glebe boys have managed to hold their own. They're coming into the last 250 metres here and they've taken it up, and it looks like the Hunter Valley boys have also taken it up. So can the Glebe boys hold them off? I think they can. I think they've just had a look across to see where the Hunter Valley boys are. But as that happens, the Kinross Wallaroy crew of Nicholas Tancred and Harry Dimmick have just crossed the line in 7 minutes 18.46. Then we have Christopher Vlahos and Philippe Markel with a length lead over the Hunter Valley boy. Oh, sorry, the Newcastle Grammar boys of Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown. Then some distance back to the Northern Beaches Secondary crew of Jack Groves and Adam Yates. 5th placing will be the other Glebe crew of James Mills and Lachlan Larson, and coming in to round out the field, Thomas Jackson and Ethan Beggs from Redlands. And I've just been joined by Michael McRae. Big thanks to Lizzie Chapman, who is always fantastic on the airwaves. But Michael's pretty good too. He knows a lot more about rowing and what's happening than I do. So welcome, Michael.
Well, good morning, Mark, and thank you for the welcome. And thank you also to Lizzie Chapman for her job this morning. She'll be back on later this afternoon with me. But let's turn our attention back to the race course now. We have race 48 underway, which is the first division of the women's under-19, under-21 single scull. In lane 1, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Laura Cypher. In lane 2, representing Nepean Rowing Club, Edie Brown. In lane 3, from UTS Rowing Club, Sarah Fard. In lane 4, from Sydney University, Tiffany Ibotha. In lane 5, from Sydney Rowing Club, Talisa Knocker Driver. In lane 6, from Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Searle. In lane 7, representing Redlands, is Georgia Vashua. In lane 8, from Penrith Rowing Club, is Madison Joins. And finally, in lane 9, representing Sydney Rowing Club, is Liesl Page. So I think our scullers are, we're through the 1,000 metre mark at this point, and at that point it was Talisa Knocker Driver from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5 in the lead, and she enjoyed a margin of about 4 seconds over Sarah Fard from UTS. So Mark, interestingly, two scullers, or two of our scullers from Sydney Rowing Club in this race, Talisa Knocker Driver and Liesl Page, are recipients this year of the New South Wales Union of Rowers Youth Development Fundraiser for 2023. There will be a raffle taking place, or a lucky draw, at the Edward Trickett Regatta on the 16th of April next year. So do make sure you support the New South Wales Union of Rowers in their efforts to support young people in our sport.
Yeah, I encourage everybody to become a member as well, because without membership, the organisation doesn't function. So more members, the better it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's fantastic to be able to, as an organisation, to be able to support young people in their pursuit of sport, and rowing it at university age can be difficult to manage a number of financial burdens. So it's fantastic work that the New South Wales Union of Rowers are doing. But turning our attention back to the race course at the moment, through the 1,500 metre mark, Liesl Page into second place, Mark.
Yeah, going to be really fighting it out with Laura Cypher, so I think we're going to see a very exciting finish here. Talisa Knocker Driver seemed to have a fairly comfortable lead, and you can see out on the field there, she's out in lane 5 in the Sydney Rowing Club blue Zooty.
Yeah, so Sydney Rowing Club scullers in lanes 1, 5 and 9. So they're spread out across the course. And so those are the scullers in the first, second and third place at the moment. Talisa Knocker Driver commanding the lead at this stage. And it's a closer race between Laura Cypher in lane 1 and Liesl Page in lane 9 over this side of the course.
And
so
very hard to see the other person, isn't it, when you're that spread out?
That's right. And then closely behind you have Tiffany Botha of Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney University Boat Club, my apologies, and of course Sarah Fard of UTS Haberfield. So happily the water is flattening out for our scullers in the last 250 metres or so. And Talisa Knocker Driver in lane 5, certainly in the ascendancy at this stage, and she is in a distinctive yellow boat in the light blue colours of Sydney Rowing Club. So she'll take out the first division of the women's under-19 21 single scull. Second place is going to be close, but it'll go to Laura Cypher over the far side of the course, followed by Liesl Page, also of Sydney Rowing Club. Sarah Fard of UTS Haberfield will snatch fourth place from Tiffany Botha of Sydney Rowing Club. Lucy Searle of Kinross Walleroy, who is in the under-19 age category, Mark, so she's playing up a grade today. She snatches sixth place. And just to round out the field, we'll have Georgia Vashua of Redlands. No, sorry, that's Madison Joins of Penrith Rowing Club.
And across the other side from Nippy and Edie Brown. So, Michael, when do we have combined under 19, under 21? Is it 2 races in one, or are they just rowing one race?
So
can you explain it to the...
Yeah, so they are 2 races in one. So it's likely that if these races progress to a final, which I'm not sure if they are at this stage.
No, they're divisions.
Yeah, so I think they are. It's essentially 2 races happening at the one time. So there's the under 19 age category in that race. So that was, of course, Lucy Searle, Georgia Washua, Madison Joins, and Liesl Page racing at the same time as our under 21 scullers. Yeah. So race 49 is underway, ladies and gentlemen. It's the second division of the women's under 19-21 single scull. This is a race that is comprised of all under 19 single scullers. In lane 1 representing Askham is Yumi O'Carrigan. Lane 2 representing Newcastle Grammar, Alice McCready. In lane 3 from Redlands is Alice Bennett. Lane 4 from Manning River Rowing Club, Hannah Smith. Lane 5 from Redlands, Trinity Hoffman. In lane 6 from Leichhardt, Ciara Ortolani. In lane 7 from Redlands, Briar Carter. In lane 8 from UTS, Sarah Berracree. And in lane 9 from Redlands is Katarina Kroll.
So as they came through the 1,000-metre mark, Hannah Smith from Manning River had the lead over quite a healthy one too, over Sarah Berracree, battling it out with Sarah Ortolani. There's only a margin of 0.22 of a second at 1,000-metre mark, so it'll be interesting to see how that develops. Then Katarina Kroll, Briar Carter, Trinity Hoffman, Alice McCready, Alice Bennett, and Yumi O'Carrigan.
That's right, Mark. Hannah Smith certainly with a commanding lead on the rest of the field at the moment, 8 seconds over Sarah Berracree from UTS. So some work to do for the remaining competitors, but it's a bit closer between Sarah Berracree and Ciara Ortolani for that second place. Not much in that through the 1,000 metres, but there's still some distance to go in this race.
And it
so
looks like a few light gusts out there on the water too, which can just make a difference when you're out there in a single scull. So they're a little bit advantaged over on the far side, where it's a little more sheltered. As you can see, if you watch the flags coming and going a little bit, looks like a bit of a sou'easter, which is quite nice because I don't mind a tailwind coming down the course.
Certainly favourable to a headwind. You would say the average rower would respond that they prefer a tail to a head. But yes, as you say, a little bit of a tail breeze at this point.
Yeah, and it's coming and going, so those little gusts can get you.
But generally speaking, fantastic conditions for rowing this morning here at the Regatta Centre. And as our scullers come through the 1,500 metre mark, Hannah Smith of Manning River remains the race leader. She's followed by Sarah Berracree of UTS Rowing Club and Ciara Ortolani in turn from Leichhardt. Katarina Kroll from Redlands in 4th position. Briar Carter also of Redlands in 5th. So, at this stage, racing, I suppose, the positioning unchanged.
Yeah, but it does look like that battle for 2nd and 3rd has extended out. But the other thing is they don't look that far apart from up here. So anything could happen as they come up probably to the last 400 metres of this race.
Yeah, that's right, Mark. So Sarah Berracree of UTS just increased her advantage over Ortolani of Leichhardt by probably a boat length or so since the 1,000 metre mark. So that's the only material change that I can see to the I guess the top 3 at this stage.
So all competitors, we've just had a request from the commanders of the bow numbers, if you can please return your bow numbers as soon as possible so they can be used. So coming into the last 100 metres, the Manning River Hannah Smith is holding her lead. She knows she's won this race. She's going long and strong. Some very nice sculling there as she comes up to the finish line. Bit of a battle going on down here between Sarah Beracree and Ciara Ortolani. I think Sarah Beracree is just going to take it by about a quarter or half a canvas.
It's a close race, that one.
Very close race. So that would be Hannah Smith, Sarah Beracree, Ciara Ortolani, Katarina Kroll. She'll be followed across, just making the last burst there by Trinity Hoffman from Redlands. Over on the far side, Alice McCready from Newcastle Grammar will come in 5th place. Then Alice Bennett from Redlands. Trinity Hoffman from Redlands. Lost her bow number. And I think that's, no, there is another one coming. Way over on the far side there, it's Yumi O'Carrigan. So she may have had a bit of a mishap along the way, I think. Because she was up there in the, as they came through the 1,000 metre mark, wasn't she? I can't recall now.
No, I can't either.
Right, roaring down the course is the men's division, under 19, 21. So these are, we have mostly under 19s and a couple of under 21s. In lane 1, we have Finn Woodward. In lane 2, Anton Teal. In lane 3, James Davis. In lane 4, Benjamin Tish Bostock. In lane 5, Henry Malloy. In lane 6, Hunter Hyde. In lane 7, Sydney University is an under 21, Sam Bristow. And in lane 8, Hugo Hobbs is also an under 21. So we have 2 under 21s closest to the grandstand, and the rest of the field are under 19s. So this is the first of 2 divisions for the men's under 19s and under 21 doubled scull.
That's right. It looks as though the under 21 crew over here in lane 7, Mark, is in the lead. That's Sam Bristow and Hamish Danks of Sydney University Boat Club. They've got a pretty handy lead over their counterparts, Hugo Hobbs and Ryan Gibson, also of Sydney University Boat Club, over here in lane 8. So that's some pretty tidy double sculling.
Very nice. As I was calling those names, I was so excited that them getting a bit close, I forgot the other crew members.
Of course, we're on to the double sculling events now. So that's some pretty tidy sculling from that Sydney University crew in lane 7. So congratulations. Unofficially 6:56.
A real race for second place. The Sydney University crew of Hugo Hobbs and Ryan Gibson pushing it hard against Finn Woodward and Patrick Walker over on the far side, who are actually under 19. So Patrick Walker and Finn Woodward would have won the under 19 segment of that race.
Yeah, so that Redlands crew did really well in lane 1 on the far side. They were followed by Kinross Wallaroy, Henry Malloy and Zachary Annette, and then by Anton Teal and Axel Lindemann, and then by Hunter Hyde and Zach McPherson of UTS Rowing Club. And finally, we have our final crew to cross the line in lane 4, Benjamin Tish Bostock and Jack Stone of Glebe Rowing Club.
Looking pretty good, but we might like them to go a little bit faster. So roaring down the field, we have race 51, the second division of the men's under 19 double scull. So this whole race is all under 19s. Over in lane 1, we have Jasper Dawson Damer and Will Wright from Glebe. In lane 2, from Mossman, Sam Merry and Oscar Shield Gamborg. In lane 3 from Redlands, Matthew Fry and William Natili. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Hudson Walker and Max Blatchley. In lane 5 from St Augustine's, Tom McGee and Oscar St Pierre. In lane 6 from UTS, Zinc Bosco and James Scott Brown. In lane 7 from Kings, William Rogers and Angus Murrell. And in lane 8 from Mossman, Zane McGregor and Dion Hansen. And it seems to me only 5 minutes ago I was calling these guys' names in single sculls, but they're out there again.
Well, that's right. There's a couple of there'll be many people doubling and tripling up in racing today, Mark. It's a nice day out here at the Regatta Centre, and one of the first races of the regatta, so plenty of chances for our athletes this year to get some runs on the board, so to speak.
So as they came through the 1,500 metres there, Will Rogers and Angus Murrell seemed to have pretty good lead over Tom McGee and Oscar St Pierre. They then followed across by Zane McGregor and Dion Hansen, and then Sam Merry and Oscar Shield Gamburg. But so it seems those positions will hold. They're now about 300 to 400 metres out. And as you can see close to the grandstand here from Kings in their blue uniforms, Will Rogers and Angus Murrell should be able to hold their lead unless there's some major mishap. I think the real battle's going to be on for second place here, but it does look like it's going to be the St Augustine's crew of Tom McGregor and Oscar St Pierre, if I called that correctly, over the Mossman crew here in lane 9 of Zane McGregor and Dion Hansen.
Yeah, that St Augustine's crew certainly pushing pretty hard against McGregor and Hansen of Mossman at this stage, Mark. But at this stage, there can be no doubt that it's Rogers and Murrell of the King's School in the lead. But yeah, as you say, this the battle for second place is heating up, and I think just as they enter the last 100 metres, it's the St Augustine's boys who've taken about half a length on the Mossman crew. So Rogers and Murrell, first place. And it'll be, yes, Tom McGee and Oscar St Pierre of St Augustine's, second position. Third will go to Mossman's McGregor and Hansen. Fourth place will also go to Mossman, that's Sam Merry and Oscar Skiel Gamborg. And fifth to Glebe, Jasper Dawson Damer and William Wright. Sixth place will go to Zinc Bosco and James Scott Brown of UTS Haberfield. And then to round out this race, lane 4, Hunter Valley Grammar, Hudson Walker and Blatchley look as though they're going to take sixth place off of Fry and Natili of Redlands.
So the finish time there was 7 minutes and 7:01.28. Pretty good time. So the UTS crew, James Scott Brown, is also a former glebe rower. Still has close ties with the club, which is great to see, and he used to row with Jasper Dawson Damer, so interesting to see what they're going to have a chat about as they come off the water.
There you go. Bit of inter-club argy-bargy, no doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Scott Brown rows at Cranbrook as well, I think, or has rowed at Cranbrook in the past. Yeah, anyway.
Yeah.
Race 52 is on the course, Mark. Division 1 of the women's under-17 single scull. In lane 1, representing Redlands, Emma Sullivan, coached by Lisa McDonald. In lane 2, representing Hunter Valley Grammar, Samantha Chadwick. In lane 3, from Leichhardt, Josephine Egan, coached by Isaac Shepherd. In lane 4, from Redlands, Scarlett Thorpe, coached by Lisa McDonald. In lane 5, from Penrith, is Arabella Logan, coached by Daryl Young. In lane 6, from Hunter Valley Grammar, Sienna McKenzie. In lane 7, from Corriwa, Adelaide Robb, coached by Wesley Canny. Lane 8, Hunter Valley Grammar, Genevieve Smith. And finally in lane 9, Sydney Rowing Club's Neve Tierney. We've got scratchings from Sienna McKenzie in lane 6 and Genevieve Smith in lane 8. So just note that on your programs. And we've still got our ways to go. The scullers are just making their way towards the 500 metre stage of the race. So plenty of water yet to come, but of course this is the under 17 age category, Mark, so this will be the first season in which our scullers are undertaking 2,000 metre racing, so plenty of learnings to be had in this race for our scullers.
And it does look like they're setting up their positions there. So is that lane 2? Oh,
It'll be close
fairly,
between. Yeah, so
You-
Hunter
you
Valley
call-
Grammar, Chadwick and Corowa's Rob, and the Sydney Rowing Club Tierney in lane 9. Those
Yeah.
three scullers.
and you'd call that a photo as they went across the 500 metre mark,
Yes.
but anything can happen, develop over further for 1,500 metres to go.
That's right. I think it may well have been that the Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club just had her bow ball in front of Adelaide Rob of Corowa and also Samantha Chadwick of Hunter Valley Grammar, but we'll get a clearer picture as they come down towards the grandstand end of the course, the business end of the race. But certainly the winds just died down again. Some fine conditions for rowing this morning, or this afternoon I should say.
So the exciting thing, this being the Reindeer Regatta, and as you'll see, lots of the boats and crew members have dressed up in their Santa's finest, and we had the excitement of a Christmas tree on a single scull going down the course a bit earlier on. So Rowing New South Wales will be awarding prizes to the best dressed crew and the best dressed boat. For those winning crews, we'll be presenting prizes all afternoon, so make sure you keep your best dressed on. The prizes are a Bont Rowing Competition Zooty, socks, water bottle and cap, the perfect regatta gear pack, thanks to Bont Rowing. Another prize is a pair of Bont Rowing BR2 shoes, inner soles and DQRS, I don't quite know what that is. Another prize is Perfect Balance, set of Burnham trestles. Another prize is a night stay at the Quest in Penrith, always handy when you're coming out to the Penrith regattas. And there will be 2 regatta shop gift vouchers valued at $100 each. Huge thank you to our prize donors and very generous gifts this year to get everyone in the Christmas spirit. And we have this singles race roaring down the course now.
Thanks, Mark. Yes, through the 1,000 metre mark, it was Neve Tierney who had opened up a considerable margin over Adelaide Rob of Corowa and also Samantha Chadwick of Hunter Valley Grammar. So in lane 9 is Tierney, and she's doing a fantastic job in the sky blue colours of Sydney Rowing Club. But yeah, certainly a commanding lead at this stage of the race.
The battle's going to be on for, if they hold those sorts of positions from when they came through the 1,000 metre mark, where there was only 0.4 of a second between Samantha Chadwick and Adelaide Rob. So the battle's really going to be on for the 2nd and 3rd places.
Yes, that's right. And then a sizable margin back to Egan of Leichhardt in 4th position, 20 seconds or so. So a fairly spread out race, but not that surprising. Of course, this is under 17 category, so it's the first season in which our sculls are competing over 2,000 metres, and it's a very steep learning curve. Certainly quite a different beast to racing over 1,000 metres, I think.
Yes, as a latecomer to the sport, as an already mature masters, I can't imagine doing 2,000 metres in a single scull. I have done it in larger boats, but totally different tactics are required to our 1,000 metre relative sprints.
Yes. We have some updated numbers for you in race 52. Samantha Chadwick has opened up a substantial lead over Adelaide Robb now of Corowa in lane 7. So those placings starting to they're starting to sort themselves out.
Well, that may not be so, because when you look out on the field, you can see the who's over there in lane 2. That's Samantha Chadwick, and here in lane 7, Adelaide Robb look to be going pretty much neck and neck, as probably about 300 metres out. Well, Michael disagrees with me. He has a far better and younger eye, so I'll rely on his good vision. And yes, I think he is right. When you look at the angles, the Samantha Chadwick does have a very healthy lead over Adelaide Robb.
That's right.
But we have down here Neve Tierney doing a beautiful finish from Sydney Rowing Club in a time of 8 minutes 33.22, and then a crossover on the far side. It's going to be Samantha Chadwick from Hunter Valley Grammar,
and she's rowing fantastically as well. High rate of striking, some pretty tidy blade work, a fantastic row from Samantha Chadwick. 3rd place is going to be a bit tighter to call by the looks of things, but I think Adelaide Robb from Corowa is maintaining that position at the moment. Leichhardt's Josephine Egan in lane 3 is certainly lifting and pressing Adelaide Robb from Corowa, but it's not going to be. I think she's going to run out of water, and 3rd place will go to Adelaide Robb of Corowa Rowing Club. So congratulations to her. So she'll be followed by Josephine Egan from Leichhardt in 4th place. Yeah, so the results really quite spread out in this race.
Little bit of a mishap over there in lane 1 from Emma Sullivan, but from Redlands, but she's managed to recover well and cross the line. That's in 5th place.
6th place going to Arabella Logan of Penrith Rowing Club. And then finally, to complete this race, Scarlett Thorpe, also of Redlands, in lane 4, to come across the line.
And coming down the course is Division 2, race 53 of the Women's Under-17 Single Scull. Over on the far side from Sydney, in lane 1, Maeve Maloney. In lane 2 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Zoe Armstrong. In lane 3 from Penrith, Alyssa Hotz. In lane 4 from Redlands, Alana Mansfield. In lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Amelia Dennis. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Jemima McKenzie. In lane 6 from Redlands, Charlotte Scamps. In lane 8 from Sydney, Sarah Bebbington. And in lane 9 from Askham, Felicity Errington. And it does look to be Felicity Errington. Oh no, it's Sarah Bebbington. It's lane 8. So we don't seem to have the Askham rower. Unable to see her, but from up here it does look to be Sarah Bebbington in the lead over, I think it's lane 4 there, so that's Alana Mansfield. Yeah, as they came through the 1,000 metre mark, there was, just coming through the 1,500 metre now. So we have Sarah Bebbington, followed by Alana Mansfield, who has a chance still. It's margin of 2.85 seconds. Then quite a long way back to Amelia Dennis from Hunter Valley Grammar. So Amelia is the rower in lane 5. Then Charlotte Scamps from Redlands, followed by Jemima McKenzie, who's battling it out with Zoe Armstrong, and a further margin back to Maeve Maloney. This is a full field, so there's still a couple more rowers to show up. Well, the Ascombe girl of Felicity Errington doesn't seem to be in the race.
No, so we've got a scratching from Felicity Errington of the Ascombe School. So yes, it is Sarah Bebbington of Sydney Rowing Club who commands the lead at this stage. Of course, couple of good performances from Sydney Rowing Club in the women's under-17 sculling events. Brendan Longman and Lachlan Carter, of course, coaches responsible for administering that program at Sydney Rowing Club, so testament to them. But having said that, just in the final 250 metres of this race, it does appear as though Alana Mansfield of Redlands is pushing Sarah Bebbington.
Yeah, and Sarah's just having a bit of trouble going straight. She's sort of been over to the stroke side boys and come back into the middle now, and she's slightly heading for the bow side boys. So she's just straightened herself. So that takes a bit of energy each time you pull yourself around.
Yeah, so they're just going head to head here now are Alana Mansfield and Sarah Bebbington. It's still too tight to call from where we are, Mark, but it does appear as though Alana Mansfield really is challenging Sarah Bebbington for the lead. And in fact, it's too tight to call. They are going to go stroke for stroke down to the line. Sarah Bebbington of Sydney Rowing Club going up to Alana Mansfield of Redlands. It's going to be close. Can't call that one, Mark.
Oh, I would give it to Sarah, but we have a photo finish on that one.
Oh, fantastic race. Congratulations to both of those scullers, Sarah Bebbington and Alana Mansfield. Spare a thought. Coming into the line now is Hunter Valley Grammar's Amelia Dennis in lane 5, so she's going to take third place without much doubt. Fourth place will probably go to Charlotte Scamps of Redlands. Second place, my apologies, lane 2, fifth place, Zoe Armstrong of Hunter Valley Grammar. Followed by Jemima McKenzie of Newcastle Grammar. Maeve Maloney in 7th position, Sydney Rowing Club.
Your confusion is excused with the amount of glitter on the boat.
That's right. So just having a look at the screen now, Mark, we've got our photo finish for the first position. That was between Sarah Bebbington and Alana Mansfield, and it was very tight indeed, as you can see. Not much in it at all, so congratulations to both of those girls. Well raced indeed. Fantastic to see such a competitive race in the under-17 age category.
Could be it really was just on the surge of the last stroke, which will determine the win.
Yeah, I think if I had to pick it off that photo, I think it was Bebbington of Sydney Rowing Club with the narrowest of margins.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, but we wait for the... Here it's just come through. Yes, it's Sarah Bebbington by 0.25 of a second over Alana Mansfield. What a race. Fantastic. And lining up on the start, we have the men's novice double scull Division 1. So there are 3 divisions of this event. In lane 2, we have from Newcastle Grammar, Louis Lyons and Edward Baker. In lane 3, from University of New South Wales, Harry O'Donnell and Scott Purves. In lane 4, from Newcastle Grammar, Fergus Lindsay and Xavier Ison. In lane 5, from Drummoyne, Nathaniel Lawson and Jack Park. In lane 6, from Newcastle Grammar, Angus Rowland and Benjamin Clarkson. In lane 7, from Leichhardt, Jasper Richards and William Spury. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that, but in lane 8 from Barker College, Tong Zhu and Thomas Han. And they're underway, or novice races are always fun.
That's right. Yes, this is the men's novice double scull. So this is all of our competitors in this race. This is their first season of racing at Rowing New South Wales regattas.
Probably their first race on the laned course as well.
Probably. So, but some fantastically decorated boats in keeping with the spirit of this regatta today. So we'll have 3 divisions of the men's novice double scull. So a good chance to see some new talent coming into, some fresh blood coming into the sport. So fantastic that we have 3 whole divisions of men's novice double sculls. It's probably they're too far away at this point, Mark, to make any kind of definitive call. But I would hazard a guess that Harry O'Donnell and Scott Purves of the University of New South Wales are in the lead. Yes, and that does appear to be the case as we get some visual confirmation on the cameras. So Harry O'Donnell and Scott Purves probably a bit older than the other competitors on the race. Who I would say that we have a number of school-aged novice scullers competing for Leichhardt and Barker, for instance.
My there was because it would be the second and third place by between Drummoyne and Newcastle Grammar is very close. So again, we could see some great racing there for the second and third place.
And also between Leichhardt and Barker College for the 5th position.
Yeah.
So plenty of excitement to come as the crews come down towards the grandstand, towards the business end of the park. But yeah, certainly at this stage, the University of New South Wales crew, Harry O'Donnell and Scott Purves in the lead. Their coach is Chris Burns.
It's fantastic. We just had a close-up there of a couple of one of these crews, and fairly small boys having a really good crack at it. Novice sculls.
Yeah, look, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, watching this winning crew here though of the University of New South Wales, Harry O'Donnell and Scott Purvis, you'd question if they're novices really with that. They're looking pretty good out there, good timing, possibly could be a bit, they need to be square as they drop that catch in, but they're getting really nice boat run.
Yeah, fantastic row from Purves and O'Donnell of the UNSW, so they'll take first place.
Oh, we could have an interesting finish here. No, the boys from Drummoyne, that's Nathaniel Lawson and Jack Park, just had a mishap, but they've managed to recover well. Getting nice boat run there as they come into the finish line. So they've crossed the line in second. Over on the far side from Newcastle Grammar, we have Louis Lyons and Edward Baker coming in third place.
So that crew from Leichhardt, Mark, has opened up a lead over Barker College. So it looks as though Jasper Richardson and William Spewy to take 4th place in this race.
Well, it looks like they have Rudolph on their bow just to help them find their way.
Fantastic.
And 5th place from Barker College, Tong Zhu and Thomas Han, just crossing the line now. And from Newcastle Grammar, we have Angus Rowland and Benjamin Clarkson putting in a great effort there. They're looking round to see where the line is. Got his Santa hat. Having a really good go. No, not quite there yet. The bowman thought they were there, but the stroke realised the hooter hadn't gone. I've done it before far too many times. Heard the hooter go and thought it was me, and I haven't quite crossed the line yet. So just coming up the rear here is Fergus Lindsay and Xavier Ison. They've decided that they're going to finish in lane 8 when they started in lane 4, but that doesn't really matter. They're having a really good crack at it. Give them all a good hand.
Good on you.
So the second division's really roaring down the course here. It's the second division of the men's novice doubled scull. We have Mark Benamatic and Melvere Sidhu from Leichhardt over in lane 2. Martin McCready and Michael Thomas from Newcastle Grammar in lane 3. Jesse Walter and Achilles James from Newcastle Grammar in lane 4. Gabriel Nali and Tanor Purdon from Kings in lane 5. Barnabas Toth and Daniel Lilliman from Newcastle Grammar in lane 6. Jack Vanderlaan and Haylock Keith Kong from the University of New South Wales in lane 7. And Roy Yan and Luca Grace from Barker College in lane 8, closest to us. And there is a fairly clear winner in this race by the look of it.
I think
Michael.
it might be Kings.
Yes.
Kings in lane 5, Gabriel Nale and Tenor Purdon. They've got a fairly substantial lead over, I think it might be Newcastle Grammar in lane 7, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so it's certainly the Kings boys in the lead. Gabriel Nale and Tenor Purdon.
Getting really nice boat run there.
Yes, and my mistake, it's the University of New South Wales crew in second position. That's Jack Vanderlaan and Haylock Keith Kong.
Yeah, their timing's just not quite together, but they're getting the power down. Looking very nice now as they start to come across the finish line. So that's University of New South Wales, Jack Vanderlaan and Haylock Keith Kong. Third place is going to be across the far side there, Martin McCready and Michael Thomas from Newcastle Grammar. And the compatriots here in lane 6, Barnabas Toth and Daniel Lilliman will take fourth place from Newcastle Grammar. Over on the far side, Mark Benamatic and Melvere Sidhu from Leichhardt, looking fairly cruisy as they come down to cross over the line. And a couple of fairly small kids there from Newcastle Grammar. That'll be Jesse Walter and Achilles James. Great effort. And finally, to round out the field, we have from Barker College, Roy Yan and Luca Grace. We better be quick because there's another race just about to run them down.
That's right, Mark. So race 56 is also on the course. I'll just very quickly run through our crews. Lane 2 from Drummoyne is Matthew Rimbo and Alistair Simons, coached by Sarah Ellis. In lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar, Darby Rokow and Thomas Brulisauer. In lane 4, it's Sebastian Bloor and James Walker representing, that's a Glebe composite crew, I should say. Lane 5 representing Leichhardt is Nitesh Shetty and Adam Weinberg. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, William Golding and Caleb Nicerton. And finally in lane 7 from St George is Rory Cole and James Rudsis, coached by Mark Featherston.
We're seeing a very exciting finish here between the Leichhardt crew of Nitesh Shetty and Adam Weinberg. And, oh, they're going to take it. The Newcastle Grammar boys are right there beside them, Darby Richow and Thomas Bruzalier, but they just had a slight mishap and have fallen behind by a length to come across the line in second place. Over on the far side, Matthew Rimbo and Alistair Simons from Drummoyne cross in third place. Now, there's a bit of a battle. No, it looked like a bit of a battle going on for third place, but the St George boys look fairly relaxed as they come in down the line there. The boys over there in lane 4, the Glebe composite of Sebastian Bloor and James Walker, giving it everything, just had a handshake between them, very pleased with their result. So they came fourth. Fifth place was the the St George crew of Rory Cole and James Rudsis. And coming in sixth place will be, can't see their zooties because they're wearing their Santa outfits. They're their boat's well decorated. I think that's Newcastle Grammar, is it? William Golding and Caleb Nicerton.
Yes, and they're happy with that. Just some celebrations over the line.
Oh, look,
congratulations.
In novice racing, you're usually just very pleased to finish. And the interesting thing in novice racing is I think the the St George crew were probably older gents. So it's anyone new to the sport, and we encourage anyone to give it a go. I'm a latecomer to. I think I was 56 when I started rowing, and
yes, and
going strong.
You and I probably raced in a couple. We may have raced in a couple.
We
of
may have
novice
raced in the
races,
same
Mark.
novice races.
No, that's
you never
right.
know. So
I started rowing when I was 12 or so. So plenty of scope to to compete against. And that's the beauty of the sport, isn't it?
it's fantastic. Yeah. I remember my first. So with the we have the JB Sharp series, which is run through the winter and is really to encourage novices to get on the water and start racing. And my first race, I was up against probably a 12-year-old kid and about a 35-year-old. And we were all brand new to the sport. So it really is a fantastic sport. We're starting to see it glebe more and more parents of juniors thinking, okay, I'm going to give this a go and joining our Learn to Row program.
Well, that's right. When you're waking up at the crack of dawn or before the crack of dawn to take the kids down to the rowing club, as my parents did for me back in the day, certainly the sunrise is looking pretty good all of a sudden. So,
and you might as well get out there and enjoy it.
That's right. So, just to turn our attention back to the course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a couple of eights races, which is very exciting indeed. The next three races before we retire for the lunch break at about 1 o'clock are all eights races. So race 57, you'll see on the screens around the course, is the men's open 8. It's only one division. This is it for the day. We've got a couple of crews, 5 crews, my apologies, are lining up. So I'll just take the time as our competitors assemble themselves on the start line to run through the crews. In lane 3 is a crew from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. They're represented by Matisse Ferrier, Luca Stefanovic, Peter Waldersey, Mitchell Caponis, Matthew Curtin, Charlie Jewell, Mitch Blackmore-Cram, and their stroke is Jack Henderson, and their cox is Terry O'Hanlon. Of course, that crew is coached by Matthias Ungermark, the head coach of UTS Haberfield. In lane 4 are representing Sydney Rowing Club, Torin Olsen, Tom Cregan, Declan Glendinning, Harry Crouch, Matthew Morgan, Matthew Rowe, Bradley Graham, stroked by Alex Nicol and coxed by Teresa Harris. In lane 5, representing Scots, Jack Pinn, William Dimitroulis, William Barr, George Calageros, Angus Tremlett, Ned Houghton, Henry Pursehouse, Iwo Ellis, and William Chang is their cox, and their coach is Jason Baker. In lane 6, representing Sydney Rowing Club, this is the second Sydney crew, James Fredrickson, Charlie Hine, Gabriel Carmody, Gordon Applecron, William Downey, Thomas Hart, Angus Aitken, and Andy Hoffman. Their cox is Bradley Wooten. And finally, representing St Augustine's, Jay Taylor, Cody Carney, William Pender, Tom McGee, Tane Potts, Oscar St Pierre, Joe Lynch, Dougal McKenzie, and their cox, Ryder Taylor. And that crew is coached by Judith Ungermark and Biani Ungermark.
So we'd encourage everybody who's hanging around the boat park to come down and watch these eights races. Open eights race is always great to watch, but the interesting thing about a race like this is the noise as they come down the course. The coxes yelling, all the blades going in the water.
Yeah, so plenty of commotion in an eights race. And look, the interesting thing about this particular race, Mark, is that we have crews from high performance clubs, so Sydney Rowing Club and UTS Haberfield, going up against a school cruise from Scots and St Augustine's. So a really great opportunity for some school crews to challenge themselves against some accomplished club, high performance club athletes. So look, I'm really looking forward to this race. Sydney Rowing Club entered 2 crews, and it looks as though they're just getting ready to go now. So looks as though it's the the open crew and the underage crew from Sydney Rowing Club, and UTS with a crew I guess, a depleted club crew, you might say, over there in lane 3.
And a big shout out to our volunteer boat holders from Glebe Rowing Club this event. And holding an 8 when they're getting ready to start is always an interesting challenge. They're just getting ready and they're off.
It's always mesmerising to watch the start of an 8s race, but they are underway. And yeah, so some pretty good talent, some pretty talented oarsmen in this race. So certainly in the Sydney Rowing Club crew, we've got Alex Nicol, of course, Australian team member, Harry Crouch as well, Torrin Olsen on different occasions. In the St Augustine's crew, Ryder Taylor, who was a coxswain for the Australian men's junior 4, recent world champion. So some seriously talented athletes are going head to head in this race. Of course, Matthew Curtin, former Australian rowing team member, Peter Waldersey, of course, one of our commentators at Rowing New South Wales state team member of over a number of years. Terry O'Hanlon is their cox, and of course an exceedingly experienced and talented coxswain. So we're lucky to have him down at UTS. But certainly at this stage, it does appear as though Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4, which is their, I suppose, their first crew. They're in the lead at this stage, Mark.
And looking very nice there, getting great boat run, lots of power.
Looks as though UTS Boat Club in second place with I think it was a slight advantage over Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6. So I wouldn't be going anywhere. This will be a fantastic race to watch as the crews come down towards the finish line. At this stage of an 8s race, it's all about kind of, I guess, positioning yourself, getting out to a really fast start, but positioning yourself if you're not in the lead, so that you can make a pretty consolidated and unified attack, I guess,
exactly.
in the final 1,000 meters. So it's a funny, it's a bit like fire and ice. You really have to put yourself out there in the first 1,000 meters, but having said that, you really have to be reserved and kind of confident in yourself that you can, as a crew, lift towards the 1,000 meters. Yes. But certainly on the vision that we're seeing on the screen, Sydney Rowing Club in the lead. That's the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 4. And I think it is the UTS Haberfield in second place at this stage. So they're coming through the 1,000 metres now, 2:51 for Sydney Rowing Club. And it'll be close, but UTS with the ascendancy over the second Sydney Rowing Club crew at this stage. Scots in 4th place at the moment, and St Augustine's in 5th.
That's a pretty good pace for the 1,000 metres of 2:51.
Yeah, I mean, as I've said before, that Sydney Rowing Club crew is I suppose clad with Australian rowing team members or previous members of Australian rowing teams. So look, that's a pretty handy crew. Harry Crouch, for instance, rode in the double with Alexander Wood this year's under 23 World Championships. So plenty of training experience under the belt for many of these athletes at Sydney Rowing Club. And they're looking really, really nice as they come down the course.
They look like they've just given it a bit of a push as well. So it looked like they just took their rating up a point or two. So where are they sitting? Yeah, they've just come through the 1,500 metre mark. So just want to consolidate their lead there. They've just come through the final 250. They've got a good 2 or 3 boat lengths ahead of the next crew, the UTS. UTS about half a length in front of the second Sydney crew, then about a length back to the Scots crew.
Yeah, so we might have a battle on our hands, Mark, for that silver medal position. Sydney Rowing Club second crew, just looking as though they're putting some pressure onto UTS Haberfield, but it'll be fantastic to see how both of those crews respond into the final 250 metres or so. Some really experienced oarsmen in both of those boats, and you personally know plenty of tenacious characters in both of them as well. So neither crew will be willing to give an inch, and this is going to go right down to the line by the looks of things. But certainly Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4 with a commanding lead. Alex Nicol in the stroke seat, and that crew has just lifted their rate yet again. They're probably very high in the 30s in terms of their rate of striking. So looking fantastic, that crew from Sydney Rowing Club. And they're going to take out the first division of the men's Open 8. UTS Haberfield in second place at this stage. They look as though they're going to retain the advantage over the second Sydney Rowing Club crew. That crew is stroked by Jack Henderson. Plenty of competent scull oarsmen, I should say, in that boat as well. So UTS Haberfield takes second. Sydney Rowing Club in third. That's the crew stroked by Andy Hoffman. Fourth place will go to Scots. Fantastic to see that school crew mixing in with the clubs, and also St. Augustine's. And a fantastic row from the guys in green. Coxed, of course, by Ryder Taylor. And so well done to St. Augustine's as well.
And the finish time for the Sydney crew was 5:45.78 with a margin of 16.37 back to UTS and a further margin of 2.72 back to Sydney. So we have the second division of the men's Open 8 has just taken off, and the crews are in lane 3 from Mossman. Well, it's a Mossman composite of Harry Coddington, Owen Bell-Harry, Kobe Reeves, William Robertson, Sam Merry, Zane McGregor, Dion Hansen, Oscar Shield Gamborg, coxed by Hamish Reid and coached by Kieran Kabalki. In lane 4, a Glebe composite of Callum Dunn from St George, James Mills from Glebe, Carter Clifton, Lachlan Larson, Benjamin Tish Bostock, Jack Stone, Jasper Dawson-Damer and William Wright, all from Glebe, and are coxed by Tom Gloucester. In lane 5 from Glebe, Hadley Anderson, Callum Steele, Andy Wigan, Owen Cronin, Max Jones, Andrew Perrich, Tony Rogers and Ben Nagapa, coxed by Poppy Hartley and coached by Kim Mackney. This was a crew that we put together to as a grade crew to race on the Yarra, which didn't happen, so they're having to go at this instead. In lane 6 from Scots, Max Halliday, James Duffy, Matisse Gizarden-Perdure, Noah Matani, Trefon Stamboli, Hugh Hinrichsen, Hugo Hart, Lachlan Moore, coxed by Conrad Lowe and coached by Felix Dew. And in lane 7 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Matthew Hussey, Jelly Spiker, Toby Bustos, Ruben Cooper, Ted Thompson, Jack Groves, Adam Yates, Tobias Elias, coxed by Finn Stanley and coached by Kieran Kabalki. And they look to be fairly close as they have came through about 750. Not necessarily that close, but across the far side is that UTS composite crew?
No, it's the Mossman composite crew on the far side. I think. Yeah, so I think. Well, it looked as though they were in the lead, but that's not the case. As the camera angle straightens up, it's the crew from Scots in lane 6, with probably about a boat length advantage over Mossman in lane 3. So that Mossman crew is comprised of Mossman athletes, and also, I guess, most of the people in that boat are going to be rowing for Northern Beaches Secondary in the school.
Yeah, and then
we have as well.
We have Glebe coming third and fourth. holding their own. They're up there in the running, which we're pleased to see. So the field has spread out fairly well. Probably the race is going to be between the two glebe crews. Nothing like a bit of club rivalry.
Well, there's about a second in it, so there's some work to do. But yes, that's no love lost between those two crews, I'm sure. But Scots at this stage in the lead and looking pretty good as they command this race.
So the far side glebe crew is the young blokes, so that'd be mostly juniors and post juniors.
Yep.
School and early university, and the other glebe crew, I would say, has probably got an average age of about 30 to 35, so a bit more mature, but still young and strong.
That's right. Well, it's the open age category, so
Yeah.
it's anyone's game, and this Scots crew putting on a clinic. Of course, all of these boys in the Scots boat are at school, and so they're putting on a pretty good performance over that crew in lane 2, comprised of Mossman and Northern Beaches secondary athletes. Glebe,
So it's the older glebe crew.
the old guys from Glebe with the advantage.
No, sorry. It's the older guys from Glebe who have come across through the 1,000 metres ahead of the younger blokes. But that Scots crew looks very smart. Be interesting to see their finish time.
Yeah, so that you won't miss the Scots boys in their distinctive yellow zooties, with the roaring lion on the back. No, so they've certainly commanded this race right from the get-go, and they deserve to be where they are. The Mossman in lane 2 just, I think, responding a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be enough at all to disrupt the status quo in this race. Scots also lifting their rate as they come into the final 100 metres or so when the boys turn red. So Scots looking really good.
Well, and Mossman have just taken their rating up as well for that last 250 metres. They're too far behind, but they're holding their own against Glebe.
Yep, so there's no doubt about it. Scots to take this race out. The second division of the men's Open 8. A fantastic row from the boys from Bellevue Hill. Second place is going to go to the Mossman Composite crew in lane 3. Third place looks as though it's going to go to Glebe in lane 5. Followed by Glebe in lane 4. So I'm not sure, Mark, whether you can provide some insight on which
the
faction in the Glebe Rowing Club.
So we're actually working closely with the Cranbrook School these days. So the younger crew is mostly for Cranbrook.
Yes.
And the older crew is a range of members, not necessarily affiliated with any school. So quite a few of them have come to the sport through our Learn to Row program. Yeah. Over the last 10 years or so.
Yes. And just in lane 7 was in lane 5, I should say, the Northern Beaches secondary crew just finishing off that race really well and stoked with their own performance. So congratulations, guys. It's fantastic to see Northern Beaches secondary field a full 8. So really good to see. Race 59, I think, is underway, Mark. It's the final race of the program for this, I guess, the morning session, although we're peaking up pretty quickly on lunchtime. It's the Women's Open 8, and just on the screen, I think we've got a host of steering difficulties from a number of crews.
Yes. So it looks like they came close together and spread apart, and they're now coming back again. So it does look to be the possibly the MLC crew that's having the biggest steering problems. But they're towards the back of the field, so just as they came through the first 500 metre mark, it did look to be the, who would you say was...
Well, it was certainly close, I think, between the UTS composite crew and I think it may have been Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6.
Yeah.
So I think those two. I think those
That's
two
where
crews.
the race is going to be.
Yeah, I would say so. So some pretty accomplished athletes in both of those races. We've seen, for instance, Neve Tierney and Grace Bennett row earlier on this morning in the single scull, but of course that crew has also got some pretty accomplished athletes. Izzy Ferrer in, I think, probably the 7 seat she'll sit. Australian team, a former Australian team member, and Eliza Dunlop, I believe, as well. Certainly, both of those athletes have had experience in the New South Wales Youth 8 and potentially even the Queen's Cup squad. So some pretty handy athletes in the Sydney Rowing Club boat. But similarly, in the UTS Haberfield boat, Amelia Cooper, incumbent member of the New South Wales Victoria Cup crew, that's the women's lightweight squad, and similarly Sarah Fard, a member of the Youth 8 squad. So it's good to see it'll be some healthy competition between some pretty accomplished athletes, which is what more could you ask for? But yeah, it's looking pretty tight. We're going to have some vision just a moment, I think, as the crews come through the 1,000 metre mark, and I think it is the Sydney Rowing Club crew with it's not even it's probably half a canvas, I think. Yeah, half a boat length, I should say. So just shy of a second is the advantage held by Sydney Rowing Club over UTS, the UTS composite.
And then it's the Glebe crew. So the Glebe crew is the women in this crew are pretty accomplished rowers. They row mostly masters, anywhere from A, B, and C masters, and quite a few of them have notable wins to their names. There's a couple of state and national champs in terms of masters rowing in that crew. So I'm not surprised that while they're not up there with the high performance crews, they're certainly holding their own and doing a great job. And they're coming into vision now. You can see from up here the positions pretty much.
Yeah, so it's a spread out race. Certainly the UTS and Sydney Rowing Club crews battling it out at the pointy end of the race. And at the 1,000 metres, it was Sydney Rowing Club with a small advantage. So we'll just see how that's played out over the third 500 metre segment. I dare say Sydney Rowing Club has maintained that lead.
Yeah, it looked like Glebe just had a slight steering issue there, but they're back on track now. I'm just watching from up in the tower here, as you can see the line they're having. And now it looks like the Sydney crew has just also corrected themselves. So interesting to see, potentially in these races also, we find it very hard to get and keep good coxes and train coxes. Coxing is not the easiest thing to cox well.
Certainly, I guess, generally speaking, a shortage of coxes.
Yeah. Any small people out there interested in the sport, find a club and they'll embrace you.
That's right.
This is a great race between Sydney Rowing Club and UTS out here.
Yeah, that's right. And the water flattening out for our oars women in the final 250 metres. Looks as though UTS Rowing Club just lifting to put some pressure back onto the Sydney Rowing Club crew in the final stage of this race. Whether they have left it a bit late remains to be seen, but they're both coming out with guns blazing, that's for sure. I think the UTS crew have a little bit, their rate of striking is a bit higher on the Sydney Rowing Club crew, but I think Sydney Rowing Club have done enough to weather the challenge.
It's interesting. The Sydney crew does look to be getting that extra boat run from each stroke. just a little, just that touch smoother. But I could be wrong. So a very nice finish there from the Sydney crew in 6 minutes 59.09 with a margin of 4.35 back to the UTS crew. The Glebe crew coming in very strong here. Very pleased to see that. A huge margin back to the other crews. They've had a bit of a steering issue. So the it's Poppy, who I think is just went out there, was out there doing very well in single scull, who's coxing. Catherine, who was down to coxes, is sitting there in bow seat. So a bit of a crew change.
And they're certainly happy about having crossed the finish line.
I think they've done very well because it's a huge margin back to the last two crews, which are both school girls in the open category. So great effort by them. And look at the decoration on that Newcastle grammar boat out there. It is tinsel galore.
So if the judges are watching, certainly you would have to think two strong contenders for the Best Dressed Crew Award. Lane 5, that's the MLC school. They are completely decked out in festive adornments of various types, but certainly plenty of tinsel, reindeer horns, I think, antlers. That's right. Christmas hats, the lot. So they're looking really great, festively speaking, but as are the crew from Newcastle Grammar, who are going to finalise the program for this morning in lane 7.
Being coxed by Santa by the look of it.
Would appear so. So there's Santa and the reindeer, I would say.
Well, now I'm confused. There's Santa on the is the marshal.
That's right, and Santa's
just doing a bit of flag work there. Very
fantastic. All right, well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes this morning's proceedings. We will resume the racing schedule, or the racing at 1:50 p.m.
Yeah.
So in just under an hour. So thank you for your company. Thank you, Mark, for your commentary this morning. Lizzie Chapman will return with me to see us through to this afternoon and this evening. I think we're rowing right through until almost 6 o'clock.
Yeah, you'll probably see me coming down the course in some of those later races.
Fantastic. We look forward to it.
Yeah.
Thank
you, Michael.
We'll see you soon. Well, good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get underway for this afternoon's proceedings for the 2022 Reindeer Regatta with race 60, which is Division 1 of the men's under-16 double scull. If you can catch a glimpse of a screen nearby, you'll see that our scullers are lining up down at the 1,000 metre mark in preparation for the race. So just to run through our scullers quickly, in lane 1 representing the Scots College, Oliver Milling and Hugh Merriman, coached by Jason Baker. In lane 2 representing Newcastle Grammar, Eli Wasley and William Boyle. In lane 3 from Kinross Walleroy, Henry Hunt and Benjamin Maslin. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar is Bailey Kropp and William Hunt. In lane 5 representing Leichhardt is Peter Simovac and Lucas van der Westhuizen, coached by Isaac Shepherd. We've got a scratching from lane 6, Hunter Valley Grammar. In lane 7, representing Redlands, is Jack Meek and Angus McInnes, coached by Guy Morgan. And finally, representing Kings in lane 8, Sam McLean and Harry Robinson. And so we're underway in race 60, the first division of the men's under-16 double scull. So looking out across the course, it does appear as though we've got a fairly clear race leader at this point. I think it's the Kinross Walleroy crew, Henry Hunt and Benjamin Maslin, over in lane 3 on the far side of the course. Distinctive sky blue, white and black colours of Kinross Walleroy. In fact, no, the leader of the race at the moment is Redlands. Lane 7, Jack Meek and Angus McInnes. So they're over on this side of the course in lane 7. And it'll be the Kinross crew in lane 3 in second place. Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 4. That's Bailey Kropp and William Hunt in third position at the moment, followed by Leichhardt through the 500 metre mark, about 4 seconds behind. And of course, this is a 1,000 metre race, being in the under 16 age category. So our crew's coming into the final 250 metres of the race in the next minute or so. Yeah, so certainly the crew from Redlands in lane 7, the second closest crew to the grandstand side of the course in the distinctive bumblebee style yellow and navy blue colours, vertical stripes. That is Jack Meek and Angus McInnes. Their coach is Guy Morgan, but they're looking really comfortable at the front of the pack. They are being pursued by a really fast finishing Henry Hunt and Benjamin Maslin of Kinross Walleroy. Now, that crew is over the far side of the course, so it'll be difficult, for the Redlands crew over this side to look that far away and to judge how close they are, but I think they're going to have to throw it. Both crews are going to have to throw everything at the other. They're both finishing really well, and it's going down to the line. But I think the Redlands crew does have their bow in front at this stage. So Redlands, lane 7, they take the win over Kinross Walleroy in lane 3, who will take the silver position, the second position in the race. Third will go to the Scots College in lane 1. The fourth place is going to be a tight contest between lane 8 Kings and lane 5 Leichhardt. Couple of buzzers as we come over the line to conclude. Oh, we've got a couple. got a couple more boats to come. But that's the first 5 crews across the line in the first division of the men's under 16 double scull. We've got a crew coming now from Newcastle Grammar in lane 2. And they're ably or well decorated in keeping with the theme of this afternoon's regatta. And I'm reliably informed that the judges are out and prowling the regatta park this afternoon to pick the best dressed crew and the best dressed boat. So do make sure you're decorating your boat to put yourself and your crew in the running for that coveted prize. We have a start in race 61 following completion of race 60, the second division of the men's under 16 double scull. In lane 2, representing Hunter Valley Grammar, Maxim Ward and Anders Leonard. In lane 2. In lane 3, representing Kinross Walleroy, is Thomas Tancred and Dave King. In lane 4, representing the King's School, Oscar Parsons and Jeremy Blatchford. In lane 5, representing St. Augustine's, Jay Taylor and William Pender, coached by Bjarni Ungermark. In lane 6, representing Northern Beaches Secondary, Finn Stanley and Lucian Cranny. In lane 7, representing Hunter Valley Grammar, Xander Felfoldi and George Hughes. And finally, in lane 8, representing Scots, Maxwell Crawford and Dean Lowe, and their coach is Jason Baker. And just casting my eyes over the competition lake this afternoon, the wind has picked up a little bit from this morning, and I think we've got a little bit of a cross tail coming from the far side of the course, the eastern side of the course. But it does appear as though the crew from Scots in lane 8, they might be in the lead at this point of the race. Certainly Kinross and Kings in lanes 3 and 4 are up there as well, but Scots just floating with the boys on this side of the course in lane 8. So let's see if they can just correct that course and bring themselves back into the middle of their lane to give themselves the best shot to finish this race. But certainly Scots under some pressure now from Kinross and Kings, who are themselves battling it out in the lanes next to each other, both in sky blue colours. So Kinross is in lane 3 on the far side, and Kings in lane 4, just one close to them. So that's the Kings crew of Oscar Parsons and Jeremy Blatchford. They have just poked their noses in front of the Kinross crew, and they've also poked their nose in front of Scots over here in lane 8. So they're going to take out the second division of the men's under 16 double scull. That's Oscar Parsons and Jeremy Blatchford from the King's School. A fantastic race. Followed by the Kinross crew, Thomas Tancred and Dave King, and then by Scots College, Maxwell Crawford and Dean Lowe in third place. In fourth place will be the St. Augustine's crew in lane 5. That's comprised of Jay Taylor and William Pender. They'll take out fourth position. And fifth is likely going to go to lane 6, Northern Beaches Secondary, Finn Stanley and Lucian Craney. So a bit of a spread out race for the remaining boats. Got crews now to come from Hunter Valley Grammar, both of whom are well decorated with tinsel and, wow, I think that's an elf hat over the other side, but some pretty festive gear for sure. So Lizzie Chapman rejoins me this afternoon in the commentary box.
Hello, hello. Good to see all these elves and Santa Clauses out there. And you're right, yeah, definitely far more decoration now that you've told them that the judges are out and about looking.
Oh, that's right. So that concludes race 61, the second division of the men's under 16 double scull, with our two crews from Hunter Valley Grammar. And race 62 is underway, the third division of the men's under 16 double scull. Plenty of scullers from Hunter Valley Grammar out at the Regatta Park today.
Indeed. So in lane 2, we've got Hunter Valley Grammar 2 with Hayden Melmoth and Thomas Foster. In lane 3, Hunter Valley Grammar 1, which is Akash Kumarasinghe and Jamie Granger. St Augustine's are in lane 4, Josh Arundel and Max Tancred, coached by Bjarni Ungemach. In lane 5, from Newcastle Grammar, Cooper Mann and Luca Karahalu. In lane 6, from the King's School, Lockie Tyndall and Nicholas Platis. In lane 7, from Northern Beaches Secondary, Andrew Tukowski and Noah Zingsimon-Smith, coached by Kieran Kabelki. And Redlands are in lane 8, Alexander Fenton and Kieran Newman, coached by Max Durrant.
Thank you, Lizzie. And just looking out over the course, I think it's the crew in lane 6 from Kings, Lockie Tyndall and Nicholas Platis, with the advantage over the rest of the field at the moment. Happy to be corrected, but that does appear as to be the sky blue colours of the King's School in the lead. And of course, these under 16, these athletes in the under 16 age categories will be racing, I suppose, in the year 8 or year 9 quads, I suppose, before kind of contending selection into the senior boats in the year 10 8s, and of course the first and second 8s as well. But Lockie Tyndall and Nick Platis in the double scull in lane 6. They're looking pretty handy at this stage.
And from memory, they were pretty good in the single scull as well when they did the under 16 single. So Lockie Tyndall, I think he led for most of his race, but then placed third. And Nick Platis won his race.
Yes.
So doubling up together, looking pretty good there in Division 3 of the men's under 16 double scull.
Yeah, so with some results like that, it's hardly surprising. Can move a sculling boat pretty well by the looks of things. And both in Santa hats as well.
And St Augustine's Josh Arundel and Max Tancred giving a bit of a challenge there to the Hunter Valley Grammar School crew in the closing stages of the race. In fact, I think they're coming through.
That's right. Lane 4, St Augustine's Arundel and Tancred are going to snatch second place off of Melmoth and Foster of Hunter Valley Grammar. So they're going to take second place as they come across the line. Third place is a bit tighter. It's between Newcastle Grammar in lane 5 and Northern Beaches Secondary in lane 7. And it's going to be tight, but Northern Beaches Secondary, I think, are going to hang on by canvas or so. So it's close. But Northern Beaches Secondary in 4th, Newcastle Grammar in 5th, and then a couple of crews to go in lane 3, Hunter Valley Grammar 1. That's Akash Kumarasinghe and Jamie Granger. We'll take out, it's going to be 6th place. And finally, Redlands in lane 8. That is Alexander Fenton and Kieran Newman to finalise the competition in this race.
Yeah, that was the third and final division of the men's under 16 double scull, so it's also the final crew across in that entire event, because we are now moving to coxed quad sculls, 4 people in each boat. It's the women's under 16 coxed quad scull, and we have at least 4 divisions. Yep, 4 divisions here. In Division 1, Redlands are in lane 1 with Lily Wainberg, Isabella Crennan, Jemima Hugman and Sophia Natili, coxed by Carolina Pedro Inacio and coached by Ingrid Holtur. In lane 2, the Northern Beaches Secondary College with Selena Panetta, Anna McLean, Lola Balmain and Elizabeth Kerr, coxed by Lucienne Cranny and coached by Kieran Kabelki. In lane 3, MLC School, Eliza Kershaw McDonald, Clementine Hendricks, Julia Zarlenga and Isabel Ng, coxed by Jodie Feng and coached by Ash Brooking and Andrew Patterson. Askham are in lane 4 with Anna Radziminski, Chloe Hitchens, Kitty Elias and Sabrina Kozkar, coxed by Isabel Bug, coached by Alexandra Butt, Mitch Caponis and Marielle Caponis. Newcastle Grammar in lane 5 with the Desha Kendukar, Emma Brown, Phoebe Rideway and Roxana Brown, coxed by Zane Gusmarini. Barker College in lane 6, Taylor Grayson, Maddie Henry, Juliet Mills, Annika Stanbury, coxed by Thomas Han. Sydney Rowing Club are in lane 7. The fantastic 4 who raced earlier in the under-17s, Georgina Stevenson, who won the single as well, Isabel Yardley, Amelia de Villiers and Grace Bennett, coxed by Matilda Marconis and coached by Brendan Longman. And North Sydney girls are in lane 8 with Yan Fei Han, Weia Kong, Kea Jasani, Jessica Zhao and Felicia Wu, coached by James Halliday. And that's Sydney Rowing Club in the front, as you would expect.
That's right, Lizzie. In lane 7, a distinctive sky blue, and I think that's a yellow boat in lane 7. Sydney Rowing Club in the lead, as you say. Nice. Each of those athletes performing very well in the single sculls earlier this morning. And I was saying to Mark earlier on, hardly surprising that they can jump in a crew and make it go really quick indeed. So testament to the coaching staff down there at Abbotsford and Sydney Rowing Club. Presumably these girls are under the watchful guidance of Brendan Longman and Lockie Carter.
Indeed, yeah.
But no, they're looking really tidy in this race. Really well drilled. Clean blade work as they come into what is the final 150 metres of this race or so, as the boys start to turn red. Don't usually see too many coxed quad boats at, clubs these days. It's usually like obviously a school-based event. So fantastic to see those girls from Sydney Rowing Club able to jump into a coxed quad boat and take it to the opposition. And congratulations to them. They've done it in a convincing fashion.
It is, and one of the advantages of the women's coxed 4 coming into international racing at the underage events is that you now have got boats, good boats that you can actually put quad riggers on.
That's
How
right.
exciting. So a great win there for Sydney Rowing Club in the women's under-16 coxed quad scull Division 1, with Redlands 1 crossing in 2nd position, Askham crossing in 3rd. 4th, the Northern Beaches Secondary College.
It really must be said, Lizzie, that Askham crew in lane 4 are fantastically decorated indeed, as are some of the crews crossing the line now. Lane 5, that's the crew from Newcastle Grammar, and also lane 3, Redlands. It's hard to tell with all the different decorations
It sure is.
where the crews are from.
So just confirming the results again then, Division 1 in the women's under-16 cox quad scull, a win for Sydney Rowing Club, 2nd Redlands 1, 3rd Askham, 4th Northern Beaches Secondary, 5th Barker College, 6th Newcastle Grammar and 7th MLC School. The winning time for Sydney Rowing Club, 3 minutes 48.86 and a handy 15.43 second margin to them. Division 2 of the women's under-16 cox quad scull is coming down the course now. In lane 2 we have the Northern Beaches Secondary College with Sophia G, Amelia Murray, Frida Kirkham and Tanya Hornby, coxed by McCormack Cooper. Redlands in lane 3, Lucy Mayer, Olivia Paul, Rosie Garcia Wood, Alana Winder and Leah Chung their cox. North Sydney girls in lane 4 with Ningguan Ma, Audrey Thomas, Cara Wong and Hannah Yang, coxed by Alison Zeng. In lane 5, Newcastle Grammar School, Emily Simpson, Georgia Bramble, Heidi Mackenzie and Kirtana Kumar, coxed by Jemima Mackenzie. Redlands are in lane 6, Ruby Warner, Catherine Budden, Isabel Campbell and Mila Osborne, coxed by Sophie McDonald. MLC School are in lane 7, Steffi Liang, Ella Hu, Rebecca Beaton and Sophie Winnell with Seraphine McNamara coxing, and Barker College are in lane 8, Lucia Stimoli, Luella Crocker, Pei Zhu and Charlotte Yu, coxed by Kaylin Gray.
Thank you, Lizzie, and I think...
Are we missing some? Where are we? Division 2.
I think it might be the crew from Redlands in the lead at the moment in lane 6. That's Ruby Warner, Catherine Budden, Isabel Campbell, Mila Osborne and Sophie McDonald. They're well decorated in that boat. A rather large...
Getting into the swing of things.
Yes, that's right. But having said that, it's a tight race. North Sydney Girls, Redlands and Northern Beaches Secondary are all within QE of Redlands in lane 6, who are in the lead. Yeah, so no doubt about the leaders. Redlands 2 in lane 6. I think second place is going to be tight, but I think it'll be Redlands 4 in lane 3 who are in that second position at the moment. Third is tight between lane 4 North Sydney Girls and lane 2 Northern Beaches Secondary, but North Sydney Girls appears to have their bow in front of Northern Beaches Secondary, but certainly there can be no doubt about the winner. Redlands in lane 6 will take out this race and fantastically adorned with Christmas gear. Christmas tree on the stern of their boat.
Christmas tree.
Yes.
Excellent. And then we've got lane 3 crossing in second. That's Redlands 4.
North Sydney Girls will snatch third place. Fourth place will go to Northern Beaches Secondary in lane 2.
And then we have an army of elves coming. Look at that. So nice. Green, red, and green and red.
Yeah, absolutely. You really have to hand it to the coaches and athletes in those crews are fantastic.
Good old Newcastle Grammar. They've obviously come down determined to win a prize.
They have come
so
to play. So no, do keep the decorations. And Santa's in the coxing that boat as well in lane 5. So that's got to be a contender.
And here comes Barker College. I think we're missing MLC, but we've got Barker College coming now. They look wonderful. Again, lots of tinsel. I think their first season, so it would have been their first ever Reindeer Regatta, and they, again, have obviously come in the right spirit.
Yeah, so it looks as though we haven't got an MLC crew, but your Barker finishing off really well, and congratulations to that program for turning up in a big way at the past couple of regattas.
Absolutely right, yeah. It's great to see them, isn't it?
Mm.
So just recapping the results, Division 2 of the Women's Under-16 Coxed Quad Scull, a win for Redlands 2 in a time of 3 minutes 55.26. Second, Redlands 4. Third, North Sydney Girls 2. Fourth, Northern Beaches Secondary. Fifth, Newcastle Grammar. Sixth, Barker College 3.
Yep, so those were the placings. Race 65 is underway now. It's Division 3 of the Women's Under-16 Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 2 representing Redlands is Millie Codrington, Hannah Riddington, Aneve Carter and Lara Doyle. They're coxed by Alexandra Jones and coached by Mitchell Simpson. In lane 3 representing Newcastle Grammar, Alexandra Baldwin, Florence Saker, Maina Lakundi, Kensington Steele and their cox Heidi McKenzie. Looks as though we've got a scratching from Barker College in lane 4. So lane 5 is Redlands, and that crew is comprised of Olivia Price-Pontifex, Jessie McKeon, Elizabeth Whelan and Jess Smith. Their cox is Alana Koopmans and their coach is Ghislaine Herzog. In lane 6, representing the MLC school, Christina Coffey, Ella Baker, Charlotte Penny, Sophia Grave and Sasha Kovarik is the cox. In lane 7, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Emma O'Brien, Sinead Hickey, Grace Connery, Lily Bennett, and Sebastian Kladnig is their cox. Their coach is Isaac Shepherd. Finally, in lane 8, representing North Sydney Girls, Eva Dai, Julia Wang, Sabrina Zhang, Isabella Yuan Pan, and Krishni Bulani is their cox. Their coach is Philip Brown.
And that crew from Leichhardt, we were talking earlier about Angela Connery's niece, Grace Connery, having taken to rowing like a duck to water, she and her colleague Lily Bennett. They are learning to row at Leichhardt Rowing Club, and they've doubled up here with Emma O'Brien and Sinead Hickey, with Sebastian Kladnig coxing them, and they're having a great row down the course, and looks to me like they've got some decorations on there as well, but most importantly, just having a really good time, a group of young girls joining a club and having a lot of fun.
Yeah, fantastic. And no shortage, Lizzie, as you say, of rowing heritage in the Connery blood.
Indeed.
Yes, Angela taught me how to row back at Leichhardt Rowing Club back in the day. It was my Year 6 teacher as well. So,
oh, there we go, yes.
Yes, plenty of love for the Connery family, and looks as though Angela's niece, Grace doing a fantastic job.
What have they got on? Is it reindeer antlers or is it tiaras? I can't quite work it out from here.
Some kind of
Or
adornment.
is it just ponytails?
It could be, yeah, it could be. Lane 7, Leichhardt takes the win in the 3rd division of the women's under-16 quad scull. Redlands in lane 5 are going to take 2nd place. 3rd place looks as though it'll go to North Sydney Girls over here in
Lots
lane
of
8.
tinsel on there.
Plenty of
Whoa,
tinsel.
Well done, North Sydney
Yep.
girls.
And they're stoked about it as well. Lane 6, MLC School. That crew's going to take 4th place. And in 5th place, it'll be the crew in lane 2, Redlands. Redlands 5, that is. Gosh, 5 Redlands quads. It's a fantastic effort.
It is, isn't it? And all decorated as
Yeah.
well. Good on them. So a no-show from the Newcastle Grammar.
Yes.
Not to worry.
Scratching from Barker as well. So that concludes.
That one, and that was Division 3, and they crossed over in a time of 3 minutes 59.00. So we've got a slight tail breeze now picking up, but it's still beautiful conditions here at the Reindeer Regatta 2022, with one more division of the women's under-16 coxed quad sculls to go. In lane 2, representing St George Rowing Club, Leilani Turpin, Tessa Jones, Charlotte Olivia, and Ava Macron, coxed by Lily Featherstone and coached by Mark Featherstone. In lane 3, North Sydney Girls 5 with Chloe Wang, Ashley Du, Annika Ganguly and Evelyn Chung, coxed by Megan Ming En Ho and coached by James Halliday. Glebe Rowing Club in lane 4, Ivy Reynolds, Neve Somerville, Giselle Dueza and Mandisa Considine, coxed by Vanessa Saliba and coached by Tate Van Heemst. Another Redlands crew, their number 7 crew in lane 5 with Maria Smith, Sophia Watmo, Josie Cable and Mika Curry, coxed by Jen Jung and coached by Alexandra Topolov. North Sydney Girls 3 is in lane 6. Hushan Ding, Sherry Liu, Grace Wong, Sienna Fong and their cox Zio Chang, coached by James Halliday. Redlands 6 in lane 7. Tessa Griffith, Bianca Maxwell, Francesca Richardson and Amber Cusano, coxed by Lillian Chen and coached by Alexander Holthur. And Hunter Valley Grammar School are our final crew in the women's under-16 cox quad scull. That's Lucy Sutherland, Samantha Chadwick, Eliza Barrett and Matilda Percival, coxed by Moira Geraghty.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lizzie. And certainly some well-adorned crews again in this race. North Sydney Girls had some elaborate decoration on the bow of their boat, so we'll look forward to that as they come down towards the grandstand. But just looking at across some of these names, Samantha Chadwick in the Hunter Valley Grammar boat certainly performed well in the single scull this morning, so that'll be a good crew to watch, and perhaps some success will be translating into the bigger boats. But this stage, it's a little bit tight to call. Difficult to see at the moment who is in the lead. They're going to be coming through the 500 metre mark in probably 30 seconds or so, so we'll have some live results for you then. So as they come towards the 500 metre mark in this race, the halfway point, of course, it's going to be tight. I think over the far side, it's St George, I think, who are just, they're not quite in the lead. I think, geez, I didn't quite see. It may have been Redlands, I think, in lane 5, who just had their noses in front, but looks as though we're not going to get the timing coming through. So we'll just see. No, it wasn't the Redlands crew. They're a little bit back into the rest of the field.
I reckon you're right. St George, maybe. And then is it North Sydney Girls 3 in lane 1, 2, 3, lane 6, 8, 7, 6. Yeah.
Yeah. So North Sydney Girls certainly up there. So really good performance from them. But Hunter Valley Grammar on this close side, Redlands 1 over. So yeah, it could be that it's this North Sydney girls crew who are
Yeah, looks like it.
maybe not quite in the lead.
Maybe they're all dressed up in red, and that's why we
That's
don't
right.
recognise
It's all
them.
smoke and mirrors today. But St George over on the far side in lane 2 doing really well, Lizzie, and
They are,
certainly a
aren't they?
family outfit by the looks of things. The Featherston family well represented in
right.
that crew.
Very strong. And we were talking earlier about the fact that Mark has, and St George Rowing Club and Mark Featherston, the coach there, have welcomed the Catholic schools from around
Yes.
the area in, and I think they're going great guns with a fresh new input of rowers who look to me like they're really enjoying their rowing and doing very well.
Yes. And certainly under the guidance of Mr. Alan Bennett doing some fantastic work with the Catholic schools down out of St George.
It's
So
great
really
to see.
excited to see the progress of that program.
And it is North Sydney girls. It's Hao Xuan Ding, Sherry Liu, Grace Wong and Sienna Fong with Xiao Shang urging them on. They're doing a great job there.
And they're really well decorated as well. And they're doing a fantastic job. They're going to be hard pressed by the crew over in St George. But I don't know.
And Redlands
It's gonna be
fast
really
finishing on the
close.
inside. Oh, it is going to be close.
And they're just having some steering difficulties.
Redlands have picked up they've sniffed victory, and it'll be a photo finish. We'll have to leave that one to the judges. I think St George managed to get their noses just in front to take out the win in Division 4. What a terrific race, and it continues.
We're going to have some steering difficulties, even some clashing of oars between lanes 5 Redlands, lane 4 Glebe. So, wow, plenty of commotion in the 4th division of the women's under-16 quad scull. And again, in lane 3, can I commend North Sydney girls for their fantastic decoration. Some aerial reindeer by the looks of things, if that's an
Oh, it
apt
is, isn't it?
description.
How
Yeah,
amazing. Good on them.
fantastic. The judges are having their work cut out for them, but just paying attention now to the photo finish between lane 7 Redlands and lane 6 North Sydney girls. It was St George, I think, that did take out that pole position, but
then the photo finish. Then Hunter Valley came 4th. Then another photo finish by the looks of things between Redlands 7 and Glebe. Oh, look at that. Oh, I think Redlands might just have got that over Glebe. And then North Sydney girls taking out 7th.
Well, that was a fantastic race.
So here we go. Judges have decided. Right, the results of race 66, Division 4 of the women's under-16 coxed quad scull. A win for St George in a time of 4 minutes 27.11. Second, North Sydney girls 3. Third, Redlands 6. Ooh, other way round.
Congratulations to
Yes.
North Sydney girls. That was a fantastic race, and
was.
I think they almost had it snatched from them by Redlands.
They did.
They were leading most of the way with the race.
0.1 of a second. And then in 4th position, Hunter Valley Grammar School. In 5th, Redlands 7. In 6th, Glebe. And in 7th, North Sydney Girls 5. That was a terrific race, and some great outfits and dressage.
Yeah, that's
as
what
well.
it's all about. Race 67 is underway. I think it may well be the first of today's Masters events, unless we had some this morning that I didn't catch. But race 67 is the Women's Masters Coxless 4. In lane 2, representing North Shore, is Samantha Judges, Rebecca Hourigan, Rachel Lash, and Nicola Kennedy. Their coach is Kim Rudder. In lane 3, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, is Yasmin Finnegan, Sky Smith, Esther Tucker, and Colleen Chapman. In lane 4, representing North Shore Rowing Club, Helen Byrne, Catherine Boland, Peggy McBride, and Nikki Blackwell, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 5, representing Drummoyne Composite, is a Drummoyne Composite crew, I should say, Christine McCready, Jenny Wilson, Renata Ipma, and Kath Hextell. That's in lane 5. In lane 6 is another crew from North Shore Rowing Club, Karen Samet, Virginia Fabro, Catherine Sainty, and Julie Wass. In lane 7, another crew from North Shore Rowing Club, Sally Edwards, Mary Walsh, Janet Pendleton, and Karen Knowles. And their coach is John Gouvenet.
And then final North Shores had to be scratched because of all the others. So good to see our board member Peggy McBride back in the rowing seat again after a bit of injury, so I'm quite surprised to see her there. So it's wonderful to see her back out there again. As we might imagine in the Masters event, we row in age groups, and the age groups are handicapped, the idea being that the youngest people start last and the oldest people start first. So the crew in lane 7 is an F age group, and so is the crew in lane 6, so they went off go. Waiting a further 6 seconds and then starting was the Drummoyne Composite in lane 5. 11 seconds delay for the D crew in North Shore. The E age group crew from Drummoyne in lane 3 went off with lane 5, and then the crew that had to wait the longest, 15 seconds, was the young North Shore crew, which is a C age category across on the far side. Now the idea is that the youngest age crew, by the time we get to the finish of this 1,000 metre race, should in theory have been able to row through, but that is a very classy Drummoyne Composite in the middle of the field there. Chris McCready from St George, so she's got white with the red hoop. Jenny Wilson from Mossman in the prawn suit, the red and white stripes. Renata Eepma from Balmain in the bumblebee black and yellow. And then Kathleen Hextall from Drummoyne in green and gold.
Yeah, as you say, Lizzie, a really handy outfit there with some fantastically experienced oarswomen comprising it. They're going to take out this race, the Women's Masters Coxless for Lane 5, Drummoyne Composite. Lane 4, North Shore will claim second, a similarly experienced crew, so fantastic
Yeah, good pedigree in there too.
Yeah, that's right. And Lane 7, North Shore, that's the F crew, will come third.
That's great row for them too, with Sally Edwards, Mary Walsh, Jeanette Pendleton and Karen Knowles. Then, by the looks of things, the Drummoyne crew, is that right? Finnegan,
Yeah.
Smith, Tucker, they were 4th.
And 5th place was North Shore, Samet, Fabro, Saint and Was.
Right.
And 6th was the North Shore crew over in Lane 2. So
The youngsters, serve them right
that's
for being
right.
so young.
Yes, indeed.
So the Drummoyne Composite passing the finish line in a time of 4 minutes, 0.4 seconds, a margin of 2.73 over the North Shore crew. Right, we're moving back to 2,000 metre racing now with the men's under 23 and open coxless pairs. We have 3 under 23 crews and 1 open crew. In lane 3, representing Glebe Rowing Club, the under 23 crew of Carter Clifton and Charlie Slack. In lane 4, in the under 23 category, the Sydney University Boat Club crew of Matt Smith and Ryan Gibson, coached by Don McLaughlin. In lane 5, representing St Augustine's College, so schoolboy level, under 23, Dougal Mackenzie and Joe Lynch, coached by Judith and Matthias Ungemach. And in lane 6, our only open crew of the race, the University of New South Wales pair of Jack Sargent and Tom Gates, coached by Cameron Butler. So we've got 2 medals up for grabs here, 1 for under 23s and 1 for open. So I think the open one is pretty open and shut case.
Yes.
But a good race now going to be between the under 23 crews. Oh, it's nice to see a crew actually come into the pontoon to collect their medals. So we've got the Drummoyne Composite coming in here now. And Kevin Wall standing by with the tin pots. Well, we've had a start finally in the men's open and under 23 coxless pair, and they're certainly taking this seriously. They've all gone like bats out of hell off the start, with a good start there for the probably university. I don't know. We've only got 3 crews, so maybe it's the St Augustine's crew of Dougal Mackenzie and Joe Lynch. Joe, of course, representing Australia at the Junior World Championships earlier this year and coming home with a gold medal. So it's a big step up from junior to under 23. You would definitely want to just do the best you could off the start and then settle down and see how you go. Next to them in lane 4 from Sydney University Boat Club, Matt Smith and Ryan Gibson, who are coached by Don McLaughlin. So one of our high performance clubs here in New South Wales, and certainly those two wanting to make their mark at under 23 if they can, but having a good challenge from Carter Clifton and Charlie Slack from Glebe Rowing Club across in lane 3. And again, Glebe Rowing Club, they've got nothing to lose. It's the first 500 metres of a 2,000 metre race, so why not have a crack?
Yeah, absolutely. And well, it looks as though the St Augustine's crew have really stamped some authority on this race, and they're really taking it to the arguably more experienced crew of Sydney University, Matt Smith and Ryan Gibson. But having said that, of course, Joe, having just returned from the World Championships, has plenty of experience under his belt, and it's really showing. A really gutsy first 500 metres from the St Augustine's boys.
So we've definitely got a crew missing. I'm looking there and I think I can see the colours of the University of New South Wales. So maybe, well, it's either Sydney Uni or Glebe that's missing. Looks to me like it might be Glebe Rowing Club missing. So we've got Jack Sargent and Tom Gates, coached by Cameron Butler, in lane 6. That's them there, just coming through the 500 now, by the looks of things. Then we've definitely got St Augustine's. Really, and I think that's Sydney Uni, don't you? Yes,
I think so. So really stretching out a lead are the St Augustine's
wow.
boys over Sydney University's Matt Smith and Ryan Gibson. So a fantastic effort. You would think, I'm not sure how old Dougal Mackenzie and Joe Lynch are, but a fair amount younger, I would think.
I would have thought so too. Interesting,
so really
and good for them.
Yeah, really impressive performance so far in the race, but there's a lot of water to go between now and the end, so let's just see what happens. But rowing really nicely are the boys in the St Augustine's colours, green and gold.
They are indeed. We've got Ryan Gibson here, very experienced in the pair. Matt Smith, I obviously know his name more from sculling than from sweep, but we know with these Sydney Uni boys, they can usually jump in between them, don't they? They've looked very calm and patient. We're now at the 750 metre mark, and those two crews are level, with University of New South Wales crew having been dropped.
Yeah, so plenty of water yet to come in this race.
Certainly no point panicking.
Yeah, so it looks like as though it'll be a good old classic stare-off for the last the last 1,000 metres. So that hard work, spare a thought for these two pairs facing off. Who can keep their hand on the stove for the longest, I think, is the question.
Oh, that's a good
phrase.
But
it appears as though Sydney University have responded to what it was an extremely impressive early surge from Lynch and Mackenzie of St Augustine's, and a fantastic accolade to them that they've led that Sydney University boat, well, pretty much to the 1,000 metres, but it appears as though they've been hunted down.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's Uni of New South safely through. Second half of the 2,000 metre race, and this is where you feel it if you've gone off a bit too hard, because you definitely need a good aerobic pack capacity for 2,000 metre racing at a higher level. What beautiful conditions. The wind's dropped again. Really lovely. And they're in a little air pocket right there, aren't they? You can see very calm water in the middle of the course.
Yeah, really quite glassy, so some fantastic conditions for pair rowing. And Sydney University now looking quite comfortable, and I think they know they've got the ascendancy now, and they've just snatched the lead off the St Augustine's crew. And I suppose that's where just the experience comes into play in these 2,000 metre races. Of course, the St Augustine's crew doing really, really well. As we've said, probably a fair amount younger than the Sydney University boat.
So certainly, we're just saying about Dougal Mackenzie, he was certainly rowed at St Augustine's, but from memory he was last year, not this year. So maybe he's just out of juniors and rowing as alumni, or perhaps he's just finished year 12 and he's coming back into it again now. We've certainly seen his name around, and as we said, rowing with Joe, who went to the Junior World Championships this year. Look, a very handy pair indeed. Great hit out for them here, having a good 2,000 metre race against Matt Smith and Ryan Gibson from Sydney University Boat Club.
Yeah.
Some very impressive work going on there.
And it's really good to see the St Augustine's boys now mixing in with the UTS crews down at the boat shed. So really good opportunities to kind of accelerate the development through the underage
100%.
categories. So a really good opportunity for these boys here today, and certainly doing really well, and took the fight well and truly to that Sydney University boat.
Sure did.
Yes.
And it's not going to be much of a margin at all, which is really impressive. Yeah, it was wonderful at the Rowing Australia Rower of the Year Awards last night to see Judith Ungermark, their coach, awarded the Pathway Coach of the Year in the under-19 section. And Joe and his colleagues from the Coxed 4 be awarded the Pathway Junior Crew of the Year Award. And Joe showing now just exactly how classy a rower he is. They're really upping the rate of striking in this last 250 metres in an effort to close that small margin between them and Matt Smith and Ryan Gibson, proper under-23s, going for under-23 selection. And so Sydney University responding there in a very different way. So St Augustine's have upped the rate of striking and it's really front-focused, whereas Sydney Rowing Club, they've upped their rate of striking by lengthening out and just really working hard off the catch and holding it right through to the finish. So different approaches. Both of them have raised the rate and also raised the speed, and it will be Sydney University Boat Club, Matt Smith and Ryan Gibson, who will take out the win over St Augustine's, a margin of 4.6 of a second in the end.
So some really tidy rowing from both of those crews. As you say, Lizzie, both responding in different ways in the final 250 or so. But yeah, certainly fantastic effort by those St Augustine's boys, and as you say, thoroughly well deserved to be crowned Junior Rowers of the Year last night.
Yeah, that was superb.
Yes.
And then the under-23 Pathway Crew of the Year was the Women's Coxed 4 with our own Bella Scammell, formerly of Kinross Wallaroy School and now of Sydney Rowing Club, and she was in that Coxed 4 that won gold at the World Under-23 Championships, so great to see her crowned as well.
That's right. I think Bella may have even been a late call-up to that boat as well.
I believe she was, because the others were all at US universities. Well done to University of New South Wales, Jack Sargent and Thomas Gates, coached by Cameron Butler. So that was a pretty good row for them too. And they take out third place, and they take out the open category in the men's coxless pairs.
So turning our attention back down the course, we've got a really exciting race lined up. It's race 69. It's the men's open lightweight and under-23 single scull, and this is a race close to my heart, certainly. In lane 2, representing Sydney University is Devlin Walsh, coached, my apologies, by Thomas Lorich. In lane 3, from Sydney Rowing Club, Torrin Olsen. In lane 4, from Sydney University Boat Club, Marcus Britt. Lane 5, from the Australian National University ACT High Performance Program, Hamish Harding. We've got a scratching from Lachlan Miles of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 6. Lane 7 is Sean Murphy from UTS Rowing Club, and a scratching from Kieran Ryak in lane 8. He's also of Sydney University Boat Club, of course. But Lizzie, a star-studded lineup in this race.
It is really, isn't it? So we've got the president, yes, of Sydney University, or co-president of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 1, former N-Swiss athlete and national representative Detlef Walsh. We've got Sydney Rowing Club and New South Wales Institute of Sport scholarship holder Torrin Olsen from the under-23 team in lane 3. In lane 4, Marcus Britt, captain of Sydney University Boat Club, also an N-Swiss scholarship holder and former Australian representative. Hamish Harding, who's just come back from the World Rowing Championships where he represented in the lightweight single scull. Yeah, single scull. He is an ACTAS scholarship holder and rose for the Australian National University. And then UTS and New South Wales Institute of Sport scholarship holder Sean Murphy, who a couple of years ago has represented in the
Single
lightweight quad,
scull.
the lightweight double and the lightweight single over the years,
Yes,
hasn't he?
yes.
Coached by Matt Ungemach, and great to see him. He's had a year of backing off a little bit, hasn't he? and
That's
to
right. Well, he
concentrate on
took
his career.
he took some time off to finish his degree, which he has now done. He's working full time as a physiotherapist. So
Yes.
fantastic to see Sean back in the boat, of course.
Oh, he's such a class athlete.
That's
He
right,
really
and
is.
it's great to have him down at
At
UTS Haberfield now, and he's making a positive impact. But look, just turning our attention to the present race, Marcus Britt in the lead.
Yes.
Which is fantastic to
So
see.
exactly the same as Sean. So what he did last year, I believe, is he had to really concentrate on his studies in order to finish his degree, and he's now working and able to spend more time rowing again. I think you have to do that, don't you? Every now and then you just got to back off the rowing a little bit, keep your hand in. He went to Henley and raced there.
Yes.
He had a great season, but he's really flying this season in the single. And you look, racing against Hamish Harding, a real class lightweight athlete there.
And Hamish Harding in a relatively predictable fashion, and I've fallen victim to Hamish's late race assaults on many occasions. He's a fantastic finisher, and somewhat unsurprisingly, he is going to snatch the lead off of Marcus Britt. Both of those guys are extremely gutsy athletes, and I've had the pleasure and pain of racing them over a number of years. So fantastic finish coming in from Hamish Harding, and obviously a guy who's on the up and up, and you'll be hard-pressed to find someone tougher than Hamish Harding.
So these guys are all racing at the national time trial in, 2 weeks' time, week and a half's time.
Yeah.
So great for them to get a hit out on the 2,000-metre course, because some of that racing will then progress from the river over to here. And Hamish will definitely be there. As you say, takes out the lightweight part of the single scull. Marcus Britt will be second. Sean Murphy and UTS N-Swiss will be third. Fourth will be Torren Olsen of Sydney Rowing Club and N-Swiss, and we're missing Devlin Walsh. Doesn't look like he started.
Oh, okay. 7:13 the time over 2,000 metres, so relatively flat conditions. I don't think that's too bad for this time of year. You'd think Hamish has taken a little bit of time off after a pretty hectic off-season rowing overseas. So no, fantastic to see some really high-quality athletes give it a crack. And I've got to say, by all of those athletes we've just seen, Lizzie, I guess over the age of 23, 24. So I guess rowing is a sport that you can carry on with. It's an amateur sport, so you can carry on with competing interests in going on in your life. And it's fantastic to see guys like Marcus Britt back in and competing while holding full-time jobs and completing study, which is position that I find myself in as well. So I think it's a common story, and really great to see that you can kind of come back, and it does inspire confidence in the longevity and the fact that it's a lifelong sport. So really good, and as an association, it's something that we want to promote as well.
Absolutely. No, good on you.
Yes.
So we've got another fantastic lineup in the second division of the men's open, lightweight and under 23 single scull, and this time we have a combination of all three of those categories. In lane 1, representing St George, we have Tom Masterson, coached by Mark Featherston. In lane 2, from Newcastle University, Odin McIntosh. And in lane 3, from UTS, Mitch Blackmore-Cram, coached by Matt Ungemach and Elliot Shackloff-Bertonetti. They are all open. In lane 4, from Nepean Rowing Club, Jason Waddell, coached by Daniel Waddell. And in lane 5, from UTS, Matisse Ferrier, coached by Matt Ungemach and Elliot Shackloff-Bertonetti. They are both lightweight. Jason competing for a position in the New South Wales lightweight quad. Matisse Ferrier sending all of his results back home to France, where he's hoping to get a position in their national team. And then we have 4 under-23s, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Elliot Simpson, coached by Don McLaughlin. Oh, sorry, lane 7 is Lake Macquarie, Pat Stanley, who's actually a junior, coached by Amos Noon. In lane 8, Sydney University, Nick Miro, representing Sydney University Boat Club and coached by Don McLaughlin. And then Hugo Hobbs from Sydney Uni in lane 9. So yeah, Pat Stanley, very handy, and won the under-19 category just a few races ago, it appears to me. Coached by Amos Noon, doing such a great job there with the guys from Newcastle Grammar School who are rowing at Lake Macquarie.
Race 70 on the course now, Lizzie. Division 2 of the men's open lightweight under 23 single scull. In lane 1, representing St George, is Tom Masterson. Lane 2, Newcastle Uni, Odin McIntosh. Lane 3, Blackmore Cram of UTS. Lane 4, Waddell of Nepean. Lane 5, Ferrier of UTS. Simpson of Sydney University, lane 6. Stanley of Lake Macquarie, lane 7. And Miro and Hobbs of Sydney University in lane 8 and 9.
And going back to your conversation about, or our conversation about backing off a little bit for life load purposes,
Yes.
here's another one. Mitch Blackmore Cram,
Yes.
he backed off so that he could, is it carpentry?
So
plumbing?
so
Can't remember now.
Mitch is a fantastic guy.
Yeah.
He is a full-time tradesman. Well, he has been a full-time tradesman for a number of years. So really tough guy, really solid trainer. And he's found his way back. Well, he was at Drummoyne for a number of years, getting coached by Robin Mackney. Finds himself now in UTS teal colours under the guidance of Matt Ungamark.
Doing a really superb job. Sitting in
right.
3rd position here with Elliot Simpson from Sydney Uni in the lead over Nick Miro from Sydney Uni. And then back to Mitch, but Mitch looking great. Very long, powerful strokes.
Yeah, that's right.
Excellent.
So Elliot Simpson, I think, going to take out this 2nd division. Followed by Nick Miro, and also so Mitch coming in 3rd. Mitch Blackmore Cram of UTS. 4th is going to be tight. It's going to be between
I think it's lane
Odin
2.
McIntosh
Yeah.
and so Jason Waddell and also Hugo Hobbs finishing very quickly, and then the final competition between Matthias Ferreira and Patrick Stanley of Lake Macquarie, and then Tom Masterson of St George over in lane 1 to complete that field. But a fantastic race. 7:22 the unofficial time.
Ooh. So just confirming then, the results of Division 2 of the men's open lightweight and under 23 single scull in the order in which they finished. First, Elliot Simpson, Sydney University. 2nd, Nick Miro, Sydney University. 3rd, Mitch Blackmore Cram, UTS. 4th, Odin McIntosh, UTS. 5th, Hugo Hobbs, Sydney University. 6th, Jason Waddell, Nepean Rowing Club. 7th, Matisse Ferrier, UTS. 8th, Pat Stanley from Lake Macquarie. And 9th, Tom Masterson of St George. So the winner of the Opens, the winner of under 23s, Elliot Simpson. Winner of the lightweights, Jason Waddell. And winner of the Opens, Mitch Blackmore Cram.
We're talking, Lizzie, about this phenomenon of coming back into the sport at a high level, and there's no finer example than Jason Waddell.
Very true.
Yeah.
How often can the man reinvent himself?
That's right. And so, really fantastic to see him.
See him doing lightweight, yeah.
He's, so going for the Penrith Cup this year, and training and racing really well by the looks of things. So
and
will be interesting.
newly married too.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
Fantastic.
it is right too. So congratulations to him and his lovely wife. Yes. So lease of life for him. Okay, race number 71, Division 3 of the men's single scull, and all of these scullers are under 23, but a bit younger. Some of them are still under 21 level. In lane 1, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Sam Bristow. In lane 2, representing Penrith Rowing Club, Liam Taylor, coached by Lindsay Callahan. In lane 3, representing Sydney University, Tom Anderson. In lane 4, representing St George, Lachlan Dunn, coached by Mark Featherstone. In lane 5, representing UTS, Mitch Caponis, coached by Matthias Ungamark and Elliot Shatcloth-Bertonetti. In lane 6, representing Sydney University, Hamish Danks. In lane 7, representing Canberra Rowing Club, Cormac Hayes. In lane 8, representing Sydney University, Josh Hewitt. And all of those Sydney Uni scullers are coached by Don McLaughlin. And in lane 9, from Kinross Wallaroy School, Finley Shepherd. So Cormac Hayes from the ACT Academy of Sport. And I'm just looking down, and I believe Tom Anderson may have just secured an NSW scholarship recently too. But apart from that, the rest of them club athletes.
Yes. So Tom Anderson in the lead
race
at this stage. Tom Anderson, of course, has some runs on the board in the single scull over the past couple of seasons, but certainly not far back now to Cormac Hayes of the ACT High Performance Program. He's a fierce competitor, and I've seen him go from strength to strength, and he's a really big boy now, so he'll be one to watch over the coming years. Mitch Caponis in UTS colours are really great, a lovely guy, but also has really quite improved quite dramatically over the past season or two in the single scull in particular, and is now a real threat going forward. So that's 1, 2, and 3. In fourth place right now is, I think it's
Hamish Danks,
that's right.
who was in the junior double scull for Australia a couple of years ago, I believe. So yeah.
So this is going to be a really
and then
fast
did
finish.
21s last year.
Right.
It is great caliber of athlete here.
Yeah, and so a really fast finishing race, and the scull. Look, everyone's just sculling so beautifully. Tom Anderson, there can be no doubt he will win this race, but second place is really tight. I think Cormac Hayes is going to hang on, but it's really close for third place between Hamish Danks, Sydney University, and Mitch Kaponis. I think Danks is just going to snatch it off Kaponis in the dying stages. So second to Hayes of Canberra ACT, third to Danks of Sydney University, fourth to Kaponis of UTS, fifth will go to Bristow of Sydney University on the far side. Sixth place to Josh Hewitt of Sydney University.
Then we will have Penrith's Liam Taylor. He will cross the line in seventh. Back then to St George's Lachlan Dunn. Great to see him coming back into the rowing again. And then our final sculler will be Finley Shepherd, so Kinross Walleroy. So I would imagine he's year 12, so maybe just out of juniors. He will finish off our field of 9 scullers on our maximum number of lanes, 9 lanes. Yep, here comes Lachlan Dunn. So well done to all of them. Now our winning time for Tom Anderson was 7 minutes, 7.78 seconds. The margin 5.68, so quite a handy margin between Tom Anderson and Cormac Hayes of Canberra and the ACT Academy of Sport. Good finish there from Finley Shepherd, good for you. Division 3 of the men's single scull.
Yeah, that was a really high quality race. Those all 3 divisions are really quite good. Anyway, turning our attention back now to some bigger boat classes.
Looks like we've got a real treat in store here. We've got a women's open quad and then 4 grade quads if they all turn up. The women's open quad is Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page, Laura Cypher, Talisa Noak Driver and Grace Cypher. It's a bit of a who's who of underage rowing at the moment. Their coaches are Lachlan Carter and Brendan Longman. In the AB category, this is a B grade category quad, Lucy representing Kinross Walleroy School, Lucy Scammell, Millie Lane, Ayla Ryan and Lucy Searle. In lane 5 representing Glebe Rowing Club, a C grade quad of Heidi Lindell, Elizabeth Lester, Soraya McKay Colin and Belindy Rowe. I think some of those are masters rowers as well. In lane 6 representing Sydney University Boat Club, a B category crew of India Hobbs, Zoe McKellar, Emily Shepherd and Nikki Greenland, coached by Alfie Young and Tom Lorridge. And in lane 7 representing the University of New South Wales, a D grade quad of Charlotte Stanwicks, Anna Ristic, Samantha Backler and Isabella Niven, coached by Chris Burns.
So it appears as though it's the crew from Sydney Rowing Club, I think, with their noses in front at this stage. That's Page, Cypher, Nock Driver and Cypher. That's a really handy crew.
Certainly is. We've got Liesl Page and Laura Cypher, who won the junior women's double scull at Henley Women's Regatta and then went on to race in the Henley Royal Regatta in a quad. We've got Talisa Noak Driver, who I think was in the junior double, and Grace Cypher, who is in the under-23 lightweight single at their respective world championships. So pretty good caliber of athlete there. Nikki Greenland stroking the Sydney University crew was, I believe, in the under-23s, was it? I think she was in the under-23s.
Yes, rings a bell.
And certainly doing incredibly well at the moment in the under-23 and under-21 age category in all the preliminary races of the season. Emily Shepherd and Zoe McKellar, who normally do sweep rowing, and India Hobbs in the bow seat, taking the place of Sophia Whiteman, who's had to withdraw today.
India Hobbs, I think, competed in the Youth 8 a couple of times, I think, unless I'm mistaken.
Yes, true.
Yeah, so high, as you say, high caliber of racing across the board, but certainly not much doubt. Well, some doubt. It's a close race between Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3 and Sydney University, who are now responding, and they're closer to us on the grandstand side in lane 6. Sydney University just lifting their rate as they take the fight to the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 3. It's going to be tight, but I think the Sydney University boat's going to run out of water and Sydney Rowing Club will retain the victory. Yeah, so they've definitely closed that margin, but that was a really good response from Sydney University. Nikki Greenland just kind of keels over as that race just finishes. A fantastic effort, and kudos to that Sydney Uni boat.
I thought it was the Reindeer Regatta.
Yeah.
I thought we were just having fun.
That's right. So first hit out, everyone blowing some cobwebs out from the off-season, no doubt, and preparing the lungs for the, coming season of
That's
competitive
right.
racing. So lane 4, in a very distinctive sky blue boat, the Kinross Wallaroi crew. Some familiar names in that boat and ones to watch, of course. Lane 7, the University of New South Wales, Stanwicks, Ristich, Backler and Niven. And finally, the crew from Glebe Rowing Club, Heidi Lindahl, Liz Lester, Soraya Mackay, Colin and Belindy Rowe. That's, as you say, a Masters crew predominantly, I think.
Indeed.
Yes.
So confirming the results of the women's quad, a win for the open quad from Sydney Rowing Club in a time of 6 minutes, 53.51 seconds. Second, the B category quad from Sydney University Boat Club, the margin 0.88. Third, Kinross Wallaroi. Fourth, University of New South Wales. And fifth, Glebe Rowing Club.
So we'll return now to the single sculling events, and we have a couple of divisions of men's under 17 single sculling races to come. So race 73 on the course now. In lane 1 representing the King's School is Tulloch Salmon, coached by Jack Cook. In lane 2 representing Kinross Wallaroi, Harry Dimmick. We've seen Harry a couple of times today. Lane 3 representing Newcastle Grammar is Flynn Chaston. We've got a scratching from Thomas Wunderlich of Barker. Probably a sibling of Laura Wunderlich, I think. In fact, I know so. Yes, he came down to UTS not a short while ago to give it a go. In lane 5, Newcastle Grammar is Felix Lama Ryu. Lane 6 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Lachlan Foster. Lane 7, the King's School, represented by Oscar Petrus. Lane 8 is Newcastle Grammar, represented by Connor Elvish. And finally in lane 9, representing Glebe, is Charlie Slack. So I think it's the Kinross sculler in the lead at this stage, Harry Dimmick, and he raced in the double scull earlier today, I think with Max Tancred.
Yeah, and he raced in the under 17 coxed quad with Nick Tancred, Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith. So they came second in the quad. I'm not sure how they did in the double, but he's certainly very competent, isn't he?
So we say this every time. I feel like we say this every time we're in the tower, but the Kinross Wallaroi Scullers, really, that program produces some really, really voracious athletes. And a great breeding ground for for our sport in New South Wales coming out of that school. So, fantastic to see. And they're always fierce competitors. So, Harry Dimmick certainly in the lead. Having said that, I think it could be Charlie Slack of Glebe Rowing Club over this side, challenging him for that lead. We've got a slight tail breeze just picking up now. So we'll see how the athletes respond. But Slack on this side, doing a really good job.
They've got some great things going on at Glebe Rowing Club with these young juniors. I think it's fantastic to see. A great vibe there.
Yeah, that's right. Mark Petion was explaining this morning they're working closely with Cranbrook and of course with
Ascombe.
With Ascombe. But Dave Cameron doing a lot of work with the younger scullers in Glebe and Cranbrook as well. So I'm sure Charlie will be a beneficiary of Dave Cameron's guidance and experience, and he's certainly taking the fight to Harry Dimmick of the Kinross Wallaroi School over there in lane 2. I'm not sure if he might run out of water, I'm afraid. I think Harry Dimmick has done enough just to secure this victory, probably about a boat length. So Harry Dimmick will take the wing for Kinross Wallaroi,
Excellent.
followed by, Charlie Slack of Glebe Rowing Club. Fantastic row. He'll be one to watch. And lane 6, Lachlan Foster of Hunty Valley Grammar. He comes third.
Fourth will be Tulloch Salmon of the King's School, coached by Jack Cook. And fifth, Oscar Petrus, also of the King's School and also coached by Jack Cook. And then we have quite a long way back to our final sculler, which looks as though it's Connor Elvish from, yes it is, Connor Elvish from Newcastle Grammar. The winning time of race number 73, the first division of the men's under 17 single scull, was provisionally 7 minutes 58.87 seconds. That was Harry Dimmock of Kinross Wallaroi. The margin just 2.66 back to Charlie Slack of Glebe Rowing Club.
Yeah, and good on these guys for getting out and giving it a go in the single scull. 2,000 metres in the single scull. No mean feat, so really well done. We've just got, I think this is Connor Elvish of Newcastle Grammar in their distinctive new Zooty. Oh yes, yeah. Unfortunately, Lizzie, looks like we've got to capsize quite far down the course. So unfortunate that that's happened, but that could account for a missing sculler in race 73. Could. Race 74 is on the course, however. Lane 1, Zachary Hyde from UTS. Lane 2, Jet Thomas from Kings. Lane 3, Nicholas Tancred from Kinross Wallaroi. Lane 4, Luca Bazina from Nepean. Lane 5, Henry Chaston from Newcastle Grammar. Lane 6, Mitchell Chung from Newcastle Grammar as well. In lane 7, Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. And finally, Anton Teal from the King's School in lane 8.
So Anton Teal has evidently not turned up to the start, so we can sort of mark him as off. And we've just heard that Hunter Valley Grammar School number 1, so Luke Purdy, he has scratched. So he's not there. They've come through the 1,500 metre mark now, so 500 left to go, and it's Nick Tancred who is in the lead. So much like his doubles partner in the previous race, Harry Dimmock, he's taken the race to the others now over the 2,000 metre course, in the lead at the halfway mark and still in the lead at 1,500 over Luca Bazina of Nepean Rowing Club in lane 4. Sitting in third currently, Zachary Hyde from UTS, and in fourth, Jet Thomas of the King's School. They're inside the last 250 metres, and it looks as though that's Nick Tancred who continues to lead.
Yeah, we've just been talking about the Kinross Scullers, and he's doing a really good job, and certainly. I think he has he's rode the double earlier today, has Nick Tancred?
Yeah,
so
and the quad. So yeah,
yes.
First in the double, second in the quad, and looking like joining his doubles partner in taking out his division of the single. Pretty impressive. Good day's work.
Absolutely.
However, could I please point out there are no Christmas decorations on his boat, so he's far too serious. And a good row there from Luca Bazina of Nepean Rowing Club. He's coached by the wonderful Daniel Waddell, who runs the junior program down there. Third across the line is Mitchell Chung of Newcastle Grammar School. Fourth, Jet Thomas of the King's School. And fifth, not quite sure, we've got 5 scullers finished.
Okay. So Lizzie, race 75 is on the course and into the final 500 metres of the race. Just to quickly run through the crews. Lane 1 representing Barker, Zachary Neal. In lane 2 from Kinross, Oliver Smith. In lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar, Noah Gidley. In lane 4 from Kings, Cameron Schultz. In lane 5 from Nepean, Angus George. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Marcus Lumley. We've got a do not start on, he didn't start the race, I'm told. In lane 7 from Kings is Charles Whalen, and from Leichhardt in lane 8 is Riley Lee Coxall.
And at the 1500 metre mark, it was Charles Whalen from Kings, coached by Jack Cook, who had a 6-second lead over Oliver Smith from Kinross Walleroy. Charles Schultz from Kings, who's in the middle of the course in lane 4, was sitting in third, next to Angus George from Nepean Rowing Club, who's in lane 5. So they're in a good battle there, and then it's back across to Barker. And those placings continue as they progress into the last 250 metres of the race, with Charles Whalen of Kings close to the grandstand in the lead.
Yeah, Charles Whalen is a name that I've seen a couple of times from the commentary tower, and he's doing a good job in this race in the under-17 single scull, so he'll be one to watch. He's been a regular feature in King's Cruise over a number of years, and so, yeah, certainly doing really well in the small boat, but of course probably featuring in the King's first or second 8 outfit this year. So a win for Kings, Charles Whalen in lane 7. Taking up the first position. Second will go to Oliver Smith of Kinross Walleroy School. Third place will be close, but it'll be Cameron Schultz of Kings. Third, Lee Coxall of Leichhardt in fourth. Fifth place will go to Angus George of Nepean. And then sixth place, Barker College's Zachary Neal.
And then we've got a Newcastle sculler there, Noah Gidley, who I think is going to make it down, and that will complete. He's Newcastle Grammar School. He will take out our 7th position, and that will complete the field with Marcus Lumley having not started. So the winning tie, so that was Division 3 of the men's under-17 single scull, a win for Charles Whalen of the King's School. Second, Kinross Walleroy, Oliver Smith. Third, Kings, Cameron Schultz. Fourth, Leichhardt, Riley Lee Coxell. Fifth, Nepean, Angus George. Sixth, Barker College, Zachary Neal. Seventh, Newcastle Grammar, Noah Gidley. Winning time for Charles Whalen, 8 minutes, 25.07. That compares with 8:21.53 for Nick Tancred in the previous race. Oh, we have a couple more divisions to go, don't we? 2 more divisions.
So race 76 is underway. It's the 4th division of the men's under 17 single scull. In lane 1, representing Kinross Walleroy, Oscar Cleary. In lane 2 from Kings, William Hurst. In lane 3 from Newcastle Grammar, Gabriel Leishman. In lane 4, also from Newcastle Grammar, Kobe Young. In lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Hayden Williamson. In lane 6 from Leichhardt, Michael Hugh. In lane 7 from Kings, Daniel Payne. And finally from Kinross, in lane 8, is George Wackham.
So I can't see George. Oh, yes, no, I can. George Wackham looks like, because he did very well earlier on in the regatta.
Yes.
So he looks as though he's having a really good pull there, especially in the middle part of this 2,000 metre race. So he's just come through the 500 metre mark and he's looking confident, long and strong. And then that would look like, is that Hunter Valley Grammar?
Yeah, Hunter Valley Grammar, Hayden Williamson, I think, in lane 5.
Yeah. Hard to tell,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah,
I think I think so. Those two are certainly 1 and 2. Not quite sure who's in the lead. As at the 1,500 metre mark, we had Williamson in the lead by a narrow margin, 0.68. So that's George Wackham of Kinross and Hayden Williamson. Yeah.
Oh, right, yes. And then on the other side, it's really hard to spot him, actually. But just going through the 250 metre mark now is Oscar Cleary from Kinross from Walleroy. Looks like he's sitting in 3rd position, just ahead of William Hurst from Kings. Yeah.
Yes.
Hard to make it out. So, middle of the race course, Hayden Williamson of Hunter Valley Grammar School having a great race against George Wackham from Kinross Walleroy. Looks as though he's actually upping his rate of striking and starting to push through.
Yeah, Williamson looking really strong here. Up. Yeah, he's probably well into the 40s now.
Ooh,
in terms of his rate. Yeah, I think Williamson's going to extend his lead over George Wackham of Kinross Walleroy. And he's going to take out this race.
He sure is, and he's all decorated as well. Good on him. Yay, he goes. Victory for Hayden Williamson of Hunter Valley.
Yeah, good on him. Fantastic.
And then our Kinross Walleroy sculler, Oscar Cleary, will place 3rd. Well done, Kinross Walleroy. Good to see one of our Newcastle scullers making it back safely to the finish from a previous race. 4th across the line in Division 4 of the men's under 17 single scull from lane 6, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Michael Hugh. 5th from Newcastle Grammar School, Gabriel Leishman. 6th from Newcastle Grammar School will be Kobe Young. 7th from the King's School will be Daniel Payne. And 8th from the King's School will be William Hurst. The winning time for Division 4 men's under 17 single scull, race number 76 on our programme, 7 minutes 45.22. So our final Father Christmas makes it across the line. William Hurst of the King's School, coached by Jack Cook. Good to see them getting into the effort. In Division 5 of our men's under-17 single scull, race number 77 on our programme, we have a race underway with Dylan Lee representing the Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 2. Angus Masters from the King's School in lane 3, Campbell Miller from Kinross Walleroy in lane 4, Logan Harmon of Newcastle Grammar in lane 5, and Tom Clarkson of Newcastle Grammar in lane 6. Lachlan Jones of the King's School in lane 7, and Tommy Poulton from Kinross Walleroy in lane 8. And the wind has popped up.
Yes,
it's getting choppy, and it's really hard to see who's who. Thank goodness we've got a fine cameraman who can help us here.
That's right. But just looking at those flags on the grandstand side of things, it's picked up quite dramatically over the past 5 minutes or so. Looks as though it's Campbell Miller of Kinross Walleroy. No great surprises there in lane 4, and he's doing a really good job. A fairly substantial lead over Lachlan Jones of a colleague at the King's School. Third position at the 1500 it looks as though it was Tommy Poulton.
Yep, agreed. And just coming into the pontoon now to collect his Rowing New South Wales little tin mug is Hayden Williamson of Hunter Valley Grammar School, who took out Division 4 of the men's under-17 single scull, together with his cheer squad. Great to see Hunter Valley Grammar School getting into the spirit of things. And they're coming through the 250-metre mark now, and it is Campbell Miller of Kinross Walleroy who continues to lead in Division 5 of the men's under-17 single scull over Lachlan Jones of the King's School in lane 7 and Tommy Poulton of Kinross Walleroy in lane 8. And then it looks as though it is back to Angus Masters of the King's School, or is that Leichhardt? No, I think that might be Dylan Lee of Leichhardt across in lane 2, who's currently sitting in 4th position, followed by Logan Harmon of Newcastle Grammar School.
And Campbell Miller in lane 4 of Kinross Walleroy is steaming into the finish line. He's rowing really, really well, high rate of striking, and he's just taking it down now. He knows he's done enough. So congratulations to Campbell Miller of Kinross. He takes out the 5th division, the men's under-17 single scull. Second place will go to Lachlan Jones of the King's School over here in lane 7. It'll be followed by Tommy Poulton, I think, also of Kinross Walleroy, and he's just having some steering difficulties in the dying stages of this race, floating with the boys on this side of the course, but not under any great pressure from Dylan Lee of Leichhardt Rowing Club, who's over there in lane 2 and just coming into the final 100 metres of his race.
Okay, well, I got to say, Michael, I've been doing some coaching of women's masters during the winter, and I'm really excited to see this next race. We've got a great lineup here in the women's masters 8s, and again across all age categories. In lane 2 from Glebe Rowing Club, a really young crew, an A crew with Ella Barnard, Kate Wareham, Anne Skilton, Isabella Bain, Enya Hensbergen, Julia Vichkovskaya, Elizabeth Dorian and Brianna Wade, coxed by Catherine Maxwell, and they're coached by Ella Barnard. In lane 3, a C age category crew, Drummoyne and Balmain, with Katrina Brangwyn, Bryony Short, Helen Burton, Julia Story, our para rower, Rebecca Giles, Renata Ipmer, Sally Wiebeck and Kathleen Hextall, coxed by Amy Greenlees. In lane 4 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, a D age category crew of Rowena Stewart, Yasmin Finnegan, Julie Lau, Esther Tucker, Sky Smith, Colleen Chapman, Jodie Pangopoulos and Marcella Cox, coxed by Maggie Smith. In lane 5 from North Shore, Helen Byrne, Catherine Boland, Rebecca Hurrigan, Samantha Judges, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, coxed by Terry O'Hanlon from UTS and coached by Kim Rudder. A Sydney Drummoyne composite in lane 6 of Tara Rennie, Julianne Brighton, Kirsten Lilliquist, Janine Donovan, Jenny Greenslade, Joe Bryant, Karen Tucato and Kim Small, coxed by Tracy Cowap. In lane 7 from North Shore, an E age category crew of Fiona Angelis, Carolyn Reid, Julie Bohm, Sarah Abbott, Penny Morris, Annalise Appleton, Joe Hodgkinson and Rhonda Decker, coxed by Abby Cox and coached by Richard Stacey. And in lane 8 from North Shore, F age category crew of Caroline Boyce, Mary Walsh, Virginia Fabro, Catherine Sainty, Karen Samet, Sally Edwards, Susan Walter and Julie Wass, formerly Playfair, coxed by Jennifer Pollock and coached by Kim Rudder. And I am delighted to see Rhonda Decker there in the North Shore crew, because she's come over from Hong Kong and come on down to have a bit of fun, and great to see her actually racing in sweep. She's a sculler. She's an ergo puller actually. North Shore, as you would expect, being the older age categories at the moment, are in front. So the crew in lane 8 went off go. The crew in lane 7 had a 6-second gap, and then the crews in lanes 6, 5 and 4, so that's Sydney Drummoyne, North Shore UTS and Drummoyne, had a 10-second wait. Balmain Drummoyne had a 14-second wait and then 18-second wait for Glebe Rowing Club. So the idea, as we explained before in the Masters, is that they all end up at exactly the same point. So it should be really exciting and everybody overtaking until they finish in a long line, equal at the end. But that's not the way that it really works out. So we've got a good battle going on.
Yeah, having said that, it is a really tight race. Looking at across the competition, like unfortunately the wind has started to pick up, which will make things difficult and provide a couple of headaches for the Masters athletes on the course at the moment. But certainly through the 500 metre mark, it was the North Shore crew in lane 5. That's the crew of Blackwell, McBride, Kennedy, Lash, Judges, Horrigan, Boland and Byrne, coxed by Terry O'Hanlon.
Yes, Terry O'Hanlon. They've got Terry O'Hanlon on board. That's cheating. An international level cox. But they're going great guns, aren't they? And they have managed to work their way through the remainder of the field, and they've just caught up the North Shore F age group crew.
Yeah. I've got one eye on that Glebe crew over in lane 2, which is the young crew. They went off 18 seconds, so... They're coming back fast, yeah. So a couple of really young Masters athletes in that boat. So look, let's see if they've got some fire left in them in the final 100 metres or so. It's a flattering margin to make up, but Glebe coming home strong. I'm not sure they're going to have enough water to knock North Shore in lane 5 off of the podium, and they won't. North Shore are going to take out this race. The Women's Masters 8. Congratulations. Second is going to be really close. Glebe finishing really strongly, and I think they're going to snatch that second place off of Sydney Rowing Club in that yellow Empacker boat. Fourth will go to Drummoyne Composite, then to North Shore over here in lane 8, followed by Drummoyne in lane 4, and finally North Shore in lane 7. So plenty of inter-club rivalry and intra-club rivalry in that race. So look, a fantastic race. A good representation, of course, from North Shore Rowing Club, one of the more popular Masters clubs in our system. a fantastic row, and obviously all having a good time.
Yeah, so just confirming the results then. So first was the North Shore UTS crew from lane 5. Second was the Glebe Rowing Club crew from lane 2. Third was the Sydney Drummoyne crew from lane 6. Fourth was the Drummoyne crew from lane 4, so fourth lane 4. Fifth was the North Shore crew from lane 8. Sixth was the Drummoyne Main crew from lane 3, sixth, and seventh the North Shore crew from lane 7. Yep.
And
Excellent.
not much time to breathe, Lizzie, because we've got race 79 bearing down on us. It's the first division of the men's Masters Quad Scull. In lane 3, a crew from Glebe. In lane 4, a crew from UNSW. Lane 5, a crew from Endeavour Rowing Club. In lane 6, a crew from Mossman. And they are almost at the end, and it's the crew from the University of New South Wales in the lead.
It is indeed. That's George Lazarou in the bow seat, Nick Lazarou in 2, Andrew McEnroe in 3, and Alexandra Lazarou in the stroke seat.
A bit of a family affair by the looks of things,
And
Lizzie.
a jolly good one too. Mossman Rowing Club will cross in second. Mark Luon, Alexander Deutsch, Phil Graham and Richard Parry.
Third place is probably going to go to the Glebe Rowing Club crew, Ballas Hansel, Maximus Jones, Andy Wigan and Tony Rogers.
And completing our field of 4 from Endeavour, Owen Redhead, Tony Chadwick, David Percival and Matthew Patton. The winning time for the Glebe Rowing Club crew, which actually had a sub in it, so Mark Tejan was racing in it. I've just seen. No, sorry,
right?
that's the next one.
That's the
next
one.
Must be the next one.
Well, that's race
2.
Yes, that's race 80, which is just gotten underway, I think, and this is the second division of the men's Masters Quad Scull. So we'll have some time now to just breathe and read through some names. In lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Stuart Cowap, Carl Quitzow, Mark Binder and Robert McNeil. In lane 3 representing Glebe, Mark Tejan, of course, our commentator from this morning, Nicholas Galea, Anthony Colley and Kenny Major. In lane 4 from St George, Glenn Shooter, Ayrton Grania Ramos, Stephen Harrison and Alan Robertson. In lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, Matthew Bayfield, Mohammed Eid, Neil Peppett and Derek Heath. From North Shore, and in lane 6, Derek Tarleton, Richard Sheldrake, John Bruce Smith, Maximilian Ott. And finally, in lane 7 from Abbotsford, Terry Barella, Charles McCaskill, Robert Kelsall and Michael Hayes.
So they've all raced each other a million times before, but why not give it one more crack? Racing over 1,000 metres. They're just coming up to the halfway mark now. And it looks as though the crew from St George is trucking along quite nicely, thank you very much, with Glenn Shooter in the bow seat, crossing that 500-metre line.
Certainly
first.
some capable blood in the Shooter genes, that's for sure. Of course, Glenn's son, James, rode for UTS and St George at a very high level over a number of years in the under-23 lightweight quad a couple of times, so
he certainly did. And
doing his son proud. Yeah.
But we've got Glebe Rowing Club to the right of them and Sydney Rowing Club to the right of them, and they all have a fine pedigree, and it's a really good battle for all of them right now. Bit of trouble in our North Shore crew. So that's a bit of a shame. Hopefully they can. Looks as though it's the bow seat though, so hopefully they can pick it up and carry on.
I think it was the Glebe Rowing Club crew in the lead at the 500, Lizzie. That's the crew with
Mark Tejan across the line first, all excited.
That's right.
He's had a storming day on the commentary. A number of people have commented to me how good his commentary was. He didn't believe me when I told him. But they've been chased down now by Stu Cowap, Carl Quitzow, Mark Bindner and Rob McNeil. Red in the stroke seat. It's very hard to not be beaten by Red McNeil, it has to be said.
Yeah.
A fine coach himself.
In the final 500, though, Lizzie, I think it's the Sydney crew has really responded quite strongly to that Glebe crew, and I think they've actually stolen the lead off them, and they are in the lead with less than 100 metres to go. There's a big GoPro stand on that Glebe rowing boat now that I look out at the course. So that'll be your 1, 2 and 3. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2, Glebe Rowing Club in lane 3, and St George Rowing Club in lane 4 in that order.
And then it will be back to the University of New South Wales crew in lane 5. Will probably take 4th because they are E, so younger age category. Then we've got our H age category crew from Abbotsford. Great to see them all out there still trucking along. And North Shore have managed to, by the looks of things, fix their equipment problem. They're back on track and they will complete the race, which is great. The winning time for the Sydney Rowing Club E age category crew was 3 minutes 35.8 seconds, and because I know it matters, the gap, the margin between them and the Glebe Rowing Club crew, 3.34 seconds, and then a further 2.81 back to St George. So some good times there and some good margins.
Yeah, so good to see that North Shore crew finishing this race off. After what was seemingly a boat breakage of some kind, an equipment failure. But turning our attention back now down to the start for the men's CD grade coxed 4. So this is a full spectrum. We've got 9 boats. Oh, we've got a scratching from Leichhardt, having said that, in lane 6. But just to quickly run you through their names as they're getting underway. In lane 1, representing the University of New South Wales, Jack Clements, Scott Purves, Chris Burns, and Michael Pickford, coxed by Dhruv Kumar and coached by Cameron Butler. In lane 2, from St Augustine's, Jay Taylor, Josh Arundel, William Pender and Max Tancred, coxed by Ryder Taylor and coached by Judith Ungermark. In lane 3, a Sydney Grammar composite crew, Zachary Hyde, Jamie Kostka, Toby Berkalow, Charlie Slack, coxed by Ryder Taylor, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. In lane 4, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, David Doust, Mackenzie Shepherd, Lucian John, Joe Bennett and Gabby Angus is their cox, and their coach is Sarah Ellis. In lane 5, from the King's School, Isaiah Gaffney Vieira, Oliver Yao, Gabriel Nale, Ryan Jelinek, and their cox is Hugh Miller, coached by Stephen Luca and James Tyree. In lane 6, we've got a scratching from lane 6, my mistake. In lane 7, representing the Nepean Rowing Club, Daiming Wang, Dhruv Patil, Angus George and Luca Bazina, coxed by Jessica Harrison, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 8, from Glebe Rowing Club, Callum Steele, Owen Cronin, Andrew Perrich, Ben Nagapa, coxed by Tom Gloucester, and finally another crew from the University of New South Wales, Thomas Gates, Harry O'Donnell, Jack Sargent and Frederick Leroyd, coxed by Angela Zeng and coached by Cameron Butler. So just looking at the vision on your screen at the moment, does look as though, well, it looked as though Glebe was in the lead, but it's not far. They're not far off the lead, I should say. They're in 3rd place. The University of New South Wales is in the lead.
So that's the crew from lane 1.
Yes.
So the Jack Clements crew. Yeah. Yeah. Then it looked as though we had Drummoyne, the crew with David Doust in the bow seat, in 2nd, and the Glebe Rowing Club crew in 3rd. St Augustine's are right up there in 4th position. Nepean Rowing Club sitting in 5th, and Kings in 6th. Now it looks as though the Sydney Grammar composite didn't start. The Leichhardt crew scratched, and so the last crew then would be the University of New South Wales crew in lane 9, if they're there. Doesn't look like they're there either. Glebe Rowing Club going really well, but on the near side, so closest to the grandstand. A good competition between Drummoyne Rowing Club and St Augustine's in the middle, but it's the crew from the University of New South Wales on the far side that continues to lead. Jack Clements in the bow seat, Scott Purves in 2, Chris Burns, who also coaches, in 3, Michael Pickford, who I think is their president, certainly used to be, in the stroke seat, and Dhruv Kumar is coxing them. St Augustine's still having a good battle with Drummoyne, but Drummoyne have managed to up their rate of striking and stay just ahead of them. Glebe Rowing Club having a bit of a sprint through to the finish here. A great way to finish off. Uni of New South Wales looking very calm and confident indeed on the far side, Drummoyne Rowing Club going to sneak a second place over Glebe, who will have to settle for third. Fourth will be St. Augustine's. Then it's going to be the crew from Napoleon who will come in fifth position, and our school crew from King's will be sixth.
Well decorated, that King's crew, in the practical sense of the word. And yeah.
A very tidy time of 3 minutes and 26.35 to University of New South Wales in that win in the men's C and D grade coxed 4. So I don't know if you get a different, no, presumably you don't, but University of New South Wales, the fastest C grade crew, and Glebe Rowing Club, the fastest D grade crew.
So moving right along, the first division of the women's CD coxless quad is on the course. How many? We've got 2 divisions, I think, in this event. So in lane 2, representing the Askham School, Adelaide Babbage Hockey, Felicity Errington, Portia Koksgar, Audrey Abby Wickramer, and their coaches Alexandra Button, Mitchell Caponis, and Marielle Caponis. We've had a scratching from North Shore Rowing Club in lane 3. So in lane 4, representing Drummoyne, is Alessandra McCluskey-Voigt, Izzy Hooton, Lily Smith, my apologies, and Rebecca Giles. Their coach is Sarah Ellis. In lane 5, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Maliha Zulfika, Sinead Hickey, Emma O'Brien, and Maya Isbista. In lane 6, from the University of New South Wales, Gabrielle Harradine, Anna Ristich, Ashley Potter, and Isabella Niven, coached by Chris Burns. In lane 7, from Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Sharon Farrell, Georgina Owens, Rebecca Cook, and Jessica Richardson. And finally, also from Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 8, Josephine Egan, Grace Connery, Lily Bennett, and Ciara Ortolani.
So through the 500-metre mark, halfway, it's Askham School who are in the lead, across on the far side. And then it's Drummoyne Rowing Club sitting in second. The camera showing now the Drummoyne Rowing Club crew of Alessandra McCluskey-Voigt, Izzy Hooton, Lily Smith, and Rebecca Giles. So Sarah Ellis heading up the squad at Drummoyne Rowing Club that is geared for people who want to row at a good high level but don't want to do national team or state team stuff. And Isaac Shepherd doing exactly the same thing in the crew next to them in lane 5 from Leichhardt. So some really, I think a really great initiative for these clubs, which are known as pathway clubs, finding talent, developing talent, and then if it's really good talent, moving it on to a high performance club. Yes. And I think it's fantastic, this idea of these junior squads, and having a great race here with Askham, a school on the far side, Drummoyne Rowing Club, and University of New South Wales in the middle. And then the Leichhardt crew of Josephine Egan, Grace Connery, Lily Bennett, and Ciara Ortolani, a mix of juniors and juniors there, coached by Isaac Shepherd on the near side.
It's going to be a really close finish, actually.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah,
so going, ooh,
UNSW,
so is New South.
UNSW, Drummoyne, and Askham going head-to-head, but I think UNSW is going to snatch it at the death, and also Drummoyne from Askham as well. So they go through in that order, and then Leichhardt Rowing Club, 4th position. Of course,
and 5th position.
And that's right.
Very good.
So Leichhardt in lane 5 in 5th. 6th place will go to, it's the crew from Shoalhaven in lane 7.
And the judges have said it was a photo finish between the University of New South Wales and Drummoyne, so we'll just wait for them to decide on that. But it was Askham 3rd, Leichhardt 2 4th, Leichhardt 3 5th, and Shoalhaven 6th in our final of the, or Division 1 rather, of the women's C and D grade coxless quads. Whilst we're waiting for the verdict, let's take you through to the lineup for Division 2 of the women's C and D grade coxless quads. In fact, this is all D grade, so let's get rid of the C. We've got Shell Harbour City in lane 2, Sandra Brigden, Lyndall Cassidy, Georgina Graham, and Courtney Williams, coached by Captain Kevin Wall. In lane 3, St George Rowing Club, represented by Amelia and Ellen Featherston, Beth Jacobs and Lily Featherston, coached by Mark Featherston, so good family affair there. The University of New South Wales crew in lane 4 of Phoebe McAuliffe, Annabelle Singh, Adelaide Webster, and Priyanka Srithar, coached by Chris Burns. UTS are in lane 5, represented by Avery Bramble, Charlotte Olgers, Julia Ungermach, and Ali Waddington, coached by Elliot Shackloff Bertonetti, Katie Healy, and Judith Ungermach. St George are in lane 6 as well as lane 3. The lane 6 crew is Ava Green, Charlotte Olivia, Ava Macron and Abby Featherston, coached by Mark Featherston. Newcastle Uni in lane 7, represented by Teresa Chadwick, Darcy Anderson, Jules Bosco and Kerry Blatchley. And completing our lineup, a Leichhardt crew is in lane 8, Phuong Athar, Chanel Stokes, Carolyn Lonergan and Lisa Mullineau, coached by Kerry Thorne.
So it's the UTS crew in lane 5, Lizzie in the ascendancy at this stage. Of course, Julia Ungemark in that crew.
Indeed, and she's been doing double recently with Avery Bramble, and it was just so fun to see them take out a win. I think it was the Independent Schools Regatta or something.
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
So they've been training. They both attend Stella Maris College, I think.
Ah,
so
that's
they've
right.
been doing
They're
some.
represented there. That's
That's
right.
right.
And they are both the daughters of renowned international competitors and coaches. So Avery is the daughter of Larissa Biesenthal, who coaches at Sydney University Boat Club and is an Olympic level rower for Canada. And Julia, of course, the daughter of
Matthias and
Judith
Ungemark.
Ungemark. Yes, exactly. Olympic level and medalist, in fact, Olympic champion in the women's 8 for Germany. Wonderful to see those two pair up together and have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And go so well.
Yeah, and so those two are joined by Charlotte Olgers and Ali Waddington, also of UTS Boat Club. So they've been doing some really solid amounts of training down at the boat club, and
That's so good.
They're all syncing up really well and rowing nicely together, and they're in the lead in this race.
They sure are. They look very confident, really, over that crew from the University of New South Wales in the lane next to them.
Yeah, so they've got a much lower rate of striking compared to that New South crew. So looks as though they're relatively comfortable, and yeah, I mean, they're just lifting their rate of striking now as they come into a bit of a wind to the line, but not under any sort of duress. So yeah, short of any major disasters, it'll be BUTS Haberfield, the crew, that take out this second division of the women's CD coxless quad.
Indeed. University of New South Wales will play second, and Shell Harbour City look fairly safe for the third position. That's Sandra Brigden, Lyndall Cassidy, Georgina Graham and Courtney Williams. Well done, Kevin Wall, and thank you, Kevin, for all of your help today in running this regatta. Could not do it without volunteers.
So Shell Harbour City in third place, good on them.
Fourth looking like being the St George crew over the other St George crew, who will come fifth, and then Newcastle Uni.
Yeah, fifth to St George in lane 6, and then
Oh.
Newcastle Uni in lane 7.
And Leichhardt will come through in 7th position there, currently in lane 8. I wasn't recognising the Newcastle Uni zoot suits, that's the problem.
Yes.
Have they changed colours? I thought they used to be a kind of burgundy red. Maybe I've got that confused. Yeah, Leichhardt crew finishing off our field in Division 2 of the women's D-grade coxless quad. And the winning time there for UTS was 3 minutes 43.86. And we've got the results now for the photo finish in the previous race, and confirming it was a win for the University of New South Wales, and Drummoyne were second. The winning time for Uni of New South was 3 minutes 44.31, and the margin was judged to be 0.94 over Drummoyne.
So the next race will be competed over 2,000 metres. It's the first division of the men's A-B grade coxless 4. Looks as though we've not yet got a start. Yes, our boat holders are retaking their positions down at the 2,000 metre starting blocks, and we're running a little bit behind schedule by the looks of things.
But that gives us a chance to rest our voices, and you can have a look at the wonderful big screen and see some pictures from around the grounds. And whilst we're waiting for the start of the next race, Rowing New South Wales would like to thank all of its sponsors, particularly Bentley's Chartered Accountants and Business Advisors. They continue to support Rowing New South Wales as major sponsor Also to V Insurance, where the V Insurance Group is the insurance broker for Rowing New South Wales and can be for you too if you need marine hull insurance. Please don't hesitate to contact them. You can find their details on the Rowing New South Wales website. Other Rowing New South Wales sponsors who are here today are the Regatta Shop, Pontoon Sports, Croker Oars, Bont Rowing and Mobius Brand Communications. They have stalls set up around the grounds. Bont Rowing are located between boat sheds 3 and 4 down at the bottom of the hill, as are Croker Oars. Next to boat shed number 1, Perfect Balance Rowing. And then up the hill, located outside the lakeside restaurant, are Pontoon Sports and Strike Recovery. I went over and introduced myself to Scott Cunningham from Strike Recovery because I was curious to know exactly what it is they do, and they provide muscle relief and recovery through massage guns. So if that's something that might interest you, there's certainly, I know from my days at the New South Wales Institute of Sport, they are not just popular but also incredibly effective. So I'd really encourage you to go and have a chat with Scott Cunningham if that's something that might interest and help you, particularly if you are rowers. Bont Rowing is the official live stream partner and also the partner for the official point score. Bont Rowing specialise in rowing shoes, and it is a rower that has designed those rowing shoes. You can jump online and check them out at www.bontrowing.com, or you can go and have a look at those shoes at the stall here today, where they also have some rowing gear, some rowing clothing on display. Well, Rowing New South Wales would also like to thank its official accommodation partner, Quest Apartments, for their support. You can contact Quest directly and ask for the special rates for Rowing New South Wales members before you book. We definitely would encourage you to stay there. They're wonderful, comfortable and really handily close accommodation. Of course, Lakeside Catering have provided restaurant and snack stall refreshments today from 6:30 a.m. and they'll be open until 5 p.m. today as well for both spectators and competitors. Obviously today is the Reindeer Regatta and prizes are being awarded to Best Dressed Cruise and the Best Dressed Boat. The competition prizes on offer include the Bont Rowing Competition Zooty with socks, water bottle and cap. Perfect regatta gear pack. Another prize is a pair of Bont Rowing BR2 shoes, including the inner soles and the slab for attaching them to the boat. A set of Perfect Balance Burnham trestles, a one-night stay at the Quest in Penrith, and 2 vouchers from the Regatta Shop valued at $100 each. So thank you to those of our sponsors who have donated prizes. These are very generous gifts this year, getting everybody in the Christmas spirit nice and early.
And speaking of the Christmas spirit, Lizzie, just won't you look at the crew from the King's School in Lane 2 who have a Christmas cracker adorning the canvas of their boat. Really fantastic to see.
That is wonderful, isn't it? How good.
Yeah, so I think we're about to have a start for race 84, Division 1 of the men's AB grade coxless 4. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crews are contesting this race. All school crews, mind you. So it's in Lane 2 from Scots is Trifon Stamboli, Hugh Heinrichsen, Hugo Hart, Lachlan Moore, and their coaches Felix Diu. In Lane 3 from the King's School, Ben McKenna, Anton Teal, Samuel Hines and Charles Baker. Their coaches are Julian Huxley and Harrison Randall. In Lane 4 from Scots, William Barr, William Dimitropoulos, Henry Pershouse and Iwo Ellis, coached by Jason Baker. In Lane 5 from the King's School, Cameron Webster, Axel Lindemann, William Rogers and Angus Murrell, coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley. In Lane 6 from St Augustine's, Cody Carney, Tane Potts, Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch, coached by Judith and Matthias Ungermark. And finally in Lane 7 from Scots College also, Jack Pinn, George Calageros, Angus Tremlett and Ned Houghton, coached by Jason Baker. And so the boys are underway and just some dirty strokes there for that King's crew, but otherwise looking very festive indeed.
What a great shot.
That's right. And the wind has died down a bit by the looks of things. Some dirty water just in the early stages of the competition lake, but happily it's died down here at the Regatta, the grandstand end of the Regatta Centre, I should say.
Certainly has. It looks fantastic, doesn't it? Got some more great shots there from the camera showing the crews spread across the course there. We've got 6 crews in this race, as we said. Scots in lane 2, Kings in lane 3, Scots in lane 4, Kings in lane 5, St Augustine's in lane 6, and a further Scots crew in lane 7. The B grade coxless 4s for men, Division 1. So we've got a good crew here with Cody Kearney, Tane Potts, Dougal Mackenzie and Joe Lynch from St Augustine's in lane 6. Look as though they've had a really great start, as have the crew from Kings just beside them of Webster, Lindemann, Rogers and Murrell. But it looks to me as though it might be that King's crew, no, the Scots crew of Barr, Dimitroulis, Pursehouse and Ellis. Just got their noses in front. So the race is over 2,000 metres. That's a long way to go. And they're just finding their rhythm now.
Yeah, I think you're right, Lizzie, about that crew in the lead. It's the Scots crew, Barr, Dimitroulis, Pursehouse and Ellis. I can tell just because they're next to that crew, that fantastically decorated crew with the Christmas cracker.
Oh, yes.
Or bonbon, I suppose. From Kings in lane 3. So keep an eye out for them.
Yeah, the Scots crew in lane 4 continue to have a very good race indeed. They've now managed to squeeze away from the King's School on the other side of them. Ben McKenna, Anton Teal, Samuel Hines and Charlie Baker. But they've reached the halfway mark. There's still plenty of room to go. Plenty of time for changes to take place in that pecking order.
Yeah, happily the water has flattened out, and that Scots crew are looking really nice and long as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. It's close for second. That's between Scots and Kings in lanes 4 and 5, I believe. So it would be interesting to know, Lizzie, if these boys in what are B grade crews together as a 4 are from, well, what age group and what year group and what boat, I should say. Wonder if it's the first or second 4s in these races, or indeed perhaps a couple of an 8 broken up in 2. But anyway,
yeah. Certainly looks as though that Scots crew not only continue to lead, but are now, through the middle of the race, are starting to draw away from the rest of the opposition. So this is the Scots crew in lane 4. Scots 1, William Barr, William Dimitroulis, Henry Pursehouse and Iwo Ellis, coached by Jason Baker, Paracoach of the Year. So 1,500 metres gone, 500 to go, and Scots 1 continue to lead over St Augustine's. And then it's back to Kings 1, the crew with Angus Murrell in the stroke seat. Scots 2 are sitting in 4th position. Scots 4 are sitting in 4th position. And somewhere in there is the Kings 2 crew. But yep, it's Scots 1 all the way, I think, in this race, this men's B grade coxless 4, division number 1.
Yeah, and they're certainly looking really together as they come into the final 500 metres. And the crew from, or the Scots 1 crew, all in bucket hats, the Scots trademark bucket hats. Yeah.
So St Augustine 2nd, Kings 1 sitting in 3rd. And there we go, there's the Scots 2 crew sitting in 4th, and there's the Kings 2 crew there in 5th, Scots 4 in 6th. So a pretty good row here. Scots 1, William Barr, William Dimitroulis, Henry Pursehouse, Ewa Ellis, and their coach Jason Baker. St Augustine's really being challenged now by the Kings 1 crew, but they're pretty experienced. They up their rate of striking. They've
really
just
close.
come in from the pair, Dougal and Joe, but they're going to manage to maintain a bow ball in front of Kings to take out second. Kings will have to settle for 3rd. 4th across the line. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's a photo finish, isn't it? Lane 7 and lane 3. And then completing our field, Scots 4 from the far lane, from lane 2. So, Scots 1 crossing the line in a time of 6 minutes 40.73. The margin provisionally back to St Augustine's 5.38, and then just 0.62 back to that fast finishing Kings 1 crew. Photo finish, has it been judged? No, still hasn't been judged. Scots 2 and Kings 2. Have to wait a little bit longer. 7th, Scots 4. So we're just waiting for that photo finish to be judged, but in the meantime the next race is on the course, and that's Division 2 of the men's A and B grade coxless 4, which actually has 3 B grade crews and a C grade crew in it. In lane 3, representing the King's School, Mac Mason, Fraser Waite, Tom Whalen and Lachlan Wong, coached by Julian Huxley and Harry Randell. In lane 4, the Scots College, Maxwell Halliday, James Duffy, Mathis Gizardin Prado and Noah Matani, coached by by Felix Dure. In lane 5 from the King's School, James Davis, Peter Zigas, Louis Todd and Campbell Wickham, coached by Harry Randell and Stephen Edwards. And in lane 6, Scots 5, Edison Lau, Toby Linton, Ethan Kligman and Oscar Levy, coached by Jason Baker.
Thank you, Lizzie. And unfortunately, the wind has picked up quite substantially in the past minute or so. And so our second division AB grade coxless 4s on the course now are wrestling with some pretty adverse conditions. It is a tail breeze, but plenty sufficient to disrupt boat run, I suppose, and certainly if you're clipping water on the blades and finding it difficult to tap out, yeah, it can really disrupt things and make things a bit of a headache. So a bit difficult, but having said that, it's the crew in lane 5 from Kings, James Davis, Peter Zagas, Louis Todd and Campbell Wickham, who I think have their noses in front.
Yeah, really tricky conditions, aren't they, when you've got a direct tailwind like this. You just can't really feel your rhythm and you can't feel your finishes because you're getting blown into them so quickly. But anyway, they continue to set a really nice rhythm. By the way, we've just had the photo finish from the previous race judged, and we knew that it was Scots 1 in the first position, St Augustine 2nd, Kings 1 3rd. 4th was judged to be Scots 2, 5th Kings 2, and Scots 4 in 6th position. So 500 metres to go, and the crew in lane 5 of James Davis, Peter Zegas, Louis Todd and Campbell Wickham, coached by Harry Randell and Steve Edwards, continue to lead. Over Scots 5, the crew of Edison Lau, Toby Linton, Ethan Kligman and Oscar Levy, coached by Jason Baker. Looking pretty confident as they come into the last 100 metres of the race. Their cox. Can't see what their cox is. Is it Father Christmas? Is it a reindeer? Is it a real person? It's a real person.
Unbelievable. Yeah, so Kings in lane 5 looking really comfortable, and they're going to take out this second division of the men's AB grade coxless 4. Second place is going to go to Kings in lane 3, Kings 3 in lane 3. And then third place, yeah, it's going to go to Scots in lane 6. And fourth place will go to Scots 3 in lane 4.
And interestingly, all of them have got coxes, even though it says it's a coxless 4. So I guess they've all been put in that category because they all had coxes.
Yes.
There we go.
Diplomatic, if nothing else.
Exactly.
So another exciting race coming down the course, Lizzie, in race 86. It's the men's open lightweight under 23 double scull. So it's going to comprise a number of those athletes that we saw in the men's open lightweight under 23 single scull a couple of hours ago.
Indeed, although sadly Marcus Britt has had to withdraw. I think he was supposed to be racing with Devlin, so I presume Devlin's not very well.
Yeah, so scratching from lane 5, Sydney University, Marcus Britt and Devlin Walsh.
But what is exciting to see is the... No, I think I must be looking... No, there is... so it looks to me like there's an extra race in here. So what was supposed to be Hamish Harding with... Or maybe it's a new crew. So we've got Hamish... No, sorry, I'm blurbing here. Hamish Harding and Sean Murphy. Great to see them doubling up there. And they are in lane 4 as a composite, and they're in the lead at the 1500 metre mark. But this is a potential national lightweight combination. Looking pretty handy, if that really is them in the lead. Then it's Waldersea and Ferrier from UTS in lane 2, sitting in second position. Somewhere in there, yep, there's Newcastle Grammar. They're in lane 7. They're another lightweight crew. Burton and Brown, they are sitting in third position. And St George's Dunn and Masterson from St George, sitting in lane 6, are fourth.
Yeah, so no doubt about it, Lizzie. It's Murphy and Harding in the lead in lane 4. Of course, you say it's certainly a national team double, and they're looking really, really strong as they come into the last.
Conditions for a lightweight, right?
Yeah,
they can handle
really
it because they're
fast
technically competent, yeah. And here's another potential national combination, maybe? France, Australia.
Peter was in the commentary box this morning, did a fantastic job, and in the boat this afternoon. So
Yep.
yeah, no, rowing New South Wales, a stalwart of rowing New South Wales, and yeah, teaming up with Mathis Ferrier, who is spending a year at UTS.
Yeah, that which is fantastic to see, isn't it? I love
Yeah.
that we get international visitors. We've got a few of those at Sydney Rowing Club as well. So a completely different league, because it's really international. The two crews you've just seen go past, and now to club level. But great to see a fantastic ding-dong race going on between Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown of Newcastle Grammar School in lane 7, and Lachlan Dunn and Tom Masterson of St George Rowing Club in lane 6. I think Newcastle Grammar is going to take it by 3/4 of a length. Harry Curtin.
Young Harry Curtin. No, he's a fantastic...
actually managed to beat Hamish Harding and Sean Murphy at the last time trial, which is pretty impressive.
He did. So, yeah, like
Yeah.
extremely competitive within UTS. Yeah, some ding-dong racing, as you like to say.
Yes,
Yeah.
nice. And that lightweight double of Hamish Harding and Sean Murphy winning Division 1 of our men's double scull in a time of 6 minutes, 38.04 seconds. Division 2 is now underway with Sydney University's Tom Anderson and Elliot Simpson in lane 3. A composite of Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club and Bradley Graham from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2. A Sydney University crew of Hamish Danks and Nick Myro in lane 6, and Josh Hewitt and Matt Smith from Sydney University in lane 7. Both crews coached by Don McLaughlin, as is the crew in lane 3. Where is everybody else? So Canberra Rowing Clubs, Cormac Hayes and Brad Graham. So Bradley under 23s or under 21s last year? I can't quite remember. And
Yeah.
same with Cormac.
So Cormac, I think, was under 21s. So I think
Right.
this might be his first year in the under 23 category, but certainly a very strong, both very strong scullers, I should say. And they're looking really good in the final 100 metres or so of this race in the distinctive yellow Empacker. Yeah, as I said before, Cormac Hayes has gone from strength to strength, and he's, yeah.
I think they were both in the under 21 team, so great to see them back together again.
6:39, the unofficial time. A couple of seconds off Murphy and Harding in the previous race.
So second is our crew from lane 3, Sydney University Boat Club, Tom Anderson and Elliot Simpson. Fourth, the Sydney University crew of Hamish Danks and Nick Miro, and third, and fourth, the Sydney University crew of Joshua Hewitt and Matt Smith. Ooh, let's have some women's rowing.
Race
Right.
88 on the course, Lizzie.
Yeah.
Division 1 of the women's open lightweight under 23 single scull. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crews in this race. So in lane 2 from Mossman Rowing Club, M. Barak. In lane 3 from the University of New South Wales, Charlie Stanwicks. In lane 4 from the Australian National University ACT, Catherine Kahn. In lane 5 from Glebe Rowing Club, Josephine Duncan Nagy. In lane 6 from Sydney University, Nicola Greenland. And in lane 7 also from Glebe, Belindy Rowe. So Lizzie, we've got a fairly healthy combination of masters and open and university age
We do,
scullers.
don't we? Yeah, it's
Yes.
quite interesting. And a mixture also of people who are at high performance clubs like ANU and Sydney University Boat Club, and people who are racing at Pathways clubs. So it'll be interesting to see how this all pans out. It certainly looks as though Catherine Kahn from ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme is going pretty well. She's coached, of course, by Nigel Harding, his good stable of athletes there, which I believe includes Sophie Gerapatritis, formerly of UTS.
Yes, indeed. So the ANU produced some really solid, a really good breeding ground for some strong athletes coming out of the Australian Capital Territory for the past decade or so, or 5 years or so, including Caleb Antill, of course. But for the moment, I think it's Nicola Greenland of Sydney University in the lead, who commands probably a boat length over Catherine Kahn of the Australian National University.
Yep, she was in the under-23 team in 2021. Pretty sure she was in a crew with people from the ACT, and she herself hails from the ACT originally. Yeah, she was in a double with Lily Wrigley, coached by Alex Field. So, and back then she was ANU, and she then moved up to Sydney, transferred to Sydney University and moved up to Sydney Uni Boat Club. And I'm pretty sure she was in the under 23 team again last year. So, and also had a very successful campaign at the intervarsity competition. So good to see her out there in the single scull, and good challenging conditions for our elite scullers to practice in.
Yeah, that's right. And look, I think the wind's died down a little bit over the past 10 minutes or so, but certainly doesn't appear to be perturbing Nicola Greenland much.
That's
got a really
yeah, which is really helpful, isn't it? And it's just, as we said, it's quite difficult to feel it, so you just have to really pay attention to the process of the stroke, don't you, to make sure you're still maintaining length, still applying power, still really trying to get that good solid rhythm through the stroke.
Particularly in the muddy water, so to speak, or it's a matter of just confidence and just trusting that if you maintain that length and that power, then the rest will kind of come. As soon as you start I guess, wobbling your knees all over the place up to the catch, it kind of wheels start falling off a bit. But Nicola Greenland in the lead in this race, certainly that has not characterised her sculling at all. She's looking really good and strong and long.
Catherine Kahn from ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme still plugging along beside her. And is that Charlotte Stanwix? Hard to tell, isn't it? 10-second gap, though, between Nikki Greenland and Catherine Kahn.
Yeah. So obviously a very spread out race, this one. And as you say, Lizzie, it's another race in which we've got high performance scullers up against some more club level athletes.
And those club level athletes looking like they're having a pretty good race amongst themselves. M. Barrack from Mossman Rowing Club across on the far side, looking as though she's just got her nose in front of University of New South Wales sculler Charlotte Stanwix, who in turn has a lead over Glebe Rowing Club's Josephine Duncan Nagy and Glebe Rowing Club's Belindy Rowe.
Yeah, so if you up here on the grandstand, you can see a substantial margin between Nikki Greenland up here in lane 6 down to the second phase of this race. Yeah, so really quite spread out.
That's a commanding lead there that Nicola Greenland has over Catherine Kahn.
Yes, I think M. Barrack, Lizzie, is she in the State Masters team this year?
I think she might be. I wonder if she's been told by her coach Alfie Young to get out there, and rating 34, 35 as she comes across the line now to take out Division 1 of the world. That Nicola Greenland will be very happy to hear she's got inside 8 minutes, 7:54.65, which is excellent.
Fantastic.
Whenever you get a chance to get inside 8 minutes, you want to take it because it builds your confidence until you can actually do it regularly. Catherine Kahn, the margin there, 16.47. Bit hard when there's nobody pushing you, isn't it? And then third will be, as you said, Anne Barrack, our Masters sculler from Mossman Rowing Club. Good on her, doing the 2,000 metres. And then we've got our Glebe Rowing Club cheering on their crewmates here. Belindy Rowe closest to the grandstand, Josephine Duncan Nagy in lane 5.
Yeah, I think Charlotte Stanwix is going to ward them off and is going to hold on to that 4th place. So yeah, 5th to Josephine Duncan Nagy and 6th place to Belindy Rowe.
So now on the course is Division 2 of the women's single scull, and all of these scullers are lightweight. In lane 1, representing Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Liesl Page. In lane 2, representing UTS, Sarah Berretry. In lane 3, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Phoebe Teal. In lane 4, representing UTS, Sophia Aguirre. In lane 5, from Shoalhaven, Amy Underwood. In lane 6 from UTS, Amelia Cooper. In lane 7, representing Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Gracie Cypher. And in lane 9, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Gemma Campbell.
Thanks, Lizzie. Scratching, it would appear, from Sydney University's Annalise Isaacs in lane 8.
Yes.
Isaacs, of course, a former Victoria Cup member.
Indeed, yep, struggling with a bit of a leg injury at the moment.
Oh,
so
I see, yep.
Not really surprised that she's had to withdraw.
Yeah. But certainly, this is a high caliber race, Lizzie, and lightweight female rowing. So plenty of fire in the bellies of these scullers, I'm sure. Sophia Aguirre in lane 4 from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. We'll be sending her times back to Mexico for national team selection.
So same as Matthias Ferrier with the French selection. Yeah.
It's been fantastic to have Sophia join us for the past. She'll be in Australia for the duration of her degree at the University of Technology Sydney, but has been a fantastic addition to the fabric of the club.
She's a great character, isn't she?
And really lovely as well. So fantastic
and
to
a
have
pretty
around.
good coastal rower, I have to say. She did very well at the Coastal Championships.
And not doing too badly on the flat water either. So, yeah.
So not surprisingly, Australia's under-23 lightweight single sculler at the under-23 World Championships this year, Grace Cypher, is in the lead. She's coached by Lachlan Carter, and she has just over 5 seconds, so a length and a bit over Sophia Aguirre from Mexico. And then Phoebe Teal doing pretty well, sitting there in the 3rd position and having a good fight with Gemma Campbell, another lightweight from Sydney University Boat Club.
So into the final stage of this race, as can be no doubt, it is Grace Cypher in lane 7. Of course, Australia's under-23 lightweight female sculler in the lead. Sophia Aguirre in lane 4 from UTS, pushing her and lifting her rate of striking, but not going to touch Cypher in lane 7. So that'll be 1 and 2. There can't be much doubt about that. But Amelia Cooper, also of UTS in lane 6, has pressed through and is snapping at the heels of Phoebe Teal of Sydney University Boat Club, but probably is going to run out of water here. So that's Cypher and Aguirre through the finished power in 1 and 2. And Cooper really pushing up strongly in the final stage of this race, but Phoebe Teal will hang on to 3rd. 4th to Millie Cooper. 5th will go to Gemma Campbell of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 9. 6th to Amy Underwood of Shoalhaven Rowing Club. Fantastic to see.
I think she's represented Victoria in the lightweight in the Victoria Cup before. Good to see her coming back, Amy Underwood. Good to see her coming back into elite rowing again, and certainly expanding the numbers. UTS's Sarah Berretree will be 7th. Our next race is race number 90 on the programme. And this is the women's under-23 single scull with Samantha Backler from the University of New South Wales in lane 1. Zoe Bond from Sydney University Boat Club in lane 2. Madison Joins from Penrith Rowing Club in lane 4, Eloise Lambden from ANU in lane 5, India Hobbs from Sydney University in lane 6. As they come through the 1500 metre mark, it looks as though it's a great race there between India Hobbs from Sydney University Boat Club and Eloise Lambden from ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme. And then it's across to Zoe Bond of the Sydney University Boat Club, sitting in 3rd position, and 4th, hard to tell between Madison Joins of Penrith in lane 4 and Samantha Backler of the University of New South Wales in lane 1. But as they get closer, I can see that actually it is Eloise Lambden of ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme, coached there by Tom Krieber and Dave Framano, who's got quite a lead of quite some lengths now, really, over India Hobbs of Sydney University Boat Club, really taking advantage of that strong tailwind. As we were saying earlier, sticking to the process, keeping it long, keeping those blades locked under the water, keeping it strong right through to the finish.
Yeah, that's right, Lizzie. Eloise Lambden looking really long and strong in these tailwind conditions, and she has certainly got the ascendancy over India Hobbs from Sydney University Boat Club at this stage. Lambden just taking it over the line to clinch Division 3 of the Women's Open Lightweight Under 23 Single Scull, and Hobbs of Sydney University crossing the line now in 2nd place. India Hobbs, of course, just having just rode in that open quad a short while ago. Good on her for getting out back in the single scull in these otherwise windy conditions. Zoe Bond also of Sydney University Boat Club coming in 3rd place. And I think it will be Madison Joins of Penrith Rowing Club and takes 4th place. And finally, Samantha Backler of the University of New South Wales.
The time for Eloise Lambden of the ACT High Performance Programme, 8 minutes 4.08 provisional time. She managed to get about 9.8 seconds over India Hobbs, so a good row for her, but only 2 of those women's crews actually managing to crack the 8-minute mark. Lots of fun. And we're going to move to pairs rowing now. Tricky conditions to row in a pair. We've got a combination of open, under 23 and potentially lightweight pairs in this race. So we've had a scratching from lane 3, which is Commercial and Sydney. Lauren Graham and Lexi North-Durft. I'd imagine they're being very careful as they prepare for the trials that are coming up shortly. But that does leave us with a Glebe Rowing Club crew in lane 1 of Louisa Zaininga and Ella Barnard, and in lane 2 a Glebe Rowing Club open crew of Anne Skilton and Kate Wareham. In lane 4 from Sydney University Boat Club, an under 23 pair of Emily Shepherd and Zoe McKellar, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Isabella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett, coached by Lachlan Carter. In lane 6 from, that's an N-Swiss as well. In lane 6 from UTS, Grace Burke and Lila Anderton, under 23 age category, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti and Katie Healy. In lane 7, also under 23, the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Eliza Dunlop and Evie Thompson, coached by Lachlan Carter. And in lane 8 from Sydney University Rowing Boat Club, an under 23 crew of Olivia Natty and Steffi Preller, coached by Alfie Young. So it looks like the Battle of Sydney and Sydney Uni out here, doesn't it? We have in the lead Isabella Scammell, who of course won a medal at the juniors some years ago and then represented at under 21 level and under 23. She's in the bow seat. Caitlin McManus Barrett in the stroke seat of that lovely yellow Empacker pair, and they've got a lovely lead over the fast improving crew of Emily Shepherd and Zoe McKellar, who only recently really started rowing the pair with Alfie Young as their coach. Been doing a great job. Both of these crews recently attended the high performance camp at the Women's National Training Centre in Penrith, where the potential under 23s were included with the senior squad for a training camp. So both of them looking wonderful, and we wish them the best of luck. It would be great to see these 4 athletes and their coaches on the under 23 team this year. Yeah, lovely win.
Yeah, that crew in lane 5, McManus, Barrett and Scammell, yeah, some serious calibre in that boat, and they look really solid as they came over the line. Sydney University, Shepherd and McKellar in second place.
And then it's back to the slightly younger crews. I would gather that they're probably under 21, probably. Sydney University in the lead this time with Olivia Natty and Stephanie Preller in lane 8, also coached by Alfie Young. And a bit closer, Eliza Dunlop and Evie Thompson from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Lachlan Carter. So that's the way round it will go there, taking out 3rd and 4th. And then we have the crew from UTS of Grace Burke and Lila Anderton. So younger again, I would think, aren't they? Lila's not that old.
I think that's those last 3 crews have been under 21 crews. I think this is also an under 21 crew. So
yeah, which is great. And so in our under 21 age category, we do have an Australian representative team that goes off and does a friendly against New Zealand. But more important is representing New South Wales in the women's youth level.
Absolutely.
Surely. Far more important.
Has
and
to be.
I'm sure that's what all of those girls are going for. All right, we've got Newcastle Grammar School, our lightweight pair of Molly Boyle and Annabelle Mackenzie in the lane closest to the grandstand. They will take out the 6th position in this women's pairs race. So they're the only lightweights, so they're going to be taking the tin pot for the category. And then we've got our open crews on the far side, looking rather cautious in this roaring tailwind here. Anne Skilton and Kate Wareham in lane 2 are going to take place 7th, just ahead of their colleagues Louisa Zaininga and Ella Barnard in lane 1. And that completes all of our crews. The winning time for the under 23 crew from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport was 7 minutes 21.74. They managed to get a margin of 6.39 over Emily Shepherd and Zoe McKellar. And then there was just 2.11 seconds between Olivia Natty and Steffi Preller and Eliza Dunlop and Evie Thompson.
So it looks like a little bit of a break now until we get to our next race scheduled at 4:50 p.m. Race 92, the men's Masters 8. So we'll return to some bigger boats. All right, we are back. Race 92 is on the course. It's the men's Masters 8. This race is being contested by 4 crews. We've got a scratching from Glebe Rowing Club.
Oh, no Mark Tejan.
So in lane 3 is a crew from Glebe, I should say. That's Anthony Colley, Callum Steele, Maximus Jones, Nicholas Galea, Andy Wigan, Balas Hansel, Tony Rogers, Kenny Major and their cox Cecile Ferret. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Michael Wood, Ken Ambler, Stuart Cowap, Carl Quitzow, Mark Bindner, Stephen Graham, David Greenslade, Robert McNeil and their cox Matilda Marconis. In lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, Derek Heath, Neil Poppett, Mohammed Eid, Matthew Bayfield, William Moyes, Warwick Fisher and John Briggs. James Halliday is the stroke and their cox is Dhruv Kumar, I should say. In lane 7 finally from North Shore Rowing Club, Kim Hole, Peter Horton, Jeff Wannon, Stefan Kerr, Richard Lawson, Alistair Smith, Justin Peters and Jeffrey Franklin. Their cox is Jennifer Pollock and their coach is Kim Rudder.
So the crew that's in lane 7 that you've just mentioned is the oldest crew, a G age category. So they went off go. 6 seconds later, the crew that's next to them in lane 6 went off. And then there was a further 5 seconds before the Sydney Rowing Club crew went off, and then another 8 seconds before the Glebe Rowing crew went off. As we've said before, the idea is that there's a blanket finish, but we can see that the Sydney Rowing Club is showing great class and form by having rowed through the field and look very solid and rhythmic indeed. Have they got Red there? They've got Red McNeil in their stroke seat, so we would expect that. They've got David Greenslade in the 7th seat. That cox Matilda Marconis, she's been up and down the course all day today. She'll be really enjoying this race, having a great men's Masters crew there to take out the men's Masters 8 competition.
Yeah, that Sydney Rowing Club crew really asserting their dominance on that race and not challenged at all for the win. The second place is going to go to North Shore, I think, in lane 7.
The oldies, indeed.
Good on them.
Good
and
on North Shore.
Yeah, Glebe in lane 3 coming in 3rd with a couple of younger Masters athletes in there. 4th will go to the University of New South Wales crew.
The provisional time for that win for Sydney Rowing Club, 3 minutes 23.79. And the margin 5.88 between them and North Shore and a further 1.77 back to Glebe. Our next race is going to be the Women's Masters Quad Scull, Division 1 of 2. In the first division, we have a crew from Glebe in lane 1. I'm just checking that none of them have scratched. It's an A age group category with Isabella Bain in the bow seat, Brianna Wade in 2, Julia Vichkovskaya in 3, and Elizabeth Dorian in stroke. Glebe Rowing Club's B age category crew is in lane 2 with Heidi Lindell in the bow seat, Soraya McKay-Colin in 2, Elizabeth Lester at 3 and Jackie Harris in the stroke seat. Sydney Rowing Club C age category crew is in lane 3 with Kirsten Lilliquist in the bow seat, Julianne Brighton at 2, Karen Takato at 3 and Kim Small in the stroke seat. From North Shore, their C age category crew is Catherine James in the bow seat, Catherine Boland in 2, Rachel Lash at 3 and Nicola Kennedy in the stroke seat, coached by Kim Rudder. A Mossman crew C age category is in lane 5 with Edith de Boer in the bow seat, Christine Batemere in 2, Sarah Ahern at 3 and Kate Hudson in the stroke seat with Guy Morgan, their coach. Then we go to the oldest crews who are D age category, Drummoyne in lane 6, and in lane 8. The lane 6 crew is Katrina Brangwyn, Bryony Short, Sally Wiebeck and Helly Burton. And in lane 8, Rowena Stewart, Wendy Roncolato, Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox. Racing over 1,000 metres, with the Drummoyne crews going off go, the C age category crews from Mossman, North Shore and Sydney waiting 4 seconds, and the Glebe crew in lane 2 waiting a further 3 seconds, and the Glebe crew in lane 1 a further 1 second.
Yes, and the wind making it quite difficult to actually just pick out from the finishing tower where the crews are placed at the moment. I think, though, that the Drummoyne crew that started off go have been chased down already, I think.
Yeah, by the looks of things, by the Glebe crew across in lane 2, they must be going pretty well.
Yeah.
Oh yes, Heidi Lindell and Jackie Harris, that power combination there with Soraya McKay-Colin and Elizabeth Lester, who they did the quad with earlier.
Yeah, so that's a pretty handy crew. There's also that other crew in from Glebe in lane 1, but they're a bit off the pace in this race, I think.
And we've got Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3 looking good, as are, isn't that the Mossman crew? Yeah, in lane 5.
It's pretty much a dead heat between Glebe in lane 2 and Drummoyne in lane 8 as they went through the halfway mark, but you would have to think that Glebe crew is going to put some of their experience is going to shine through in the second half of this race.
You'd be pretty glad it's 1,000 metres with a roaring tailwind like that.
Yes, absolutely. It's the wind really whistling now, Lizzie.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Feels a bit precarious up here at the top of the finish tower, I have to say. So, Drummoyne Rowing Club, very classy. Rowena Stewart, Wendy Roncolato, Joni Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox in the lane closest to the grandstand. Really good rhythm there, some good blade work, getting the blades locked in and then just levering, just leaning on them and managing to stay ahead of most of these younger crews, apart from the Glebe crew on the far side with Jackie Harris in the stroke seat there, keeping it long. Also keeping their blades locked in the water, I'm sure Heidi Lindell doing the calls. And they're having a good race there. It'll be really interesting to see it from the side. But and then it's Drummoyne's crew stroked by Helen Burton, having a good race against the slightly younger crew from Sydney Rowing Club with Kim Small in the stroke seat. That's Glebe.
Yep.
Glebe B age category crew of Heidi Lindell, Soraya McKay-Colin, Elizabeth Lester and Jackie Harris cross the line to take out the win in Women's Masters Quad Scull Division 1. Drummoyne will be second, the crew stroked by Marcella Cox.
Good on them for hanging on. That's great. Third is going to be close, but I think it's Drummoyne in lane 6 takes third, followed by Sydney in lane 3 and then by Mossman in lane 5.
Then 6th will be the North Shore crew from lane 4. And then completing our field and coming in 7th, the less experienced Glebe crew across in lane 1. The winning time for the Heidi Lindell, Jackie Harris crew is 3 minutes 38.44. Division 2, it looks as though it's coming onto the start, may even be in, oh, there's been a protest. Or is there somebody not very well? Might well be a protest there between. So what happens in rowing is if you are protesting, you usually stop and raise your hand to get the umpire's attention. That looks as though that might be what's happening. Or is that the race in progress? Let's run through the start list of Division 2. That is North Shore in lane 1. We've got several E age category crews here, then F, then G. So why don't we do it in the order in which they're going to go off? We'll start with the side closest to the grandstand, lane 8. It's a crew from North Shore, and the crew is Virginia Fabro in the bow seat, Karen Knowles at 2, Sue Walter at 3, and Jeanette Pendleton in the stroke seat. They go off go because they are G age category. F age category next to them in lane 7 is from Glebe. Jilly Hannah in the bow seat, Mika Kelly, the para rower at 2, Martina Taylor at 3, and Catherine Maxwell in the stroke seat. And the remainder of the crews are all E category, so they are waiting for a further 8 seconds. We've got a composite between St George and Mossman in lane 6, Joanne Ward, Jenny Wilson, Amanda Berrand, and Chris McCready. coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 5 from North Shore, Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Beck Hurrigan and Sam Judges, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 4, a composite between Shoalhaven and Corowa, Simone Jones, Susan Scott, Robin Wakefield and Linda Eddington, coached by David Eddington. In lane 3 from North Shore, Carolyn Reed, Fiona Angelis, Sarah Abbott and Annalise Appleton, coached by David Kay. In lane 2 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Yasmin Finnegan, Sky Smith, Esther Tucker and Colleen Chapman. And in lane 1 from North Shore, Penny Morris, Julie Bohm, Rhonda Decker and Joe Hodgkinson, coached by David Kay.
Thank you, Lizzie. It does appear as though it's a bit protected over the far side, to be honest, more so than the grandstand side of the course. Is that, but having said that, is that the North Shore crew in lane 8 over here doing quite well?
Indeed, managing to hold off the youngsters, looking very good indeed, actually, I must say. So Jeanette Pendleton in the stroke seat. She's got a lovely long stroke, fairly good rhythm. And some of these ladies have rowed together for a long time now. Jeanette's 69, Sue Walter in the 3 seat is 72, Karen Knowles is 60 and Virginia Fabro in the bow seat is 64. So together they make up a G age category, and as we say, they went off go. It's just a question of staying ahead of the rest of the crews. Next fastest looks as though at the moment as though it is the Shoalhaven Composite, which is a very classy crew with, do I mean that? Or do I mean, I would have thought it was the St George Composite, but no, it is the Shoalhaven Composite of Simone Jones, Susan Scott, Robin Wakefield and Linda Eddington.
Yeah, really good performance from this North Shore crew in lane 8. They are going to, by the looks of things, they are going to ward off the competition and hold on to that lead established from the start. Obviously, starting the race first, so congratulations. Well-deserved North Shore. That's a win for them. A second place, as you said, Lizzie, will probably go to the Shoalhaven Composite crew in lane 4. Third place will probably go to Drummoyne in lane 2, followed by North Shore in lane 1, and then by Mossman in lane 6.
St George Composite.
St George Composite, my apologies.
Lane 3?
Yes. Lane 3, that's another North Shore crew in lane 3, so that they finished 6th.
Then we have lane 5's North Shore crew, stroked by Sam Judges. Yeah. Oh, and here they are. And then we do have the other Glebe crew, which is stroked by Catherine Maxwell. So they'll complete our field of 8. Wonderful.
So we'll just, it'll be interesting to hear what that looks as though there was some kind of protest or a clashing of blades down towards the start of that race. So didn't really catch what happened there, but some difficulty by the looks of things.
Obviously sorted out. Now we're moving away from Masters to open age category, where we have a combination of the C grade and the D grade in coxed 4s, with Newcastle Grammar in lane 2, MLC School in lane 3, Drummoyne in lane 4, Leichhardt in lane 5, University of New South Wales in lanes 6 and 8, and St George Rowing Club in lane 7. So it looks like MLC School in lane 3 have scratched, and also University of New South Wales in lane 6. So we've got them up on the big screen now so we can see how people are progressing. The wind looks as though it's dropping again, isn't it? So, which is interesting. So it looks as though a crew across on the far side there seems to be powering its way through. I think it's the crew from Drummoyne of Alessandra McCluskey-Voigt, Izzy Hooton, Lily Smith and Beck Giles. They're coxed by good old Gabby Angus, coming down from Newcastle now to cox at Drummoyne Rowing Club, coached by Sarah Ellis. And next to them, the crew from Leichhardt, coached by Isaac Shepherd. So our two progressive junior squads racing each other. The Leichhardt crew is Josephine Egan, Malia Silvikar, Sinead Hickey and Ciara Ortolani. They're coxed by Sebastian Kladnig. St George doing pretty well, but at the moment the University of New South Wales crew in lane 8 is ahead of them. That's Adelaide Webster, Gabrielle Harradine, Ashley Potter and Isabella Niven, coxed by Angela Zeng. Coming into view there, the crew from Drummoyne,
I think that's
or is it Shoalhaven?
Lane 4, Drummoyne. No, that's the crew from Drummoyne. They look like they're in the lead, with their bows in front of the University of New South Wales over this close side of the course, I think.
Very good. Leichhardt putting up a great fight there. So who are the two crews we haven't mentioned? St George on the near side is Beth Jacobs, Lily Featherstone, Abby Featherstone, Ellen Featherstone, coxed by Amelia Featherstone and coached by Mark Featherstone.
Cool, blimey.
It's a brave man. And Newcastle Grammar on no, that's not Newcastle Grammar. That's a composite. Actually, it is Newcastle Grammar, probably doing a combination of kit, isn't it?
Yeah, no doubt about the winners though. It's going to be Drummoyne in lane 4. Yeah, Alexandra McCluskey-Voigt, Izzy Hooton, Lily Smith and Rebecca Giles and their cox, Gabby Angus. Fantastic, well done. Second is going to be the UNSW crew, Webster, Harradine, Potter, Niven and Zeng. Third will go to Leichhardt, Egan, Zulfika, Hickey, Ortolani and Kladnig.
Now we haven't read out the names of this Newcastle Grammar School that's crossing in 4th place. It's Sadie Smart, Audrey Alexander Lacey, Melissa Carpenter, Jemima Mackenzie and their cox Annabelle Mackenzie.
That's probably going to be a photo finish, I think, Lizzie, for that place. It was very close indeed.
Close with St George, yeah.
With the Featherstone family band crew.
Exactly. The time for our winners from Drummoyne Rowing Club. No, it has disappeared from the screen, so we'll come back to you as soon as we can and let you know what they are, whilst we move to giving you the lineup for the men's C and D grade coxless quads, Division 1, which is in progress. We've got University of New South Wales on the far side, Kinross Walleroy in lane 2, Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 3. Drummoyne appear to be missing. Then we've got Kinross Walleroy in lane 5, Northern Beaches Secondary College in lane 6, St George Rowing Club in lane 7, Nepean Rowing Club in lane 8, and St George Rowing Club in lane 9. It looks as though in the lead is the University of New South Wales squad of Anthony Ball, Thomas Gates, Flynn Wilkinson and Frederick Leroyd, coached by Cam Butler. And Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 3, Michael Hugh, Dylan Lee, Luke Fleet, Riley Lee Coxall, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Then closest to the grandstand, St George in lane 7 is Glenn Shooter, Chris Jones, Ayrton Granger Ramos and Alan Robertson, coached by Bruce Williams, so a Masters crew. And the Nepean Rowing Club crew of Damien Wang, Daniel Waddell, Dhruv Patil, Ezekiel Pratt. Good to see Daniel getting out there racing, if it really is him.
Fantastic. And the University of New South Wales crew in lane 1 are going to take out this race by the looks of things. Lizzie, over there in protected bank. St George in lane 7 claims second, followed by Leichhardt lane 3 in third. Fourth will go to Nepean in lane 8. Fifth will go to the Kinross Walleroy crew in lane 2. Sixth, by the looks of things, is going to go to Kinross in lane 5. Seventh is close, but it'll go to St George in lane 9.
Eighth will be the Northern Beaches Secondary, and as we mentioned at the start, it does look as though the Drummoyne Rowing Club crew didn't start. So we did get, no we don't. Looking for some times. Nope, no official times just yet.
Race 97 already underway by the looks of things. The second division of the men's CD grade coxless quad. In lane 2 from Leichhardt, Peter Simovac, Jeremy Cooper, Jasper Richards, Luca van der Vesthuizen, and their coach Isaac Shepherd. Lane 3 from St Augustine's, Henry O'Hare, Jack Bridges, Lachlan Schofield, Matthew Jarita. Their coaches are Nicholas Pender and Torben Ungermark. In lane 4 from Drummoyne, Matthew Rimbo, Alistair Simmons, Nathaniel Lawson, Jack Park. Their coach is Sarah Ellis. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, Nitesh Shetty, Adam Weinberg, Mark Benematic, Melvia Sidhu. Their coach is Margaret Bailey. In lane 6 from Northern Beaches Secondary is Blake Bartram, Jack Paul, Floris Elias and Daniel Patega. Their coach is Kieran Kabelki. In lane 7 from the University of New South Wales, Jack Vanderlaan, Haylock Keith Kong, Harry O'Donnell and Jack Sargent. Their coaches are Chris Burns and Cameron Butler. And finally, representing Endeavour Rowing Club in lane 8, Owen Redhead, Tony Chadwick, David Percival and Matthew Patton. Appears to be the Drummoyne crew, I think, in lane 4 in the lead at the moment. And they've certainly got a healthy lead over the remainder of the pack, although they are being challenged, I think it's by the Northern Beaches secondary crew. So there can be no doubt about Drummoyne Rowing Club in this race. They're, short of any disaster, going to take out first position. That's Matthew Rimbo, Alistair Simmons, Nathaniel Lawson, Jack Park, and their coach Sarah Ellis will be proud of them. Second place is going to be tighter between Northern Beaches Secondary College and the University of New South Wales, but I think Northern Beaches Secondary have just done enough to hang on from a fast finishing UNSW. So they'll take second place, UNSW third. Fourth place will go to Endeavour Rowing Club in lane 8. Fifth place will go to Leichhardt Rowing Club's crew in lane 5. And what appears to be a rather young crew in St Augustine's colours in lane 3 will take 6th place. And finally, to complete this race, Leichhardt in lane 2.
So we've just got a little bit of a pause now as as the next race starts. A couple of things to mention. The first is that unfortunately somebody has come in from racing and left their sculling blades on the pontoon, and we think they may have been taken in error. So coaches and scullers, could you please just check very carefully? They are white. They are croker oars, sculling oars with pink grips. They have plain white spoons, unfortunately, doesn't everybody, but those are the official colours of Sydney University Boat Club. And Tiffany Botha from Sydney University Boat Club is the athlete whose blades have been taken. The blades actually do say Tiffany Botha on the shaft. So if you could look please for croker oars, pink grips, they say Tiff Botha on the loom. If you could please just return them to the breezeway where Sydney University Boat Club have some of their boats, we would be most grateful. So a shout out please, croker oars, pink grips, sculling oars, white spoons, but they do have the name Tiff Botha on the shaft.
So turning our attention back now to the competition lake, race 98 is underway. It's the third division of the men's CD grade coxless quad scull. In lane 1 representing Kinross Wallaroy, Jackson Davis, Luca Popper, Robbie Newham and Lachlan Gordon. In lane 2 also from Kinross, Thomas Goodsir, Rowan Baldwin, Rupert McMichael and William Karash. In lane 3 from St George, Byron Matheson, Chris Chowdhury, Robert Olivier and Tom Masterson. In lane 4 also from Kinross, Dave King, Finn Price, Fergus Attenborough and Lockie Soster. Got a scratching from St Augustine's in lane 5, but St Augustine's in lane 6 is comprised of Oscar Donnan, George West, Archie Congways, Zach Von Arnhem, their coaches are Nick Pender and Torben Ungermark. In lane 7 is Northern Beaches Secondary. They are represented by Jack Hildyard, Philip Honropoulos, Oscar Potega and Ewan Humphreys, coached by Kieran Kabelki. And finally, Kinross in lane 8, represented by Harper Shaw, Toby Buckland, Thompson Robson and Charlie Swift.
And it is that crew from Kinross Wallaroy that appear to be in the lead in lane 8. But Kinross Wallaroy generally doing very well indeed. They've got a Kinross Wallaroy 2 in lane 4, Kinross Wallaroy 3 in lane 1, have been up with the leaders the entire way through the race. Right now, sprinting towards the line, it is the crew of Kinross Wallaroy of Harper Shaw, Toby Buckland, Thomas Robson and Charlie Swift that look to be taking the win over the crew from St George of Byron Matheson, Chris Chowdhury, Robert Olivia and Tom Masterson. Third will be the Kinross Walleroy crew of Dave King, Finn Price, Fergus Attenborough and Lockie Soster.
Yeah, really fierce conclusion to that race by the Kinross Walleroy 1 crew in lane 8. So fantastic way to top it off.
Kinross Walleroy 3 will be 4th. Kinross Walleroy 4 will be 5th. Northern Beaches is that. They're going to have to settle for 6th place. And then we've got a reindeer coxing in this one. This is a reindeer coxing the St. Augustine's crew from lane 6. It is lane 6. So Oscar Donnan, Georgie West, Archie Congus and Zach von Arnim, coached by Nick Pender and Torgan Ungermark. And good for them. Or maybe it's Father Christmas in a sleigh. Either way, it's a very... Now, that does bring us to the point, which is that some of the prizes have been judged. So, the prizes will be as below. Race number 66, the North Sydney Girls crew. One of those crews has won Best Dressed Boat. They win the Perfect Balanced Trestles and one of the Regatta Shop vouchers. The Best Dressed crew was in race 78 and it was awarded to the Glebe A crew, who get one of the Regatta Shop vouchers and the Quest one night stay voucher. Thea Thompson from Rowing New South Wales is going to come out and find that Glebe crew that was in race 78 and the North Sydney Girls crew that was in race 66. But congratulations to those crews who have won Best Dressed Boat. Best Dressed Crew and Best Dressed Boat. How exciting! We love a prize. We love a prize.
Thank you, Lizzie. Congratulations to all our prize winners here at the Reindeer Regatta. I think we've just got a short lull while we assemble our crews down at the 2,000 metre starting block for the first division of the men's A-B grade quad scull. So this will be exciting, race 99. So yeah, a couple of high performance crews and also a couple of school crews to come down. And then we will proceed into the women's open lightweight under 23 double sculls. Before finishing off this evening's proceedings, I think it's right to say the evening now that we're past 5 o'clock, with some masters, with some women's fours and some masters coxless fours. So we are almost there. Still plenty of action to come.
And still some prizes to be won, so continue dressing up your boats and dressing up yourselves in Christmas attire, because our judges are roaming the grounds, having a look as you race down the courses to see who they're going to award the remainder of the prizes to. So we are underway in race number 99, Division 1 of the men's A, B and C grade quad scull, with UTS in lane 3, represented by Zinc Bosco, Cameron Ogilvie, Hunter Hyde and James Scott Brown, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. In lane 4, Kinross Walleroy 1, a C grade crew of George Wakeham, Magnus Cleary, Ethan Shaw and Fletcher Smith. In 5, a second crew from UTS, also B category, Peter Waldersee, Matisse Ferrier, Sean Murphy and Jack Henderson, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. Mossman are in lane 6 with the C grade boat of Sam Merry, Zane McGregor, Dion Hansen and Oscar Schiel-Gamborg, coached by Kieran Kabelki. And the third UTS crew is in lane 7 with Charles Jewell, Mitch Caponis, Matt Curtin and Mitch Blackmore-Cram, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. There's some pretty good lineups in those UDS crews, Michael.
That's not bad, is it? Certainly, just on your screen now, it's the crew, the heavyweight UTS crew, the heavyweight in inverted commas, of course, contains Matthew Curtin, former Australian lightweight representative, but remains a fantastically talented athlete, even given his retirement from, I suppose, elite level competition, but loves getting in the boat and is a passionate clubman as well. So he's taken these young guys under his wing in this race and doing a really good job of it so far. That's Charlie Jewell, Mitch Caponis, Matt Curtin and Mitch Blackmore-Cram, and I think they are in the ascendancy at this point. We've got a scratching from UTS in lane 3. That's Zinc Bosco, Cam Ogilvie, Hunter Hyde and James Scott Brown, so they won't be contesting this race. The other boat that's on your screen is the crew from Mossman. That's Sam Merry, Zane McGregor, Dion Hansen and Oscar Schiel-Gamborg. Now, I think that's a Northern Beaches secondary crew, Lizzie.
I think so too.
Flying under some Mossman colours.
Yep. Yeah, it's good that they get the option and that they do both, though, isn't it?
Yes.
Good to see.
And of course, the
What a
UTS
race.
lightweight crew, Peter Waldersee, Matisse Ferrier, Sean Murphy and Jack Henderson.
Jack is back.
Perfectly capable of holding their own against the heavyweight crew.
Is this an audition for the Penrith Cup crew, do we think?
Yeah, Jack Henderson in the stroke seat of that boat, certainly looking to throw his hat in the ring this year. And yeah,
Excellent. Good.
But yeah, certainly no doubt about the race leaders at this point. That crew from UTS in lane 7, expertly stroked by Matthew Curtin, one of the better, fantastic rhythm on him. It's a pleasure to row behind him. But yeah, certainly no surprises there. It's that UTS crew in the lightweight crew in lane 5. Looks as though they've got a slim advantage over Mossman in lane 6. And then back a little bit of a distance to Kinross Walleroy in lane 4.
They're certainly taking it seriously, aren't they? The rating is nice and lively. The catch is sharp. And that leg drive certainly means business. That leading crew rating 33-34 strokes a minute. Sitting up tall, not a huge amount of body swing, but enough to get some lovely length and a good angle at the catch.
Yeah, it's a really satisfying when you can just get a quad scull moving nice and trim, like you can see these UTS boys are putting on a clinic this afternoon. Water's a little bit messy, but it's not going to perturb the gentleman in lane 7 in the M-Packer boat from UTS. Yeah, Mitch Blackmore-Cram there in the 3-seat, raced to the single earlier on today and has made a return to high-performance rowing in the past season or so. So the lightweight crew in second place in lane 5, followed by Mossman in lane 6, and then by Kinross in lane 4.
I think that wind might have persuaded a few of the schools and clubs to pack their tents up because the hillside is looking a bit denuded now.
Yes.
Just a reminder, please, as you pack up your trailers and your tent sites, if you could please have a scout around for any bow numbers and return them to boat bay number 1, we would be most grateful. Fantastic sculling there. They've kept that pace up the whole way through, and they're using this a chance of racing over 2,000 metres as an opportunity to step up into the finish. The UTS leading crew now up at 35 strokes a minute from their pace of 33 most of the way through the race. Stepping it up again now, 36 strokes a minute as they come into the last few, 38 now as they come into the very end of the race, looking very neat and tidy indeed, and as I say, taking this as an opportunity.
Yeah, fantastic.
Classy rowing, good on them.
So UTS in lane 5 coming over the line now. That's Henderson, Murphy, Waldersee and Ferrier. Followed by Mossman in lane 6. So they've done a really good job to keep their noses in the game. And then, yeah, Kinross in lane 4 can wind that race up. So congratulations to all our crews.
Now, I don't know if this really is the time, but unofficially that UTS crew went across in 6 minutes, 6.92 seconds.
That's not bad.
That is pretty good, isn't it? And the margin, 13.3 seconds. So great to see Matt Curtin back out there again with his mates and having such a great scull. Well done, guys. Right, powering down now is Division 2 of the men's C and D grade quad sculls with University of New South Wales in lane 3, Jack Clements, Scott Purves, Chris Burns and Michael Pickford. Kinross Walleroy 2 in lane 4, Henry Malloy, Zachary Annette, Campbell Miller and Willow Carter. Mossman in lane 5, Kobe Reeves, Harry Coddington, Owen Balharry and William Robertson. Glebe in lane 6, Hadley Anderson, Owen Cronin, Andrew Perrich and Ben Nagapa. And in lane 7, the Northern Beaches Secondary College crew of Levi Williams, Fraser Tom, Harrison Burke and Ripley Nelson Lowe.
It's hard to make it out, even on the screen, as to which crew's in the lead at the moment, just because the sun is streaming down the course and onto the backs of our scullers, but I think it could be the crew from Kinross, perhaps in lane 4 in the lead. Yes. Yeah, so that Kinross boat, that's Henry Malloy, Zachary Annette, Campbell Miller and Willow Carter. They're in the lead and they've got a slight advantage by the looks of things over UNSW's Jack Clements, Scott Purves, Chris Burns and Michael Pickford. Of course, that crew, well, at least some of that crew raced earlier on today in the, I think it's the AB4 as well.
Well, we have a veritable peloton of at least 4 cyclists following this race. Watching this Kinross Walleroy crew of Henry Malloy, Zachary Annett, Campbell Miller and Willow Carter power their way down to the finish. They've got a 2-length lead over the University of New South Wales, Jack Clements, Scott Purves, Chris Burns and Michael Pickford. That University of New South Wales crew have not given up at all. So kudos to Kinross Walleroy, but equal kudos to the University of New South Wales for their persistence. And they are the first 2 crews from the C grade across the line, to be followed by the Mossman crew of Kobe Reeves, Harry Coddington, Owen Balharry and William Robertson, coached by Kieran Kabelke. They'll take 3rd. And just behind them, the Glebe Rowing Club crew of Hadley Anderson, Owen Cronin, Andrew Perrich and Ben Nagapa. And then finally, our younger Northern Beaches Secondary College crew of Levi Williams, Fraser Tom, Harrison Burke and Ripley Nelson Lowe, also coached by Kieran Kabelke and based out of Mossman Rowing Club. And that concludes Division 2 of our men's grade quad scull. We're going to move back to women's sculling now with Division 1 of the women's double scull. In this we have some under 23 crews and some open crews, and I'm looking at the names and thinking there's bound to be some scratching and substitutions, so we'll just check those out as we run through the lineup. But in lane 1 it should be the UTS crew of Sophia Aguirre and Sarah Fard. Is Sarah? I thought Sarah had scratched. Nope, looks like it still is, so that's good. Sydney University under 23 crew is in lane 3. That's Gemma Campbell and Lily Gavin. The ANU and ACT High Performance Programme have Eloise Lambden and Catherine Kahn in the first of our open crews, racing in lane 4. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, Nikki Lepresti and Taryn Inns, coached by Jeff Patterson. In lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, Charlotte Stanwicks and Samantha Backler, coached by Chris Burns. And in lane 7, they've jumped out of the quad and into the double, Heidi Lindell and Elizabeth Lester, representing Glebe Rowing Club. So quite a mix. It does look as though our under 23 crews are in the lead. The UTS crew looks to me like it has a comfortable lead. That's Sophia Aguirre and Sarah Fard. Comfortable lead over the crews from Sydney University and the ACT High Performance Programme, if indeed they are there. Okay, the Sydney University crew is the one that has scratched, so no Gemma Campbell and Lily Gavin.
Yeah, that's right. So it is the UTS crew, Sophia Aguirre and Sarah Fard, over the far side of the course, in the lead at the moment. Handy lead over, I think it was Lambden and Khan from ANU ACT. Yes, the lighty, heavyweight, lightweight combinations always tend to work well in the double scull.
Yeah, they're really quite spread out, but UTS crew of Sophia Aguirre and Sarah Fard continue to lead as they come into the last 100 metres of the race, with Eloise Lambden and Catherine Kahn of the Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Programme sitting in second position. Then it is back to Leichhardt Rowing Club, Nikki Lepresti and Taryn Inns. Glebe Rowing Club sitting in fourth position now, Heidi Lindell and Elizabeth Lester, and then back to Charlotte Stanwicks and Samantha Backler of the University of New South Wales to complete our field. Another win for UTS.
So the UNSW crew, Charlotte Stanwicks and Samantha Backler, will finalise the field in race 101, and they will place 6th in the absence of the Sydney University crew, Gemma Campbell and Lily Gavin, who scratched and did not start. So fantastic row, congratulations. And moving right along, race 102 is on the course. It's the second division of the Women's Open Lightweight Under 23 Double Scull. In lane 3, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Laura Cipher and Grace Cipher, coached by Lachlan Carter. In lane 4, Sydney University Boat Club, represented by Phoebe Teal and Annalise Isaacs.
So I was wondering what had happened there, because I know Annalise, we talked earlier about she had an injury, so this is why Gemma Campbell and Lily Gavin didn't race in the last one. Gemma's actually doing lightweight this season, and she's jumped in with Phoebe Teal. So that's Phoebe Teal and Gemma Campbell for Sydney University.
Fantastic. And look, Lizzie, potentially another sisters pairing in the Corowa Composite Boat in lane 5.
Yes.
Amy Underwood and Julie Underwood, ostensibly sisters.
I reckon you're right.
And then finally in lane 6, representing UTS Haberfield, Sarah Barratry and Amelia Cooper.
So they're all lightweight crews. Excellent.
So you would think...
I would think the Ciphers.
You would think the Ciphers are in the lead, and I think
I
I think that is the case. Of course, extremely decorated crew, very, very high caliber.
Indeed. From Rockhampton, is it? They were both. I think they're from Rockhampton, the family, and the girls went to Rockhampton Grammar, and then have come down to Sydney Rowing Club to row at Sydney. Come to Sydney to row at Sydney Rowing Club. Don't know what universities they're at, but they're obviously having a great time. They're travelling the world with their rowing and going great guns, and it's I can't remember seeing them in a double together before. I've definitely seen them in quads, but lovely to see them in that lightweight double together. Phoebe Teal and Gemma Campbell, fairly new to the scene, and this is Gemma's first season as a lightweight, so great to see them rowing together there. And then, as you said, the Underwood sisters, Amy at Shoalhaven, having moved there fairly recently, and Julie at Corowa in Victoria, where they both hail from, coached by David Eddington for this race. And our final crew is the UTS crew of Sarah Barratry and me, Cooper.
Yes. So we were saying before, Lizzie, Amy Underwood, former Victorian lightweight representative. Not sure, Julie Underwood, perhaps a younger sister, hailing from Canberra Rowing Club. So they've got an advantage over Cooper and Barratry from UTS. So doing a good job of it. So the Cipher sisters are really putting no doubt into the minds of spectators this afternoon. They are going to take out race 102, second division of the Women's Open Lightweight Under 23 Double Scull. Under no pressure whatsoever. Congratulations to them both. A good hit out in the Double Scull. Second place will go to Phoebe Teal and Gemma Campbell of the Sydney University Boat Club. And the third, the battle for third place is heating up a bit. Millie Cooper and Sarah Berritry from UTS are firing another shot back at the Underwood sisters. I just wonder whether or not they've left it a bit late. Millie Cooper just raising the rate of striking. Oh, it's going to be tight, but I think the Underwood girls have just done enough to hang on over the line. So a good effort, a good wind down to the line by that UTS crew, but not to be. Corowa Composite hold on to third, and UTS will have to settle for fourth.
I'm wondering whether that Corowa Composite, Amy Underwood and Julie, I've just looked up what else Julie's racing, and she's in the Masters single, so it could be an older sister, could even be mum.
Could be mum.
Definitely a family affair, though, and great to see that with both the Cyphers and the Underwoods. So lovely. Thank you for entertaining us, and congratulations to the Cypher sisters for their win there in the women's lightweight double scull.
Fantastic. In keeping with women's racing at the moment, we're going to have race 103 come down the course shortly. It's the women's AB4 combined with the women's Open 4. So there are 5 crews contesting this race. But having said that, there's one open crew, which is the Sydney Composite in lane 7, or the Sydney Rowing Club and Commercial Rowing Club, and then 4 AB crews. So in lane 3, representing UTS, Annabelle Fuller, Grace Burke, Lila Anderton and Paige Critchlow, coached by Elliot Shackcloth, Bertonetti and Katie Healy. In lane 4, from Glebe Rowing Club, Louisa Zeininger, Isabella Bain, Brianna Wade and Ella Barnard. In lane 5, from Sydney Rowing Club, Freya Neville, Isabel Ferrer, Eliza Dunlop and Evie Thompson, coached by Lockie Carter. In lane 7, from Sydney University Boat Club, India Hobbs, Tiffany Botha, Olivia Natty and Stephanie Preller, coached by Alfie Young. And finally, a Sydney Composite crew, Lauren Graham from Sydney Rowing Club, Lexi Northdurft from Commercial Rowing Club in Queensland, Caitlin McManus-Barrett and Isabella Scammell, the remainder of that crew, both from Sydney Rowing Club, and their coach, Lachlan Carter.
Now, that final crew was recently the under-23 training camp with the Women's National Training Centre, so all of them pretty serious rowers, and sadly, that crew has been scratched, as has the crew from Sydney Rowing Club of Freya, Isabel, Eliza and Evie, so we're not going to get the joy of watching Sydney Rowing Club over the course, so we're going to have to make do with UTS, Glebe and Sydney University. And at the moment they are coming up to the 1,000 metre, I'd say they're at about 750 gone. And it looks as though the Sydney University crew of India Hobbs, Tiffany Botha, Olivia Natty and Stephanie Preller, coached by Alfie Young, are in the lead. And that reminds me to ask again if anybody has seen a set of croker sculling oars with plain white spoons with Tiff Botha's name on the shaft. If they have, if you could please take them out of your trailer or away from wherever it is they have been placed and put them in the breezeway, that would be really wonderful, and thank you very much. Or if you're in any doubt whatsoever, take them to bay number 1, which is the Rowing New South Wales bay, and we can make sure that they get back to Tiffany. But yeah, I wouldn't like to use my sculling oars. Lose my sculling oars, I should say.
Of course not, yes.
Not cheap, and you get used to a set of oars, don't you?
You absolutely do. No two sets of oars are the same.
So easy, though. I've noticed it's people don't really paint their oars in the colours of their club anymore, and we seem to be getting away with just having white spoons, and so it's I know those are the colours for Sydney Rowing Club, so it's okay, but it does make it very difficult when you're packing up at the end of the day. Things are so easily interchanged, aren't they? Sydney University appear to still be in the lead. Looks like UTS is sitting in second and Glebe in third.
Yes, still some distance to come in this race. The wind just not really making its mind up throughout this afternoon. It's picked up a little bit again, so just a slight tail. But yeah, some distance to come. They're just coming, they're probably passing the 1250 mark now.
Nice little row here for the Sydney University crew of India Hobbs, Tiff, both Olivia Natty and Steffi Preller. We notice they've got a bucket rig, which is where two of the rowers are sitting in tandem in the middle of the boat. In fact, this is called the Italian rig when it's this way round, and then stroke and bow on the same side. It looks a really good combination for these girls. The very experienced coach, Alfie Young, looking after that young crew, and they take out the win in the women's B grade 4, followed across the line by a C grade 4 from UTS, looking lovely and long. Annabelle Fuller, Grace Burke, Lila Anderton and Paige Critchlow. Some good names there too. And the up-and-comers, Elliot Shackloff Bertonetti and Katie Healy, doing a fabulous job there at UTS. Is Elliot across in Namibia?
Elliot is across, EB is over in Namibia with Rowing New South Wales' very own Marcus Delamata, who, if reports are to be believed, they're doing very well.
Yes,
Team Australia. So they are.
Really
Marcus is
exciting.
competing alongside Morgan Hodgson and
Begins with an A.
her name escapes me.
Annabelle? Can't remember her name either.
Oh, well, that's embarrassing. From the University of Queensland Boat Club.
Yes. Yes, I was looking at it earlier. Sorry, that is rude of us, isn't it? And is that it? Or is there
Elizabeth
someone else as
Newell
well?
is her name.
Elizabeth Newell, that's right. Yeah.
That's right. So, yes, they're doing very well over there. And EB is there alongside Michael Russell, also from the UQBC. But
Exciting
of course,
stuff.
I'm sure he's...
Coastal Rowing, the newcomer to our rowing
That's right.
world-level rowing programme. Well, it's the Commonwealth Games Regatta, or Commonwealth Regatta, isn't it? Yeah. Glebe Rowing Club, that was crossing the line there. They are a D grade 4, so they take third place in our women's coxless 4 race. That was Louisa Zaininga, Isabella Bain, Brianna Wade, and Ella Barnard.
So we are very nearly at the end of our program by the looks of things. Race 104 has been consolidated. That was a men's Masters Coxless 4 race. So lining up at the 1,000 metre mark is the final race. In what has been a very long program. The time is almost 6 o'clock. And so we might even be underway slightly earlier than expected. So this is a combination of the first and second divisions of the men's Masters Coxless 4. So we'll just run through the crews. In lane 1 from Glebe Rowing Club is Tony Rogers, Maximus Jones, Andy Wigan and Belas Hansel. In lane 2 from the University of New South Wales is Nicholas Lazarou, Andrew McEnroe, George Lazarou and Alexander Lazarou. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Stuart Cowap, Stephen Graham, David Greenslade and Robert McNeil. In lane 4 from St George is Ayrton Grania Ramos, Christopher Jones, Stephen Harrison and Alan Robertson. We've got a scratching from Glebe in lane 5. In lane 6 there's a North Shore crew. That crew is comprised of Derek Tarleton, Richard Sheldrake, John Bruce Smith and Maximilian Ott. In lane 7 there's a crew from Glebe comprised of Philip Quick, Robert Fendel, Mark Tejan and Kenny Major. In lane 8 from the University of New South Wales, Warwick Fisher, William Moyes, John Briggs and James Halliday. And finally from Abbotsford in lane 9, Terry Barella, Charles McCaskill, Robert Kelsall and Michael Hayes. Looks like we're about to have a start, Lizzie.
Which is pretty exciting. We've got a range of age categories here. So in our Masters rowing, we group crews according to their average age. So going off the hooter will be the crew from Abbotsford that are in lane 9. They are the oldest crew, and they will go off what we call go, because they are the H age category. 9 seconds later, the crew next to them in lane 8 will go off, so that's the University of New South Wales. Then a further 7 seconds before Glebe and North Shore in lanes 7 and 6 respectively can start. We then have to wait a further 5 seconds before St George in the E age category can start. Another 4 seconds and Sydney Rowing Club will start. And then a further 7 seconds and University of New South Wales and Glebe youngsters in the B age category can get going. So it looks as though they are all off and running. So at the moment it is the oldest crew, Abbotsford, in the lead, already being chased down by the University of New South Wales in lane 8. We can then see there's a good ding-dong going on between Glebe and North Shore, some rather peculiar steering going on from one of those crews. I'm not quite sure which one. Looks like Glebe Oh, no, actually, it looks as though University of New South Wales are very close to the buoy lines.
Yes,
in
I'd say
lane
that's
8,
right,
doesn't it?
yeah.
So it looks like a massive gap between them and Glebe and the other North Shore crew. In the middle of the course, we've got St George Rowing Club looking very strong indeed. Ayrton Grandeur Ramos, Chris Jones, Steve Harrison and Alan Robertson, coached by Bruce Williams. Looking really solid there, some good rhythm going on. Sydney Rowing Club closing in, Stuart Cowap, Steve Graham, David Greenslade and Red McNeil. They've been up and down the course a few times this afternoon, looking better every single row. And then University of New South Wales and lastly the very young crew from Glebe. So Abbotsford have been overtaken now by the University of New South Wales and the older Glebe crew, the F crew with Philip Quick, Rob Fendel, Mark Tejan and Kenny Major. In fact, they look as though they're coming into the lead now.
Yes, I think they are in the lead. I think they are in the lead, Lizzie. That's the Glebe crew in lane 7. Yeah, Quick, Fendel, Tejan and Major. They did, coming through the 500 metre mark, have, probably a canvas over the University of New South Wales, I think.
So we've got St George, Sydney and the younger University of New South Wales looking really strong. That St George crew just shortening up a little bit there as they come towards the 250 metre mark. Sydney Rowing Club, on the other hand, lengthening out, raising the rate of striking as well. Interesting. Good rowing.
I think we can expect the crews over the far side of the course just to be a bit fast, close the gap quite rapidly in these last 250 metres by virtue of their age category.
Looks to me like it's going to be Sydney Rowing Club versus Glebe, do you think?
Yes.
Uni of New South looking good, but that Sydney Rowing Club crew, that's, here he goes again. Red McNeil, he's got some good strong boys behind him because Red's the lightweight. Oh, they look good. Yeah,
I think they really are speeding home other crew from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3. And I think you're right, Lizzie. I think they've snatched that now off Glebe Rowing Club over here in lane 7. And now I think they're going to take out this men's Masters Coxless 4 race. Sydney
race.
Rowing Club.
Ooh,
Fantastic.
St George hanging on for second, but I think, I don't know. Can Glebe? No, it'll be Sydney Rowing Club first.
Oh, that's too tight.
Photo finish for the last race of the day. Glebe look as though they may have hung on to second there, just ahead of St George. University of New South Wales, a great finish, coming in 4th. 5th will be the other University of New South Wales crew, this slightly older crew.
Glebe in 6th over there in lane 1, the second Glebe crew, I should say, the young guys.
And here come the Abbotsford crew, our age crew. Good on them. They will take out 7th. And lastly will be our North Shore crew. They will be placing 8th. And our winning time for Sydney Rowing Club was 3 minutes 41.43. Oh, what a great finish to finish off our final race of the day, race number 105. So thank you very much to our men's masters in their 4s there for a great race at the end of the day. The umpire waving the white flag to show that everything has progressed satisfactorily, and we thank all of those umpires as they come in now in there. But we've only got 2. No wonder they've been busy and herring up and down. We know we've got a catamaran out of action, but we thank the boat drivers very much indeed for all of their hard work during the course of the day. It's been wonderful, day 1 of the New South Wales Reindeer Regatta. There are still a few more races to go, so join us bright and early tomorrow morning to see the remainder of the racing with our fabulously decorated crews from around New South Wales.